Let the doors be open. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the 2014-15 Annual Report on the State of Inuit Culture and Society. I request that this report be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. In addition, Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the Yukon Land Claims and Self-Government Agreements Annual Report 2011 and 12, and I request that this report be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Thank you.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
I'll just wait a moment, I think. Because I think that a law school classmate of mine might have a petition to present. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to present a petition. It relates to the ongoing human rights abuse in the People's Republic of China of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. These petitioners call on the Canadian government to condemn the current practices of the Communist Party of the People's Republic of China in systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If there's any petitions, questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. I would like to take a moment to address the remarks of the Honourable Member for Durham, made November 24, 2017, concerning a recent statement of the Minister of Canadian Heritage that he alleged to be contradictory to those of a former nominee for the position of Commissioner of Official Languages. Le 31 mai 2017,
on May 31st, 2017, the same matter was raised as a point of order by the member for Outremont. The member for Durham has raised this again, urging the chair to rule on the matter prior to any nomination of a new Commissioner of Official Languages.
The member is trying to establish a link between the events of the spring and the upcoming nomination. However, I fail to see the linkage or what might justify bringing up this question once more. Les députés se rappelleront.
As members will recall, I delivered a ruling on May 29, 2017, when this issue was fully dealt with. When the matter was raised several days later, on May 31st, 2017, I stated that I had already ruled on this. While I considered the matter closed, I agreed to review any additional information and would come back to the House, but only if necessary.
Upon review of the complete evidence before us today, I'm not convinced that there is anything more to add to this issue. I consider the matter closed. I thank all honourable members for their attention. I have notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a question of privilege regarding misleading statements made in this House by the Minister of National Revenue. On page 111 of the 22nd edition of Erskine May, it states that, quote, the Commons may treat the making of a deliberate misleading statement as a contempt, unquote. Speaker Milliken, when ruling on a matter of privilege involved misleading statements made in the House, stated on February 1st, 2002, the authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House. Quote. One of the authorities to which Speaker Milliken was referring was the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, which states on page 115, quote, misleading a minister or a member has also been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege. Quote. On October 23, 2017, in response to a question during question period, the Minister of National Revenue said, quote, I would remind my colleagues opposite that the law has not changed in any way. How the law is interpreted has also not changed in any way. Again, on October 24th, she said, quote, I want to assure my colleague opposite that the law has not changed. There have also not been any changes to the way the law is interpreted, unquote. She continues with the same message on October 30th, 2017, when she said, quote, I would like to reassure Canadians that no changes have been made to the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit. No changes have been made to the Act or the way it is interpreted, and we are going to ensure that people continue to receive the tax credits to which they are entitled, unquote. And on October 8th, 2017, quote, I also want to emphasize that the eligibility criteria for the tax credit has not changed. The rules are the same and apply just as they always have. The law is the same, nothing has changed, unquote. She made these claims time and time again during question period on October 30th, November 7th, November 9th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. She even provided this false information to the Finance Committee during its meeting on November 23rd. I do not believe that anyone could argue that the Minister's statements in this House and elsewhere are not deliberate, Mr. Speaker. The Minister wants the House to believe that no changes have been made to the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit, as well as the way it is interpreted. I would like at this time to present to you, Mr. Speaker, an internal CRA memo of May 2nd, 2017, which was obtained through access to information by Diabetes Canada and forwarded to me. In this memo, the Minister of National Revenue's officials tell a very different story than what the Minister has been telling this House. Quote, this is to inform you of updates to the current life-sustaining therapy procedures and verses related to adults with diabetes. Going forward, following the procedures below for claims for persons with disabilities over 18, insulin therapy procedures will be updated shortly to reflect the changes. Send a clarification letter when the medical practitioner has not indicated any exceptional circumstances to support the 14-hour per week criterion. Disallow without clarification when the medical practitioner has indicated less than 14 hours per week, or the medical practitioner has included activities that do not count toward the 14-hour per week criterion, such as carb counting and activities related to exercise. Allow claims when the medical practitioner has indicated exceptional circumstances which support the 14-hour per week criterion. Examples of exceptional circumstances, other chronic conditions that affect the time taken by the persons with disabilities to manage insulin therapy, or the need for assistance from others to manage insulin therapy, such as poor manual dexterity or poor vision. Determine an end date on a case-by-case basis depending on the severity of the persons with disabilities condition. Consult with RO as needed. to determine eligibility and for the number of years to allow. Refer to HQ as necessary. Note, no changes have been made for claims for persons with disabilities under 18. The updates that are in the attached and will be put into production tomorrow afternoon. Thanks from the Procedures and Medical Review team, unquote. On November 3rd, 1978, the member for Northumberland Durham raised the question of privilege and charged that he had been deliberately misled by a former Solicitor General. Acting on behalf of a constituent who suspected that his mail had been tampered with, the member had written in 1973 to the then Solicitor General, who assured him that as a matter of policy, the RCMP did not intercept the private mail of anyone. However, on November 1st, 1978, the testimony before the MacDonald Commission, the former commissioner of the RCMP stated that they did indeed intercept mail on a very restricted basis. The member claimed that this statement clearly conflicted with the information that he had received from the then Solicitor General some years earlier. The Speaker returned to the House on December 6th and ruled the matter to be a prima facie case of contempt against the House of Commons. The Speaker found that the letter from the Solicitor General to the member for Northumberland Durham can be considered a proceeding in Parliament for the purpose of privilege. In the 1978 case, it was the letter from the Minister that contained information that was later revealed to be false during the testimony of the Minister's own officials at the MacDonald Commission. In this case, the Minister is saying one thing in the House and her officials are saying something different in an internal memo. Further, on page 234 of the second edition of Joseph Maynot's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, Maynot says, quote, "Before the House will be permitted by the Speaker to embark on a debate in such circumstances, an admission by someone in authority, such as a Minister of the Crown or an officer of a department, an instrument of government policy, or a government agency, either that a member of the House of Commons was intentionally misled and a direct relationship between the misleading information and a proceeding in Parliament is necessary." In an internal memo, we have the Minister's Procedures and Medical Review team clearly contradicted what the Minister has been saying in the House of Commons. On February 1st, 2002, Speaker Milliken accepted a minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House, yet he stated that, quote, "Nonetheless, this remains a very difficult situation," unquote. He went on to conclude, quote, "On the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members, and in view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air. I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that this issue also requires clarification. It is confusing to my constituents who are being told one thing by the Minister and another thing by officials from the Minister's own department. Not only are they receiving false information, they are living the consequences as proof that the Minister misled this House. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, if you find this matter to be a prima facie question of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion."
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on the same question of privilege.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just take information as notice and return with some thoughts on it at a later time.
I thank the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and I look forward to hearing the arguments from the government side in due course, hopefully before very long, and then I would look forward to coming back to the House in due course with a decision. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Pardon. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I found the arguments that were raised by the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge very compelling. We will be coming back to this House at some point today to add further information for your due consideration.
Thank the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby for adding that commitment to the conversation. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Pardon. The Honourable Minister for International Development.
I move, seconded by the Minister of Natural Resources, that in relation to Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders of the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Bibeau, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that in relation to Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant
to the standing orders, there will now be a question period of 30 minutes. I invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise, so that the speaker may have an idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the question period.
For Thornhill.
Time allocation on a highly imperfect piece of legislation that deserves much greater debate and much greater reconsideration by this Liberal government. It has been condemned by Canadians across the spectrum of those who would demand the right to know how they are governed through access to information. It has been dismissed by the Information Commissioner herself as a piece of regressive legislation, and she indicated quite clearly that the status quo would be preferable to this law that is being debated in third reading today. Now, the President of the Treasury Board has made excuses, and he offered, with a slight Churchillian twist, an urging that Canadians should not allow perfection to be the enemy of the good. Well, Mr. Speaker, there is very little good in Bill C-58. This is a piece of legislation, after coming through the committee with very few, some significant amendments, but very few amendments to correct a poorly written piece of legislation. This legislation is beyond redemption, and I ask the President of the Treasury Board why he doesn't simply withdraw C-58 and go back to the drawing board.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that my honourable colleague from Thornhill, who was a minister in the previous government, the Harper government, is in fact very consistent, because what he's effectively advocating is to do nothing to update the Access to Information Act, and that is consistent with the Conservatives, because for 9 years that's exactly what they did. They did absolutely nothing to strengthen the Access to Information Act, despite the fact that in 2006 their platform committed to modernizing the Access to Information Act, and they passed 250 pieces of legislation over the subsequent 9 years, but not one of them touched access to information. Mr. Speaker, we're the first government in 34 years to act to significantly modernize, improve, and strengthen the access to information regime. For the first time ever, providing order-making power to the Information Commissioner. For the first time ever, applying Access to Information Act to ministers' offices and the Prime Minister's offices through a strengthened regime of proactive disclosure, which is very much consistent with open by default as a principle. But again, Mr. Speaker, I would commend my friend and colleague for his consistency, because today, by advocating that we not proceed with this modernization, he is, in fact, being very consistent with the Conservative government he was part of that did absolutely nothing to strengthen access to information. We're not necessarily listening to that because we believe it is time to improve the access to information regime. He also referred to the amendments we have embraced and support from the committee, which was not, that was not something that the Conservatives, the previous government, did very frequently, is actually engage committees respectfully and accept their advice. And we believe that committees can help strengthen this legislation. And in fact, some of the clarifications achieved through these amendments are consistent with our intention, and that is to have a stronger and more accountable access to information system. So we believe very strongly that these are steps in the right direction. Furthermore, there will be a full review, a mandatory review commenced within a year of this bill being passed, and that will ensure, that will be the first of 5-year review, but there will be subsequently mandatory 5-year reviews, which will ensure that the Act never becomes as outdated as it has become today. But we're looking forward to engaging, not just in terms of these specific changes today, but we believe that when we commence the first mandatory review, that review will be informed by some of our understanding of what the impact of these changes will be. And so that will actually help inform future changes. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, the movement towards proactive disclosure, as we see an increase in particular types of demand-based demands, that is a signal to our government and future governments to move them over to the proactive disclosure category. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we'll have to ensure that the answers are about as long as the questions. Now, basically, they are just steamrolling through this for the 27th time. This is the 27th time they've used time allocation to terminate debate on these issues. And this is even worse than what we lived under the Harper government. We've even had 25% more motions for time allocation under the Liberals than we did under the Conservatives.
They're bringing in, again, this legislative bulldozer that they've used 25% more times than the Harper government used them, is because they've ignored the Information Commissioner's recommendations. They haven't dealt with the issue of delays or exemptions, but what the Liberals have done, actually, Mr. Speaker, is they have created new loopholes so that the public is cut off from access to information. Isn't that the real reason why they're shutting down debate today? Because the more there's debate in this House, the more Canadians become aware that the Liberals are breaking yet another promise. The President of the Treasury Board talked about consistency. Well, I've got to admit, the Liberals are very consistent. They break their promises. And here again is a broken promise that the Liberal government is trying to shove under the carpet by bulldozing through this bill through the House of Commons.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board, and perhaps he can be more concise than last time.
My colleague for his question. He and I, as he served on committee together in opposition, and he will recall how little regard the Conservative government actually had for opposition members of those committees in terms of their amendments. To contrast that with what our government is doing, in fact, working with the Ethics Committee, accepting amendments that we believe actually strengthens the legislation. For instance, providing the Information Commissioner with the authority up front to force a department to actually attain the approval of the Information Commissioner prior to denying a request for any reason. That actually does strengthen very significantly the role of the Information Commissioner. We have addressed many of the concerns raised through the committee process, and that is something that is in stark contrast to under the regime of the previous Conservative government in terms of their work with committees. I would also say, Mr. Speaker, that strengthening proactive disclosure is an important part of the Access to Information Act. And, Mr. Speaker, I can remember when we were in opposition, when the member from Papineau, the Prime Minister, was then leader of the Liberal Party in opposition, and we led the charge in terms of proactive disclosure of MP expenses. The Conservatives followed through quite quickly because they understood the importance of that. The NDP were not that happy about proactively disclosing MPs' expenses, so I guess they don't like proactive disclosure today either.
I just want to remind the honourable members that we only have 30 minutes. If they can keep their questions and answers as concise as possible, that would certainly be appreciated by everyone in the House. The honourable member for questions and comments, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I do regret that the Honourable President of the Treasury Board has taken so long with answers when we as opposition members are restricted to a finite 30 minutes to complain of what? The fact we are restricted in debate on this very important bill of access to information. So I just want to put the question directly to the President of the Treasury Board. I am very pleased that one of my amendments was accepted at committee, but even with that small measure, I can't vote for this bill. Now I don't know if we'll be allowed to debate the bill that we can't vote for because access to information has become freedom from information under this new government. And I would urge the President of the Treasury Board to release us from time allocation on this debate.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, my colleague, leader of the Green Party, will fulfill her function as a member of this place and determine how she wants to vote on this. But let's be very clear. This bill is an advancement in Canada's Access to Information Act. This bill provides the Information Commissioner with order-making power for the first time ever. This bill actually expands the Access to Information regime to cover over 240 Government of Canada entities, from the ports to the courts. And we are in fact balanced. We've heard concerns from the Privacy Commissioner saying, concerned that we may be going too far, and we've heard concerns from the Information Commissioner, and we've actually reflected in our acceptance of some amendments some of the concerns raised by the Information Commissioner, and we are listening. But we are also acting, Mr. Speaker, and that is something no government has done in 34 years.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's unbelievable that this government that claims to be open and transparent, that claims to want to consult broadly, is once again shutting down debate, especially on this bill that is so flawed. We heard my colleague already talk about how everyone has panned this, from the Information Commissioner to the media to the public to anybody that knows anything about access to information, and yet we're not getting an opportunity to speak on it. But even more grievous, this is another example of a broken election promise. The Liberals promised that they were going to allow access of information to the Minister's office and the Prime Minister's office, and this bill clearly has nothing in there on that. So could I ask the Parliamentary Secretary for the Treasury Board why he is breaking another Liberal campaign promise?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, our government actually published mandate letters, the Prime Minister's mandate letters to ministers, and in fact recently we started publishing the mandate trackers. One of the things that the mandate letter said, that, and you can go on the Prime Minister's site at Government of Canada, one of the mandate letter commitments was to modernize Access to Information Act to apply it appropriately to ministers' offices and the Prime Minister's office, and in fact we're doing that. Proactive disclosure, for instance, of briefing materials for new ministers, everything from question period binders to briefing materials before we appear before parliamentary committees, to mandate letters to ensure that no future government regresses. A lot of these proactive disclosures have been simply practices from which any government in the future could regress. Today, what this would do, by codifying into law some of these advancements made by our government and past Liberal governments, including that of Paul Martin, who was the first to proactively disclose ministers' expenses, will actually ensure that no future government can easily regress because they would have to actually come back to Parliament and change the law. So this is real progress, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what a paradox we're experiencing right now. We're dealing with a bill about access to information, and at the same time, the government is preventing citizens who are watching this debate from receiving information. At a time when we should be discussing how urgent it is to not have time allocation, the minister is promoting their bill. So we're really in a very Kafkaesque situation. My question is very clear, and I hope I will get a relevant answer, not an answer about the bill. Why is it so urgent to deprive members of their right to speak on this bill? The Honourable President.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, after more than 30 years, it is very important for us to take action so that we can modernize the Access to Information Act. That is exactly what we're doing now with this bill. Perhaps my colleague thinks that it's not urgent to modernize the Access to Information Act, but I don't agree. We are making changes because it's very important to modernize the Access to Information Act. Maybe he doesn't share the same priorities as our government. But we think it's very important to modernize the law. And that is exactly what we will do with this legislation. Questions and comments?
For Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I note in this debate that the Conservative members are against our modernization of the Access to Information law. The President, in his remarks earlier, commented on the commitment in the 2006 Conservative platform that they would do this very work that our government is doing, and yet for 10 years did absolutely nothing. I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister what his thoughts are about why the Conservative government failed to take a single action to update this law.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank my friend and colleague, who's also doing a great job as Parliamentary Secretary to Treasury Board, and I appreciate her work and support on an ongoing basis. Mr. Speaker, the previous government was the first government, the Conservative government, to be found in contempt of Parliament for not providing, in the British Commonwealth, for not providing information to Parliament. They were heavily shrouded in secrecy during their regime. We have opened up government. We are raising the bar in terms of openness and transparency, as we did in opposition. But I tell you, one thing I want to also explain is the degree to which we have listened and are acting on what we have heard. For instance, we've heard concerns raised by Indigenous organizations, including the National Claims Research Directors, and that is why our government strongly supports amendments that have been made at committee which will directly address those concerns. For instance, large or broad requests, or ones that simply cause the government discomfort, will not constitute bad faith in and of themselves on the part of a requester. And we also want to make sure we know the importance of access to information in terms of claim settlement, and we want...
I just want to remind the Honourable President of the Treasury Board that the rules are that the answer should be approximately the same length as the question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague and friend, the Minister of the Treasury Board, I appreciate his words. Unfortunately, the bill that he's reflecting on does not actually do what he purports it to do. Let me give you just a couple of quick examples, Mr. Speaker. Number one, the Ethics Commission themselves, when they were studying this bill in committee, made 28 recommendations. However, the Liberal-dominated committee only accepted one of those recommendations. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the bill purports to strengthen the Act by allowing the Information Commissioner to order access to information from the Minister's offices as well as the Prime Minister's office. That's very true. But what the minister did not mention, Mr. Speaker, is that while the Information Commissioner may have the ability to order such requests, it doesn't make it mandatory for a minister or the Prime Minister's office to respect that order. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as the Information Commissioner has already pointed out, quite rightfully, had this current version of the Access to Information Act, which this government says strengthens the Act, had that been in place during the sponsorship scandal, we would have never found out all of the illegal going-ons by the former Liberal government. Information Commissioner Legault herself said that if Bill C-58 in its current form is passed, it would have meant that the journalist Daniel LeBlanc back in the early 2000s would have been unable to get the information which eventually led to the sponsorship scandal being unveiled in front of the Canadian public. How can this minister possibly state with any veracity that this bill is actually strengthening access to information when in fact all the witnesses have pointed out it does exactly the opposite?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, first of all, by giving the Information Commissioner order-making power, she can demand that a government department or agency provide the information. The government department and agency will have 30 days in which to either provide the information or to challenge her in court, ultimately with the decision being rendered by a judge. Government departments and agencies are not going to challenge the Information Commissioner in court without feeling that they have a reasonable chance of defending their claims. So this provides her with real authority that she has not had in the past. And we've also, the committee passed, in fact, over a dozen amendments which will help further strengthen and clarify and make perfectly clear our government's intent to strengthen the access to information regime. So, in fact, there's been over a dozen amendments accepted, which is probably a dozen amendments is probably more amendments accepted by a government from a committee than the previous government did in 9 years. So, I mean, this is something we have taken seriously. For instance, we have heard from representatives of Indigenous claims organizations. We've addressed those concerns full square. We will continue to engage Parliament respectfully and to strengthen this legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
I have a 30-second question that would require a 30-second answer. I have a quote from the honourable member in 2013 about time allocation, and he said, by moving forward with time allocation today in the House, Conservatives are further reducing that accountability to Canadian families, Canadian citizens, and Canadian taxpayers. Why don't you don't have the same answer and the same position on time allocation today as he has in 2013?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that modernizing Canada's Access to Information Act is important. We know, we've heard from the NDP that they don't believe it's important to do this. They would rather not make this kind of progress. We've heard from the Conservatives that they do not believe it's a priority. It is a priority, and we've been waiting for 34 years to do this. Our government's actually getting it done. I think that's 20 seconds, actually.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the honourable member has said, it's taken 30 years to modernize these laws, which, in my way of thinking, means that there is no urgency to rush this bill through Parliament. In fact, we should take some time and let parliamentarians who are sent here by our constituents actually have the ability to represent those views. But my question really to my honourable colleague is what exactly is the urgency to rush this through now? Does it have anything to do with the fact that his colleagues stood in the House and represented to members of this House that there was no change whatsoever in the law or interpretation around applicants for disability credits suffering from diabetes, and the fact then that an internal memo comes out through Access to Information that shows that that was actually false. Is this government so concerned about shutting down dialogue and debate that they're worried that people in this House will actually show Canadians that a member of his cabinet actually misrepresented things in this House, specifically revealed by Access to Information?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, in this debate this morning, we've heard a couple of things from the NDP. One is they've said they want this legislation withdrawn. They don't want it to move forward with modernizing the act. So they've made their minds up. For them, the debate is over. They've made up their minds, and they're against this. And then they're saying they want more debate on it, Mr. Speaker, which I
don't believe we have translation. Is translation working? Or? Oh, they're getting feedback. Okay. Because we want to hear what the...
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board should put his earpiece down when he's speaking.
Go ahead. Your position has ossified, and it's not changing. So that is a signal to us that it's time to move forward because...
I'm sorry, we're having... I believe the Honourable President's... I believe the earpiece is too close to the microphone, and that's causing the... so that might be causing the problem. Let's try it with the earpiece a little bit further away, and we'll go from there. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the NDP are saying, on one hand, we've made our minds up. We're against this. And from their perspective, the debate's over. They're just against it. On the other hand, they say they want to have a lot more time to consider it. Well, you know, if they've already made their minds up and their position's not changing, as they've said, then I'm curious as to why they want more time to debate it. I mean, surely to goodness we can reach a decision. Our government has reached a decision. It's high time to modernize Canada's Access to Information Act. And after 34 years, we're the first government to do it, and we're going to get it done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. This is really pathetic to hear these very basic arguments from the President of the Treasury Board. It's nonsense. He boasts in this House about how much he wants to listen to people and how they want to be transparent, and now he is limiting debate time in the House of Commons on a bill on access to information. And in committee, we moved 20 amendments. How many were accepted by the Liberals, who supposedly listened to everyone? 0, Mr. Speaker. No amendment from the NDP was accepted in committee at report stage. So I find that shameful. They're trying to improve access to information that hasn't been modernized for 30 years. So what's the problem? And when he says that the commissioner is happy and that the minister will be able to proactively disclose ministerial documents on proactive measures, well, the commissioner doesn't even have the right to look at these supposedly proactive documents. So where's the transparency and the modernization in all of this access to information bill, which has been botched by the Liberals? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, after over 30 years, we are the first government to modernize the Access to Information Act. We know that the New Democrats don't like proactive disclosure. They don't like the fact that our Prime Minister took the lead on proactively disclosing members of Parliament's documents, and they do not like proactive disclosure now either. The New Democrats are consistent in that regard, Mr. Speaker. I do not agree with their proposal. They think that it is not time to modernize the Access to Information Act, but we are going to move forward and we're going to act to update the Access to Information Act. After over 30 years, it's high time. It's important to do so. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons one of the reasons I got into politics was because of the cynicism that is rampant in our society. A 27th time allocation on the part of this government only fuels that cynicism. If this bill is so important, if it is so important to modernize it after 30 years, then why have they set aside all the recommendations from the Information Commissioner? Why have they gone back on their election promises to take into account all of the amendments? The President of the Treasury Board says that they don't go in the right direction. But why don't they let us debate this bill with fulsome time? It doesn't give us time to move forward with debate because citizens want transparency. Canadians want access to means of communication. They want to be informed. They ask us questions and they want us to represent them in a genuine manner in this House. And a time allocation like we're seeing today does not allow us to do so. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, the committee adopted recommendations seeking to reinforce and clarify the intention of our government to improve and reform our system of access to information.
We were in opposition, and I was in opposition, and I was in committees with some members of the New Democrat, and I think they would remember as well those times when no amendments would be accepted from parliamentary committees. Committees were viewed as branch plants of ministers' offices. We are actually strengthening the parliamentary role and the independence of committees to modify and indeed to strengthen laws. And that is exactly what has happened here, with a dozen amendments being accepted and adopted by the government. Now, she asked the question: why did the committee not pass amendments from the NDP? Well, that's a matter for the committee, and maybe they weren't very good amendments. But the fact is, the committee did adopt 12. And we are going to work with committees on a number of issues and legislation because we believe committees can strengthen, and perhaps the NDP can.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to give the Minister an opportunity so that he doesn't become in the other list of people of ministers that say things that they then have to retract. When he mentioned that nothing has happened in 34 years, the Federal Accountability Act that we presented when we were in government immediately, and basically because of the types of things that had happened in previous Liberal governments, strengthening the role of the Auditor General, strengthening the role of the Ethics Commissioner, banning secret donations to political candidates, providing real whistleblower presentation, protection, strengthening public access to information. All of these things were included. And he seems to have forgotten, as he says, nothing has happened in 34 years. And he also seems to have forgotten, as an answer to one of my colleagues' questions earlier, why that had to happen. So perhaps he could maybe mention the things that had occurred so that we don't have to go back over his words to see exactly how accurate they are.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board, we're out of time, but that was about a 30-second question, so I'll allow the Honourable President of the Treasury Board 30 seconds to respond.
Said that the previous government had not acted to modernize the Access to Information Act. That is, in fact, accurate. He spoke to other initiatives. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the original Access to Information was actually Joe Clark, a progressive Conservative Prime Minister, in 1979 with his government, was the first to bring forward access to information. But it was actually made law by the next government, the Liberal government, Pierre Trudeau, in 1983. So there is some cross-partisan authorship in terms of access to information, but we're the first government to ask.
Il est mon devoir de...
It is my duty to interrupt forthwith the deliberations and to put the motion to a vote.
As follows: Ms. Bibeau, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that in relations to Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and que 15 minutes avant la fin.
That 15 minutes before the end of the period provided for government orders during the sitting day, allocated for the study at third reading stage of this bill, all of proceedings in this House be interrupted where applicable, and then all questions necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of this bill be voted upon immediately and successively with no further debate or amendment.
Up the motion. All those in favor, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Bibo, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that in relation to Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Paltrow.
Ms. Paltrow.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. Edcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Mathis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Mathis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serry.
Mr. Serry.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Sea-Doo, Brampton South.
Mrs. Sea-Doo, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboutalif.
Mr. Aboutalif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert. Mr.
Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Scusi.
Mrs. Scusi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 160, 160. Nays contre 120, 120.
I declare the motion carried. Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison des délais.
I'd like to inform House that because of the debate on time allocation, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-58. An act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Députés d'avoir la conversation dans le lobby,
I encourage members to take their conversations outside,
which I know are valuable and important, into the lobbies, and I thank colleagues for this. That's very much appreciated. L'honorable reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent has 6 minutes remaining. in the questions and comments period, actually. So questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's interesting in the sense that here we have substantial legislation where we're, for the first time, as the President of the Treasury Board has talked about, in the last 3 decades plus, we have legislation that is going to significantly change our access to the information system. And yet, once again, we see the Conservatives resisting change. And we don't quite understand why it is. And my question to the member across the way is, you know, at one point I can recall when there was a whole proactive disclosure movement here on the floor. It was led actually by the leader of the Liberal Party back then. But it didn't take long for the Conservatives to realize that it was a good thing. I'm wondering if my colleague across the way would equally recognize that this too is a good thing because it expands proactive disclosure to include ministers, and would ask the member, would he not agree that proactive disclosure, at least that aspect of the legislation, is a good thing and worthy of supporting?
Honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Let me just make some history lesson today. As said the President du Conseil du Trésor a few minutes ago, the first Prime Minister who tabled something about the subject that we have in this bill is the Right Honourable Joe Clark in 1979. It was a progressive Conservative government who did that. Then, in 1983, you had another pitch on that, and that was made, yes, we do recognize that, by the Liberals. That's fine. So for all those years, no fixing about this issue. That's not bad that we reopened the debate. We welcome that. But the point is that as far as we are concerned, the situation is now worse than it was before. So if you want to touch up a bill, if you want to be proactive on something, you must be good, not wrong. And that's not us, Mr. Speaker, who said that. That's not the Conservative Party of Canada who said that. That's exactly the commissary responsible on that field who said it's worse today than it was before. So, Mr. Speaker, if we want to change, the real change is a good change, and that's not the good change today.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague talk about how he can explain that it's so easy for this government, yet again, to break yet another election promise. They had promised to increase transparency, to modernize the Access to Information Act, and the small step in the right direction that they say they're doing is really not enough at all. It's certainly not enough to say that we are increasing transparency or modernizing the Act. So what does he think of this being yet another broken promise? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot for her question. It's a very relevant one. And I know that she's been in politics for over 6 years, and I'd like to recognize her for that. Now, the government's intentions weren't bad at the outset. Their intention was to give the public access to more information. But the problem is that during the election campaign, they said that they would increase transparency, and they've barely accomplished a fraction of that. That's the problem. They say whatever they want during the election campaign. You know, they promised that they would restore home mail delivery. They promised that in 2015 with the former mayor of Montreal, Denis Coderre, but they didn't do that. They promised that they would run a small deficit under $10 billion, but they didn't do that. It's much higher. They promised that they would balance the budget by 2019. They have absolutely no idea about how they're going to balance the budget now. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a long list of broken promises, very long. This government said one thing in the election campaign and did something completely different once they came to power. And so, yes, my NDP colleague, to my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, this is another example of a broken promise. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Very brief question, please, with a very brief answer. Well, I'll try to be brief, Mr. Speaker, but it's difficult. Because it's quite ironic today. You know, we're looking at a time allocation measure for a bill that is supposed to increase transparency. It's quite ironic, Mr. Speaker. And this is not the first time that this has happened. Now, I do have to be brief, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, he's a seasoned veteran of politics. When have we seen this sort of thing in the many previous parliaments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't here in a previous parliament in this House, but what I can say is that, as my colleague said so well, when the government is stuck in a corner and they're trying to ram through a bill, they will limit people's speaking time. And as my colleague said, it's completely ironic to see that on a subject that's supposed to deal with transparency, they're limiting debate time. It's unacceptable. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Share that my colleague from Winnipeg North will also share the time that I have to speak today. Mr. Speaker, as you know, as the Member of Parliament for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, which finds itself in Nova Scotia, pretty well my riding surrounds the two big cities of Halifax and Dartmouth. We find, of course, in my riding, a very high percentage of veterans and military, 23% to be exact, in Nova Scotia having the highest population per capita. We also see in my many seniors. We've increased our seniors in my riding by 33% between 2011 and 2016. So just to give you a little info on my riding, I also would like to thank the Minister, Treasury Board, for his excellent leadership, not only in government, but also as the Cabinet Minister for the province of Nova Scotia. This, Mr. Speaker, this Act is extremely important to Canadians, and this Act will increase the democracy, if you want. It will allow for much more public debate. People will have much more information. The accountability, transparency, as you will see, that's in the Act, will continue to allow Canadians to understand better what's happening, why it's happening, why decisions are taken. Those are very key components of this Act, and it's been a long awaited, if you want, process. Mr. Speaker, it's been 34 years since we've seen a major overhaul. 34 years, so things have changed drastically. Now, what surprises me is that I've heard for the last couple of days the Conservative continue to talk about not far enough, not enough, but the last 10 years they didn't do anything about it. So that's always the interesting story. That's why they're really good in opposition, because they can complain about how they would do it if they were in power, and then once they're in power, they just don't do. So I guess their best place to be is in opposition. 34 years, imagine. Now, our government, we did some major consultation, over 320 different types of consultations, so that we would gather as much as information as possible so that we could bring a bill forward. Now, we have to remember that this is a living document. This is not something that's going to sit for the next 34 years. This is something that's going to allow us next year to review it, and then every 5 years. That's how bills should be done, to be exact, to make sure that we're responding to the needs and the changes of Canadians or of society. So why do we have to make the changes? Well, we know that we have to be more accountable, more transparent, and we as a government ran on that issue as well. But also things have changed. I mean, we were putting all kinds of documents on paper and storing it in shelves and cabinets and whatnot, and we were not in a position to quickly be able to respond in an efficient way, and that is a major issue. Now, this bill adds a certain very important piece, which is the proactive publication. So we're expanding this publication, the proactive, so that people have the information. That's going to save enormous time, as you can understand, because much of the publication will already be online, which is extremely important. But not only are we going to all 240 departments, we've also included the Prime Minister's office and the Minister's offices. That's a major change in this process that we're bringing forward. And again, to show that we are a government that is very progressive, we have accepted, I believe, up to 10 amendments which have been integrated into this act. Now, I haven't seen too many past governments, especially the last 10 years, where they were accepting all kinds of amendments to make the bill better, and also to make sure that it was a living bill so that we could make the adjustments as we needed to do as we move forward, which is extremely important. Now let's talk about the mandate letter as well, because the mandate letter, before this act was even spoken about, the mandate letter was already open and transparent. And who again brought that mandate letter and made it public? It was our government, the Liberal government. As it was, of course, Mr. Speaker, our government 34 years ago that brought in the act initially. So there's a trend here that we should keep our eyes and focused on. And again, we accepted the amendment from colleagues about that disclosure being 30 days or less, which is extremely important. Again, this is going to help making sure that the requests are coming forward quickly. It will reduce the demands, because we did see over, they say, about 13% increase yearly on the demands for request of information. That's major, Mr. Speaker. Also, would like to talk about the Information Commissioner. We've given more power to the Information Commissioner than existed before. And again, keep in mind that this is a living document. We are going to make sure that we do it right as we move forward, and that's essential. So we've given the Commissioner ordered making powers to resolve various complaints, so that he or she can look into those issues and then give some feedback on how to proceed in that area. We've also given them the final word, if you want, to deny requests. So the department cannot by itself deny requests. They would have to be able to do so, would have to have a written permission, if you want, approval from the Commissioner. That's a major change as well, Mr. Speaker, and that's to show you that this bill is a progressive bill that will allow us to continue to improve the open and transparent type of government we have. So a review, and the Commissioner will also be able to review to see if the disclosures are complete, as they should be. So in other words, there will be some consistency between departments. So no department will be able to withhold some information which is critical or important. Those are the type of changes which is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, was that 3 fingers or 2 fingers? 4 fingers. Oh, 3 fingers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mandatory review, 1 year and 5 years, very progressive. It's going to ensure that we continue to do things right for Canadians. That's important. Now let's talk about our government. Our government has been a government, the Liberal values, let's not just limit ourselves to the last 2 years, but the Liberal values have been crucial to building this great nation, this great country. And by that I mean it was our government, of course, that brought in the National Health Accord, care. We brought in the OAS way back when. We, of course, brought in the CPP. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? The CPP, when we brought it in the last year, the Conservative government couldn't bring it in the last 10 years. Are you surprised why? I can tell you why. It's a very simple answer. The reason the Tories didn't bring it in the last 10 years is because they never consulted with provinces. And if you don't consult, you're definitely not going to have their accord on those important issues. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to realize the transparency that we've opened up, which is senators or commissioners or all kinds of different appointments that Canadians, I or any other Canadians that feel that they qualify, can submit their name to be assessed and approved for various positions. That by itself is a very transparent and open. We've opened up the political financing as well for fundraising, and let's talk about science. The scientists for 10 years were not allowed to share any opinions or really any factual information they provided. But with our government, that has all changed, and Canadians are extremely satisfied for that. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to tell you that this government is a progressive government. This government knows that we can and will do better. We're not afraid to take on all kinds of challenges, difficult challenges, because we are here for Canadians. And this act is a very important act, and it's only the stepping stone. It's like a ladder. You don't jump over to the 5 steps, one step at a time, but we will meet the needs of Canadians because we will be able to review it every 5 years and make the necessary adjustments for Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague, and he waxed eloquent about the guidelines and the mandate letters and the increased, quote, accountability of this government. And I would just like to read from the mandate letter to the finance minister that was issued in November of 2015. As Minister, you must ensure that you're aware of and fully compliant with the Conflict of Interest Act and Treasury Board policies and guidelines. You will be provided with a copy of Open and Accountable Government to assist you as you undertake your responsibilities. I ask that you carefully read it and ensure that your staff does so as well. I draw your attention in particular to the ethical guidelines set out in Annex A of that document, which apply to you and your staff. And it goes on, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is my colleague, is does he believe that the mandate letters actually were worth the paper they were written on when we see the kind of disregard that almost all of the ministers have had for those mandate letters?
Honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chilkoot.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for the question. It's an ironic question, really, because the mandate letter that he's referring to does exist. And Canadians are all aware, everybody in this House, as well as all Canadians, know what's in the mandate letter. But when their Prime Minister gave the mandate letters to the Minister, peekaboo, nobody knew what was in it, so they could do what they wanted. And secondly, to make the point about the Ethics Commissioner, the Minister of Finance did exactly what everyone in this House did, 338 members of Parliament that were elected. They consulted, they gave the information they were required, they got the feedback from the Ethics Commissioner, and they followed that feedback. Nothing different for him or anybody else in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to change the tone a little bit here to ask a question of my colleague because clearly he is good at reciting talking points for his government. That was well done. Very eloquent in terms of parroting talking points. But I want to know if he finds it normal that it is only the members of his party who are commending this bill when we look at the experts in this field who have talked about this bill, including the Information Commissioner herself. They are very critical about Bill C-58, and it is actually, this bill is regressive. Many people have said that. So does he find it normal that the Liberal members are the only people who find that this bill is a good bill? Doesn't that ring a bell for him? Doesn't that sound the alarm in terms of this bill, that the Liberal members are the only people in Canada who find that this is a step forward? The honourable member.
Colleague, for the question. I guess if he wants to change the tone, then I should change it as well and say that the NDP, they have talked and talked, but I don't know how we would answer to everything they request because they're never satisfied. If we go 75% the way, they still say 25. We go 125, we still say we could have done 25 more. Let's listen carefully. This is a living document. C'est un document vivant qui va permettre.
It's a living document that will allow us to adjust it as necessary. So it's not going to change things overnight, but will ensure that the next review and the review in the coming years of this bill will be better able to answer the requests of Canadians, and you'll see that this change will benefit all of Canadian society.
We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, just underscoring the hypocrisy of what we're experiencing coming from the other side of the aisle, I think the member so eloquently put it that the irony here is that the opposition has the opportunity to criticize these mandate letters as they've been doing all day, or throughout this debate because of the fact of the government being committed to being open and transparent. And I'm wondering if the member can comment on exactly how important that is, not just for us here today, but for the institution, the democratic institution that we belong to.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chiswick Cook, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, my colleague, for the question, the important question. Again, open and transparent. Mandate letter. Every Canadian, we're aware. The Prime Minister's office has to divulge the information. The Minister's office divulging information. The judges. Everyone is responsible to answer to government, but everyone is responsible to answer to the society. And this is what this will do, but it's a living document. We're going to continue to improve on it, but we're not sitting back like the Tories did for the last 10 years and just blindly refuse to do anything on this important file. Thank you.
Before resuming debate, I just want to point out that earlier when the President of the Treasury Board was speaking, his earpiece was very close to the microphone and we were getting feedback. We seem to be getting feedback again, but it seems to be a different kind. So I just want to remind the honourable members that we do have a decorum in the House. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I'd like to maybe start off by reflecting on one of the questions that was posed in regards to why it is that the Liberals seem to want to push this forward, yet no one else inside the chamber sees merit for it. And it's kind of like a flashback of sorts, if I may, Mr. Speaker, because this is not the first time that it actually has taken place on this very same issue. You know, when we take a look at the access to information, it's been pointed out by the minister responsible, the President of Treasury Board, in terms of just how long ago where we actually had substantive changes to the Act. You have to go back to the late 70s. It was ultimately the credit would have gone to Joe Clark, who actually introduced the legislation. Now, let's not confuse the progressive conservatives of '79 to the conservative/reformers of today, Mr. Speaker, because there is a substantial difference. There might be some within that caucus, very few, that could ultimately relate to the progressive conservatives, Mr. Speaker. It is more of that reform faction that still is there in a very real way, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, it was Pierre Elliott Trudeau then that had taken the idea of Joe Clark and really put it into place. But no Prime Minister since Pierre Elliott Trudeau has actually taken it up to look at ways in which we can modernize the legislation, even though Stephen Harper in a campaign period said that he would reform the Act. And that never took place, Mr. Speaker. Now, I said, let me focus on my flashback that I made reference to. You know, when our current Prime Minister became leader of the Liberal Party, those that were serving a few years back will recall that the leader of the Liberal Party said, I believe in proactive disclosure, and as a Liberal Party in third-party status, we want to have it apply to all members, all political parties inside the chamber. My colleagues will remember in terms of the reaction at the time. It was an outright no from the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party. We stood alone as the official opposition, and the government of the day said no to proactive disclosure, to the idea that was being promoted by the leader of the Liberal Party. Now, a few months later, and even before that, the leader said that, well, if you're a Liberal member of Parliament, you are expected to provide proactive disclosure on your expenses, on your MOB. And the Liberal Party, on its own, moved in that direction. Now, to the credit of the Conservative government, they recognized that there was merit for it. In fact, it wasn't that long after, a few months later, that they said that they too would participate in proactive disclosure. And I give them credit for recognizing that 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 is something in which Canadians, in fact, would want to see. Now, the NDP, my friends in the Democrats, on the other hand, they fought it tooth and nail. They didn't want anything to do with proactive disclosure, Mr. Speaker. Nothing at all to do with it. In fact, if memory serves me correct, what happened was it was the Liberal Party that brought forward an opposition motion that obligated the NDP to stand in their place and say it was a bad idea. Before that, Mr. Speaker, it was behind the curtains that they were yelling, no, 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 bad idea, we don't want it, saying no to unanimous leave inside the chamber. And they were almost embarrassed to support it, and ultimately, because of that round of embarrassment, they came on side. Months later, it was probably closer to a full year, Mr. Speaker. So, when my colleague from across the way in the New Democratic benches talks about, well, you know, you don't have the support of the official opposition or the NDP, well, we didn't have the support of the NDP and the Conservative Party back then either. The Conservatives saw the light a little sooner than the New Democrats. The Democrats saw the light after being shoved into it. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what are we debating today? Further proactive disclosure aspects that will enhance that proactive disclosure so that it includes more than just members of Parliament, to expand it to include offices like the Prime Minister's, like ministers, other independent offices. Why would the NDP in particular, but the Conservatives too, not recognize the true value in terms of what it is that's being proposed within this legislation? Now, I can understand that, you know, the unholy alliance that has really taken place, especially during question periods and on certain issues, Mr. Speaker, between the New Democrats and the Conservatives, but I don't quite understand why it is that they persist on saying that this is bad legislation. For decades, it has not been modernized. And as my colleague has pointed out from the Atlantic coast, how this legislation is not only going to be changed today, but even from within the legislation, we have a sunset clause. Or I shouldn't say a sunset clause, it is a review clause, Mr. Speaker. So by passing this legislation, we are mandating it within the law that the legislation be reviewed every so often, periodically, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't have that 30-year gap between looking at ways in which we can improve and make better access to information. One of the other aspects that I think is really worthy of noting is that how we are, in fact, empowering and enabling the Commissioner to be able to actually require reports, to request a report or a comment on specific things in which have been brought to his or her attention by members of this House and others. That is something which is, I would argue, is a significant positive achievement. This is something in which I would have thought that members would have supported quite easily. The expansion, and to provide some comments. So, you know, for many listeners or people following the debate, they might say, well, proactive disclosure, what is proactive disclosure? Often what happens is that you have individuals that want to try to draw out more regular information out of government. We saw that with governments of all political stripes. Proactive disclosure is one of the ways in which you can deal with many of the different types of questions that are being asked of the Commissioner in the first place, or being asked of the departments, Mr. Speaker. So as opposed to the requests having to come in, that the information is made available automatically. So I would ultimately argue that it is a service that is ultimately going to better facilitate the flow of information. It ensures that there is a higher sense of accountability and transparency in government. Members should not be surprised about this because, not only did the leader of the Liberal Party really initiate the debate of transparency and accountability through proactive disclosure, but even in the last federal election, we talked about enhancing it even more, Mr. Speaker. And that's exactly what it is that we've done. Requiring, for example, mandate letters and revised mandate letters for ministers to be incorporated into it. Well, some might say, well, why would you do that? Well, because it's only this Prime Minister that has made that information public. And there's great value to that, Mr. Speaker. For the first time, we have public having access to what it is that the Prime Minister is mandating ministers in terms of within their departments, what some of those expectations are. Briefing packages for incoming ministers is also being considered for proactive disclosures. There's a list of things, Mr. Speaker, that are eligible and will be incorporated under proactive disclosure. There is a litany of things that I believe that clearly demonstrate that this Prime Minister wants and is prepared to bring in legislation to ensure that we are more transparent, more accountable, and that future governments will also have to live within this legislative framework also, which I believe is a very strong positive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. But clearly, speaking of proactive disclosure or mandate letters, all of these are empty rhetoric when it comes from this party. Because, Mr. Speaker, earlier I read just a brief excerpt from the mandate letter to the Minister of Finance. And I should just point out that it talks about here, this is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. So he was going beyond and saying what the actions you take not only have to be according to the letter of the law, but they must bear up under the most intense public scrutiny. Earlier, my colleague referred to a living document. He referred to the mandate letters. Well, the mandate letters certainly appear to be dead. I just wondered if my colleague could comment on if the minister followed all the guidelines as has been charged by all of my colleagues. Oh, he followed all the guidelines. If that is so, why was the minister charged on 2 separate occasions by the Ethics Commissioner? He was fined. And why did he take 2 years to disclose the ownership of a public villa in France and also disclose a private numbered company that is held in Alberta? Those two seem incongruent to me, Mr. Speaker.
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me deal with the relevant part first. The member quotes from a mandate letter. What we know is that Stephen Harper never made mandate letters public. We now have a Prime Minister that has made mandate letters public because Canadians have a right to know in terms of what those priorities are for the government of the day. Further to that, within this legislation, it will make and obligate future Prime Ministers to do likewise, ensuring more transparency and more accountability, Mr. Speaker. That is the relevancy to the legislation that we're debating today. In regards to his assertions, and it's all a part of that whole character assassination of the Minister of Finance. If the opposition wants to continue down that line, that's up to them, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work hard serving Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and those individuals that are having a difficult time by bringing in good, sound public policy that has helped generate literally hundreds of thousands of jobs.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. La députée de Trois.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are few Canadians or Quebecers are still listening to this debate because it's just feeding their cynicism about politics. We're debating an important bill on access to information. It is more and more evident that this government is all about image and not measures. The new bill, C-58, introduces a new loophole that would allow a minister to refuse to process a request if it is deemed too general, that it would obstruct the functioning of the government, or that it's made in bad faith. Now there's a statement of principle, as there seem to be many in this bill. My question is very simple. How does the government expect to ensure that it will ensure a uniform interpretation of the rules for every department?
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
That the member does, because ultimately those decisions are appealable to a commissioner that has more authority as a direct result of this very legislation, in which in all likelihood the member across the way is going to be voting against. You know, if I were to ask the member a question based on the legislation that we have before us, it would be related to why it is that the NDP seem to be at odds in terms of the need for proactive disclosure. I don't understand that. I do not understand how it is that the NDP time and time again want to resist something that ensures that there's more accountability and more transparency to Canadians from government policy, and yet they continue to want to put up roadblocks. You know, they talk about the issue of time allocation. You know, at the end of the day, you know, it would be nice to see legislation pass. At the end of the day, I suspect that the NDP would do whatever it could, and it doesn't take much to prevent legislation from passing. Anyone with a little bit of leadership and 12 people can prevent any bill virtually from passing, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad that we recognize, at least on this side of the House, that it's time that we make the changes that are necessary. This Act has not been changed in a significant way for over 3 decades, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. La députée.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm pleased to rise in this House to talk about Bill C-58. I want to talk about the bill, but once again, the government has given me the opportunity to talk about their closure by putting forward a time allocation motion on a bill about access to information. What irony. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak after the speech made by my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, who, during his speech, recalled flashbacks of what happened in the past. Everyone knows the eloquence and the legendary capacity of our colleague on the other side to speak here in this place. It's not for nothing that he's the parliamentarian who has used the most words since the beginning of the session. He can say many, many, many words, Mr. Speaker, but he said many during the previous legislature. He is probably the member who probably decried the use of time allocation more than anyone else. It is the Parliamentary Secretary who was the most active to criticize the Conservative government, which used that motion to pass its legislation. But the Parliamentary Secretary used harsh words about democracy, the work of parliamentarians, to say how outraged he was regarding the use of time allocation. This government was elected by promising not to use time allocation motions in order to allow debate to continue. This government was elected by promising openness and transparency by default. We will be open in all circumstances. It's a promise of the government, and the Parliamentary Secretary was the spokesperson for that election campaign. And now, today, what do we see? We see a government, if we look at it year over year, they're ahead of the previous government in terms of using time allocation. They have used time allocation on many files, important files, namely legalizing marijuana, a subject that Canadians wanted to hear us talk about, a subject that Canadians wanted their member to talk about, to express their views from their ridings. I am persuaded that there are many citizens on the other side of the House who would have liked their member to speak instead of repeating government lines, for them to speak and really say what they think about the bill C-45 on legalization of marijuana. Unfortunately, the government is invoking time allocation as it did in many other files. Talking about flashbacks and looking at the past, the Parliamentary Secretary will no doubt remember his eloquent speeches during the previous legislature. I think he would find something to enrich today's debate on time allocation. During his speech, he mentioned the Conservatives of the time who saw the light when it came to proactive disclosure of documents. Conservatives at the time supported this clause. They saw the light, but unfortunately, C-58 today throws us back into darkness. It's the Access Information Commissioner who says so. If one day the Liberals saw the light, since while they were in opposition, now that they've taken power, that light is steadily dimming, and we're going into a period of darkness. The Parliamentary Secretary indicates that with C-58, this bill will be reviewed periodically. It's a living bill. I heard that this morning. A living document. A bill that lives. But it would have been necessary for it to be born well, because what the government is doing with its living document is it's giving it a bad start. This bill won't go any further to achieve the objectives that were set out. The intentions of the Liberals during the last election campaign, they're not going to achieve any of the objectives they outlined. This document is stillborn, unfortunately, when we talk about those objectives. C-58 is not a living document. If it were, the government would have accepted the recommendations that had been made by a committee. They would have accepted amendments from the beginning to its so-called living document to improve it, to remove the dark, obscure sections of that document. They would have listened to the Access to Information and Ethics Committee. Unfortunately, all the committee's recommendations were rejected. That's not exactly what we call a living, open, transparent document that can be improved, because from the beginning the government had made up its mind and refused to change it, to improve it, to make sure that on this side of the House we could support it. But that's nothing new, Mr. Speaker. In all of the bills where we could have moved forward, where we could have moved things forward together for the good of Canadians and for the country, the Liberals have always put something absolutely unacceptable into their bills that they know very well will not draw unanimous support, that the opposition will vote against because it goes too far or it makes no sense. And they say that there's good things in the bill. Why doesn't the opposition support it? It's because they're forgetting all the bad points. That's how the Liberals see things. They present a big picture. They do a public operations initiative, but we realize that those lovely images and fine words hide a lot of flaws. The quality of the image is not always good. We are accustomed to this from the Liberal government. Throughout the legislative process, since 2015, I've seen that there's all kinds of ways that are used to try to get things done. And they're trying to get rid of promises that they made. They promise just about anything, but when it's time to deliver, it's hard for the government. The difficult times that the government's going through, well, they can say we made all kinds of promises, but we can't deliver. So we need to find a way to get out of it. We'll set up a bill that won't do what we planned. We'll just talk about it. But if we just talk about it, that doesn't change anything. If we don't change legislation, if we don't make our government truly responsible, that's not the way we can keep the promises made to Canadians. And then Canadians end up with a government that does things for which they did not get electoral support. In Bill C-58, there are a lot of elements. There are elements that have to do with the promises Liberals made. They promised they would improve access to information by the government. It's evident by reading the bill and looking at how ministers and the cabinet have behaved that the Liberal government has no intention of increasing openness and transparency of the government. C-58 actually undermines access to information in Canada. Opposition to C-58 has outlined that for a government that claims to be open by default, the strongest opposition to Bill C-58 is coming from the most loyal defenders of government transparency and access to information. So find the problem there. Reporters, civil rights groups, and even the Information Commissioner, the person who is responsible for looking after the application of the law that we're debating today, does not like a lot of C-58. In a report that was made public in September, Ms. Legault said that Bill C-58 does not meet the needs of a real reform to access to information. She said that the government proposals introduces new processes that Canadians must follow to ask for government documents. So we can expect that it's the Conservatives that say things like that. Evidently, we're the opposition. We're there to criticize the government. But no, actually, it's the Commissioner to Access to Information who is saying this. The same person who's responsible for upholding C-58. In the Commissioner's report, a missed target regarding transparency and openness. Here's what she says in her report.
Essentially, Bill C-58 doesn't make the changes that were promised. The government promised that the bill would ensure that the law applied to the Prime Minister's office and Minister's office, but it does not. The government promised that the bill would appropriately apply to administrative institutions that support Parliament and the courts, but it doesn't. The government promised that the bill would provide an oversight mechanism where there could be executive orders from the Commissioner to have the government give information, but it doesn't do that. So instead of improving the law and improving access to information, what the bill will do is roll back some of the existing rights. That's the sad truth about this government, which promised things that it never intended to do. This is a government that is improvising and is not ready to be in power at all. After 2 years in power, I think that all political observers would agree with what I've just said. This government wasn't ready when they were elected, and now it's improvising to try to pretend to keep their promises, but it's really incapable of doing so. So I'd like to come back to the special report from the Access to Information Commissioner, and there's some tables at the end of the report that I found very impressive. Now, they're about the record of Bill C-58, the changes that have been made, the current situation compared to the past, and so on. So there's a little table where it says that, where it shows whether the bill is an improvement or a step in the wrong direction. Well, when it comes to refusals to follow up with a request, it's worse. For one point, there is a positive element here. That's good. The Prime Minister's office and cabinet, no opinion. Minister's cabinet, worse. Federal institutions, worse. Parliament, worse. The courts, worse. Now, the fees were supposed to be abolished, but that wasn't the case, so that's worse. Oversight mechanism, worse. Participation of the Commissioner in protecting privacy during investigations, worse. It's a long list of worse. Mediation, positive. Publication of directives, positive if it's added. Review of protected documents that fall under client solicitor privilege, positive. So the goal of the Access to Information Act, we don't know. Transition to a new oversight mechanism, worse. Periodic mandatory review, unknown. And now I'm going to add something that's not in the report, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to say that I know why this is unknown. Because from the very beginning of the study of this bill, a lot of good suggestions were made to the government so that they could improve Bill C-58. But the government didn't take them into account, not a single one. So I understand why the Commissioner had some questions about that particular objective, the mandatory periodic review. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we're going to end on a low note. Information sources, in other words, saying that departments have to publish information on certain subjects every year, worse. And access to information overall, again, worse. So we're not the ones saying this. This is from the report of the Information Commissioner of Canada. And I want to mention the title because it's very eloquent. Objective, transparency. They've missed the mark. Now, there were many opportunities for the government to improve Bill C-58 and to make sure that it actually meets not the needs of the official opposition or the needs of the NDP or the Bloc Québécois or the Green Party or the independent members, or even for the Liberal backbenchers. But we wanted it to meet the needs of openness and transparency for all Canadians. Unfortunately, when it comes to transparency, they've missed the mark. That is the record of Bill C-58. And that is why today the Liberal government has had to use time allocation to silence opposition members, to silence all opposition members in this House, because they don't want us to spend time telling them that the Access to Information Commissioner said that they completely missed the mark, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you knew everything that people had said, and if you had the opportunity to read all of the articles published about Bill C-58, you might also have some difficulty understanding exactly what the government's logic is here. According to the co-founder of Democracy Watch, the bill is a step backwards because it allows government representatives to refuse access to information requests if they deem them frivolous or made in bad faith. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you're in a cabinet and someone asks you questions about your villa in France, for example, and you decide that that is a frivolous or vexatious or a request made in bad faith, you can then refuse to answer those questions. And that is what Democracy Watch has criticized. Mr. Conacher has also said that there are new loopholes to deny the public information which they have a right to know. And, Mr. Speaker, this is what I've been saying from the very beginning. Bill C-58 also imposes new obligations on information requesters. Currently, institutions have to make all reasonable efforts to provide information, but with the new changes, people requesting information will have to provide more specific information about the exact type of document that they're looking for, the period of their request, and the exact subject that they're looking for. So, in other words, if I want to find something out about, let's say, the ending of a tax credit for people with diabetes, well, if I don't give the exact name of the tax credit on the form, then these people across the way might deny me that information request. And yet, as far as I know, Canadians have a right to know why the government cut tax credits for people with diabetes. It seems reasonable to me that if there's a major change affecting vulnerable Canadians, the public has a right to know why that decision was made and why the minister didn't inform the opposition and the public. That's the issue, Mr. Speaker. It's as though the government wanted to give themselves more ways of hiding information from Canadians. It's not... I mean, I don't know if I want to say this word, but it's as though the government was trying to find new ways of hiding the truth. They're trying to find ways to make sure Canadians don't see that they weren't ready to govern. That's what Bill C-58 does. Now, the government probably doesn't want to answer information about tax reform, the Morneau affair, Netflix, China, home mail delivery, or the Prime Minister's holidays on a private island. That's something we talked about a lot. They don't want to talk about it, and that's probably why we're dealing with Bill C-58 today, and why we're dealing with the time allocation motion today. In the interest of openness and transparency, it's clear that they've missed the mark, and according to the Information Commissioner, they absolutely did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. During the 2015 campaign, I heard from many people at the doors about the previous government, the concern about the lack of openness, the lack of transparency, the direction to dismantle and destroy a scientific library in my riding. We are the government of openness and transparency, and I hear that often in my riding. I hear that nationally, that people are pleased with the access to information they can receive, and yes, they want greater access, but they also want more efficiency, which is what Bill C-58 helps to master. My question is, do you support proactive disclosure? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-Érable. Mr. Speaker, it makes me laugh when I hear them repeating the same thing, the same talking points. Mr. Speaker, when the government claims to be open and transparent and claims to be open by default to all of the questions that we ask in question period about the finance minister, who should be trusted by all Canadians 100%, and he doesn't even answer the opposition's questions, you know, it makes me laugh because I hear them constantly repeating these promises that they haven't kept. My colleague said in her question, and she said it in good faith, I'm sure, you know, she said, oh, we were elected on a promise of openness and transparency. But unfortunately, after 2 years, it's clear that this government has not been able to deliver the goods when it comes to openness and transparency. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I think that, like me, he probably doesn't have any problem with proactive disclosure. But the problem, in my opinion, is that the Liberals are confusing proactive disclosure and access to information. Those are two different things. And the problem with this bill is that we're not going to have transparency. We're not going to have access to what's happening in the Prime Minister's office. We're not going to have access to what's happening in Minister's office. And I'm convinced that the Canadians that I represent don't want this. They want real transparency. So my question to my colleague is this. Does he, like me, believe that the Liberals are conflating proactive disclosure and access to information? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Liberals are conflating government action and election promises. And unfortunately, in this confusion, they're forgetting to keep their election promises. So I think, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that whether you're proactive in your disclosure or not, it's clear that this government is not capable of that.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, je voudrais remercier mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks.
With his observation that this Liberal government promised much, promised transparency, accountability, but undelivered spectacularly. They claim they consulted widely, and they did, but they didn't listen. And to this Bill C-58, which they characterize as a piece of living legislation, it is unfortunately not quite dead. It should be, but it's on life support. And we know that because of this Liberal majority and the heavy-handed imposition of time allocation now cutting short debate, which should be much longer, this bill will pass and will become law and will take Canadians backward in their legitimate right to know how they are governed, their access to information. So my question to my colleague is, does he share my great and deep disappointment that, in fact, we are seeing this vitally important debate cut so short?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's just unacceptable. It's impossible to understand. And at the same time, it's ironic. It's ironic that this government is trying to cut off debate on Bill C-58 when, at the same time, it's claiming that C-58 is a living document. I honestly don't understand the government's attitude on C-58 when it comes to openness and transparency. Mr. Speaker, today we can see that open by default is really just a talking point. It's just a way for the government to hide its inability to deliver the goods, because they've made so many promises to Canadians about openness and transparency that they're not delivering.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're certainly seeing Canadians dogpile on this bill as being regressive. Yesterday, we had Indigenous leaders who did a press conference on the Hill who were slamming this as regressive, and we're seeing that all across the country. Now, the Honourable Member has been sitting in this House as I have. This is a government, again, who ran on openness and transparency. Nothing could be further from the truth. We've seen a display, Mr. Speaker, in question period. It's actually quite jokingly called in my writing non-answer period. And so if we can't have enough confidence in the government to answer questions in this House, how are we going to have enough confidence in their ability to answer the questions of Canadians through this bill?
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is really a missed opportunity. The Access to Information Commissioner titled her report, they missed the mark. So I think it's clear that the government has missed an opportunity to act openly and transparently by not answering the opposition's questions during question period. I don't know how many times I've heard the phrase, we're going to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. We want a good agreement, not just any agreement. It's like these phrases were just continually repeated, and it's almost like those phrases are more important to the government than reality and real answers. And at a certain point, Canadians will have had enough of these ready-made phrases that the government ministers deliver. They want real answers. And if we're not not only are we not getting those answers in the House, but now it's going to be even harder with C-58 for Canadians to get real answers from the government.
The comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if opposition chooses to ask the question 25 times, and when I say 25, that's conservative in the real sense of the word, you know, you can ask the question as many times as you want. If the answer doesn't change, doesn't mean that the answer is no good. It could imply that the question's not good, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, or they don't quite understand the answer. But anyway, that's a little bit off topic. The relevance in terms of the bill itself, so the bill talks about, in essence, ensuring that there will be more transparency and more accountability. And we used and cite the example of the minister's mandate letters. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way would at the very least acknowledge it would have been nice if the former Prime Minister would have done what this Prime Minister does, and that is make public mandate letters that are given to ministers, because that in essence helps Canadians get a better understanding of what the government's agenda is in detail from the different departments.
Deputy de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's so many questions, there's so many insinuations in what my colleague just said. I'll try to take them one by one. First, concerning questions that are often asked, well, if we don't get a good answer, then we have to try in different ways, using different words to get the right answer. At least when we ask our questions, we ask it in different ways. They always use exactly the same hollow rhetoric, the same empty phrases to answer. Well, you know what? We're going to keep asking questions. We're going to at least try to change the wording so that we change it up from time to time. Now, it's fine to say, yes, we're going to make mandate letters public, Mr. Speaker, but you can't forget that when the Prime Minister wrote the mandate letters, he knew that they were going to be public. So are those really mandate letters? Or are those simply a PR exercise? Fortunately for us, in the mandate letters, we can read and see every day the extent to which the ministers are incapable of keeping the promises in their mandate letters.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to let you know, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard many times today, again, the legislation before us, Bill C-58, which this Liberal government is steamrolling to passage through the heavy-handed imposition, once again, of the legislative guillotine of time allocation, has been characterized in many ways. The BC Freedom of Information and Privacy Association dismissed the so-called proactive disclosure provisions as a bizarre sleight of hand. Democracy Watch calls Bill C-58 a backward step. The Canadian Association of Journalists ridiculed the President of the Treasury Board for outstanding achievement in government secrecy and conferred on the Liberals a Code of Silence award. The Fédération Professionnelle des Journalistes du Québec said that rather than the promised greater openness from this Liberal government, it was a false alarm, too good to be true. The Centre for Free Expression at Ryerson University says C-58 is little more than a cosmetic touch-up. The Algonquin Nation Secretariat, on behalf of the National Claims Research Directors, rejected Bill C-58 as it was originally written for installing significant new barriers for First Nations trying to access historic information for their land claims, their right to access that information. And of course, from experts on open government principles across the country, condemnation of the parts of C-58 which allows the government to deny access to documents the government claims contains confidential cabinet information, which the experts characterize still today, Mr. Speaker, as the deepest black hole in Canada's access to information system. Now, as well, Mr. Speaker, there are any number of other negative characterizations of the flawed legislation before us, but the most telling comes from the Information Commissioner herself. After the Liberal majority ignored the unanimously negative votes from this side of the House at second reading, Conservatives, NDP, Bloc, and Green Party, Commissioner Legault sent her own strongly worded message to the government, to members of this House, and to all Canadians. It was titled, Failing to Strike the Right Balance of Transparency, Recommendations to Improve Bill C-58. And I think it's relevant to read just a few of the Commissioner's remarks into the record. Commissioner Legault reminded us that, quote, the Liberal government was elected on a platform of openness and transparency, promising to renew Canadians' trust in government, to lead a review of the outdated Access to Information Act to enhance the openness of government. But, Commissioner Legault concluded, in short, Bill C-58 fails to deliver. She said the government promised the bill would ensure the Act applies to the Prime Minister's and Ministers' offices appropriately. It does not, she said, with emphasis. She said the government promised the bill would apply appropriately to administrative institutions that support Parliament and the courts. Again, with emphasis, she said it does not. She said the government promised the bill would empower the Information Commissioner, to empower her, to order the release of government information. Again, she said very clearly, it does not. The Commissioner summed up her assessment of Bill C-58 with telling finality, and I quote, rather than advancing access to information rights, Bill C-58 would instead result in a regression of existing rights. She then, across some 45 pages of detailed criticism, marked the government's proposed legislation section by section, paragraph by paragraph, as a disappointed high school teacher might mark an underfulfilling student. There are 12 red line failures, regressive elements in the Commissioner's assessment, a couple of neutrals and a couple of positives. But when the Commissioner came before our committee, she reiterated her conclusion that Bill C-58 is overwhelmingly a regressive piece of legislation that diminishes Canadians' right to know. And she spoke again to the fact that C-58 does not truly empower her to order the disclosure of information, while at the same time it adds burdensome stages to the investigation process. The Information Commissioner said effectively that should the government fail to accept her top 28 recommended amendments, that the status quo, what we have now as access to information legislation, as imperfect as it may be, would be preferable to Bill C-58. Her most telling example of the glaring flaws of C-58 was to explain to our committee that if passed as originally tabled, it would have blocked the journalistic requests that exposed the notorious sponsorship scandal. Now, that example did give this Liberal government pause and moved them to retreat somewhat. And one of the few amendments accepted by the government in the current form of the bill before us was removal of what the Commissioner termed massive regression in terms of excessively specific criteria in any access to information request. That removal is to be welcome, but it seems some government departments and individual officials are nonetheless already implementing its stringent provisions. The Commissioner revealed in her testimony before committee that she had a newly documented case where one institution was applying criteria in Bill C-58, which is not law, and thanks to the government's retreat in this area, will not be in the law, but at least one institution is already using those now deleted criteria to deny legitimate requests for information. So I think any reasonable person, Mr. Speaker, has to wonder how officials in departments and agencies across government will respect and follow the letter of the law in this very slightly amended but still deeply flawed piece of legislation. Now, the government has not only rejected the wise advice of the Information Commissioner and those of Canadians, journalists, stakeholders, human rights advocates, and ordinary citizens who would like to see meaningful improvements to access to information. Not at all. This Liberal government has also ignored almost all the recommendations made by the Liberal-dominated committee of the House that carried out an exhaustive study of the law a year ago before Bill C-58 was written and tabled. Now, Mr. Speaker, you've probably already noted that I have not addressed the false advertising of the Liberals' 2015 election promises on reform to the Access of Information and Privacy Act. You may recall that the then leader of the third party of this House, who was making promises across a spectrum of tax cuts and modest deficits, on electoral reform, restoration of home mail delivery, United Nations peacekeeping, revenue-neutral carbon pricing, just to name a few. The Liberal leader also said, and I quote, "We're going to embark on a completely different style of government." And then he added an interesting metaphor, which, when he promised, and again I quote, "A government that both accepts its responsibilities to be open and transparent, but also a population that doesn't mind lifting the veil on how sausages are made." Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether you can see the Prime Minister or the President of the Treasury Board as sausage makers, but if you do, then you must truly see Bill C-58 as the worst. Think about it, Mr. Speaker. It's not a great pun, but I think it's appropriate in this situation. Now, the President of the Treasury Board, a loquacious, good-humored individual, asked us when he appeared before committee to recognize this government's daring in attempting the first meaningful updating of the Access to Information Act in 34 years. He has spoken abroad at a summit of open government partnerships, extolling the virtues of this Liberal government's commitment, but in the face of overwhelming criticism of deeply flawed Bill C-58, the Minister has rejected virtually all of the recommended improvements and amendments from our committee, from the Commissioner, and from Canadians. He said effectively, "Don't worry, be happy. This aromatic sausage may not be perfect, but I'll look at it again in a year and perhaps consider improvements." He says, "Don't let perfection be the enemy of the good," but Mr. Speaker, as I've said earlier today, there is very little good in Bill C-58. Mr. Speaker, we recognize on this side of the House that Bill C-58 is a classically regressive piece of legislation that is about to be steamrollered into law by the Liberal majority. Shame on Liberal backbenchers, using as I've said, the legislative guillotine of time allocation, cutting short debate on an issue that is at the heart of our democracy. And that is, Mr. Speaker, the right of Canadians to know how they are governed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I was intrigued by my friend from Thornhill, always a great presenter on his feet, although I was thinking he was reaching for the old joke about the law being like sausage. If you saw how it was made, you would never eat it. In this case, we're trying as hard as we can to allow the public to see how the law is made, and there are, of course, varying opinions, as has been expressed by the member from Thornhill, about complaints about the specifics within the law. But, Mr. Speaker, I would ask my friend across the way what the public perception would be in the case of the government where I've seen the Prime Minister stand in a school gymnasium in Kamloops with several hundred people in the gym taking questions in a town hall, not set up by any means, and some of them very directly critical of the government. So comparing that to the previous government, what I would ask my friend, wouldn't you say that all in all, the public sees our government, Mr. Speaker, as attempting to be open and reach out to people by the actions of our Prime Minister?
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, my friend, for his comments and his explanation of the origins of that remark promised by the Prime Minister to lift the veil on how Liberal sausages are made. And indeed, to go back to his explanation, we have seen that, in fact, the sausages the Liberals make do have some very unhealthy and very unappealing content. The Prime Minister presents well. My colleague is correct. But I think this is yet another piece of legislation that falls far short of what Canadians are looking for. And certainly, the government says, why is the opposition opposing? Well, we listen to Canadians, we listen to journalists, we listen to lawyers, we listen to human rights advocates, we listen to ordinary citizens, we listen to the indigenous people, trying to ensure that access to information is at least as rigorous as it is today, however imperfect the current laws are. And we listen to the Information Commissioner herself, who says this is a highly regressive piece of legislation.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire? L'honorable, still under questions and comments. Okay. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member from Mégantic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like my colleague to tell me about the committee recommendations that were all simply dismissed out of hand by the Liberal government. Is it possible that my colleague might tell me what the reasons are, according to him? Why would the Liberal government once again vote down all of the opposition suggestions to improve Bill C-58, which is supposedly a living document?
Member for Thornhill.
Well, I thank my colleague, and again, I must say this living document, which is on life support, certainly in the court of public opinion, but will be imposed on Canadians by this Liberal majority. And I want to speak positively about committee because our committee, the Ethics Committee, Access to Information, Lobbying, and Information, is a productive committee. We work well together. And a year ago, before this law was written, this bad law was written, it unanimously, Liberal majority, chaired by a Conservative, but a unanimous vote to advise the government on what should be in Bill C-58. Those suggestions were ignored completely when the bill, under attack from all quarters, went to committee just now, and all of the recommendations for amendments from the NDP were rejected. We Conservatives saw the government's mood and did not submit proposed amendments because we believe, we still believe, Bill C-58 is beyond redemption. But at least one member of the Liberal committee did vote for changes. But the Liberal numbers, the numbers on that committee, mean that the direction of the PMO prevailed, and all but very few of those amendments were accepted by the government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before explaining to you why I am so happy to speak in this House to Bill C-58 on the Access to Information Act, I'm just going to tell you about something that was said. When I prepared to appear before the committee, it came back to the request by Daniel Leblanc, who works for the Globe and Mail, the request that brought to light the sponsorship scandal. Now, this request would not have met the criteria of the bill today, and that would mean a major backward step in terms of right to information. Who said that? We're talking about Suzanne Legault, the Ethics Commissioner here in the House of Commons. So that is why this reform is a bill that was so highly anticipated in terms of amending the 1983 Access to Information Act. As we know, this bill affects anyone who wishes to obtain information from any federal government institution. Now, since the reform of this bill has been unveiled, more and more people are criticizing this bill and are disappointed. First, this reform of the Access to Information Act breaks the Liberal promises to extend the scope of this bill to ministers' offices and the PMO. So this is yet another broken promise. Secondly, the government will now be able to refuse any request for access to information if it believes that, in its opinion, that this request is vexatious or was made in bad faith, or that it is an abuse of the right to access to information. In other words, now the government has given itself enough leeway to be able to refuse any request that bothers it or that might embarrass it. And heaven knows there are many instances of that. Third, we know that currently there is a major problem in terms of delays with regard to access to information requests. And unfortunately, this bill does nothing to address these delays, which are already unacceptably long and which contribute to keeping public information within the government. Fourth, the government had promised that this bill would apply in an appropriate fashion to the administrative institutions that support Parliament and the courts, but that is actually not true. It will not apply to those institutions. Fifth, the government had promised that there are a lot of promises, which have all been broken, and the government had promised that this bill would put in place an oversight model whereby the Information Commissioner could issue binding orders for the disclosure of government information. But in this reform, as you might imagine, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in this bill. I talked about the Information Commissioner at the beginning of my speech, Suzanne Legault, and I'm going to repeat again. If Bill C-58 had been in force in 1999, it would have prevented journalists from making requests for access to information that would have allowed them to discover the Liberal sponsorship scandals. Otherwise known as the Gomery Commission, and Ms. Legault criticized Bill C-58 in a number of ways. In fact, Mr. Speaker, no one at all is satisfied. Everyone is disappointed with this version of the bill. Katie Gibbs, the Director General of Evidence for Democracy, states that the Liberal government has not respected its promise to exclude the possibility of obtaining information from ministers' offices and the PMO. So, yes, we can see they're trying to protect the Prime Minister at all costs. She also stated that the government has broken its election promise to establish an open-by-default government. In her opinion, the fact that the government will be able to refuse certain requests for access to information arbitrarily and on an undefined basis puts the transparency and openness of the government at risk, and that was a quote. Duff Conacher, co-founder of the group Democracy Watch, considers that this bill is a step backward because it allows government representatives to refuse access to information requests if they believe that the request is frivolous or made in bad faith. Government officials, still according to Mr. Conacher, should not be able to benefit from this power because they would apparently use it as a new loophole so as to refuse the public the information that it has the right to know. And we saw this with the Minister of National Revenue, especially in the past weeks. Stéphane Giroux, president of the Professional Federation of Quebec Journalists. And this is not someone that the big bad Conservatives called upon, Mr. Speaker. Robert Marleau, former Information Commissioner from 2007 to 2008. The British Columbia Freedom of Information and Privacy Association. Some First Nation groups who all observed that some of the bill's provisions would make access to justice and information more difficult for First Nations. All of these people are opposed to this bill. That's a lot of people if you start to add them up. So that means that in addition to the members of the opposition, the civil liberty defense groups, journalists, and the Commission of Information herself are all firmly opposed to this bill and would prefer, Mr. Speaker, the status quo, even with that, and that's quite something. They prefer the status quo to this liberal reform, even though the current version has a number of flaws. So, once again, that's quite something. All of these people share a common impression. Bill C-58 does not reply to any venture or any goal of trying to reform the Access to Information Act. And in addition, it throws up new obstacles in the process that Canadians must follow to demand, in all legitimacy, government documents. So, nothing to inspire confidence in the political class. So this is a reform that does absolutely nothing to rectify the major flaws of this bill, as the Liberals had promised during the election campaign. In fact, it is a backward step And I said earlier that, Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable to see how many people in this, when studying a bill that is supposed to improve the procedure, to improve the situation, but it's unbelievable to see how many people see nothing but a regressive approach. And this is doublespeak on the part of the Liberals. They say that they're open and transparent, but they've missed a golden opportunity to prove it. You have to be completely disconnected from reality to believe that Canadians will not see through their tricks, Mr. Speaker, especially when we look at all the scandals that have been erupting over the past 2 years. With the current state of this reform, the government will be able to pick and choose the information that it wants to reveal and protect what it wants to protect. Henceforth, the government will have all the leeway that it needs to refuse to respond to requests for access to information for very obscure and arbitrary reasons. Rest assured that any information that is even slightly embarrassing to the Liberals will not be disclosed. We know how they work, Mr. Speaker, by choosing to reveal only what makes them look good. And we know how our Prime Minister likes to look good. I don't need to come back to the selfies. Everyone's going to see through his little games. Now the Liberals are making the Access to Information Act, Mr. Speaker, a new comms strategy. That is very serious. Now, this bill is one of the only tools that Canadians, journalists, and I would say even the official opposition of all of the parties in this House who have the responsibility to monitor their government, to hold it to account. It is one of the only tools that we have to exercise our right to know and to find out things. We need to be able to do our work properly here. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. So let's be clear, this Liberal government is centralizing. Despite what it would have us believe with its beautiful images and its fine words, it is centralizing and controlling power around the Prime Minister and his cronies, who even control the different ministerial offices, whereas it condemns such actions in public. Mr. Speaker, when we look at this bill, what we must conclude is that is a question of do what I say and not what I do. It is really pathetic, Mr. Speaker, truly.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I think the title of the Information Commissioner's report, I think in French it was something about a target that was missed or something like that.
Seen a watchdog of Parliament, an officer of Parliament before, hold up a piece of government legislation, compare it to the government's promises and mandate letter, and so thoroughly eviscerate that legislation, as is in the case of this one on C-58. And we heard, and this is my question for my friend, we heard in testimony from the Commissioner that they are already having complaints from the department, to her office, that the government agencies are starting to employ the tactics that are imagined in Bill C-58. It hasn't even passed Parliament yet. And government agencies are denying access to information requests from Canadians based on these terrible articles in this bill, which allow a government agency to deem a request from a Canadian as being vexatious, or too problematic for the agency. Well, some things that Canadians want from the government when it comes to information may seem vexatious to the government, but are important to Canadians, like missing and murdered Aboriginal women, like the number of assaults, sexual assaults that go unreported to the RCMP in Canada, like the sponsorship scandal, like the Afghan detainee situation. All of those came to light only because Canadians, journalists, NGOs were able to gain the access from government that government didn't want to give us. So my question to my friend is that if Bill C-58 is already being applied and it is already denying Canadians access to the information that they are legally entitled to, what kind of future can we imagine for First Nations groups, environment groups, journalists that are simply trying to get information from the government to which they are legally entitled to?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question, which is entirely relevant, I want to say. This adds on to everyone else that I mentioned. I'm not just talking about positions. People who are listening to us might get the impression when they hear that, when they hear what we say, that we're just here to criticize. No matter what they say, we're going to be against it. But we're not the ones saying it. It is officers, as mentioned, officers of Parliament, people whose responsibility is to ensure oversight and that there are no abuses, because we're all human. Some people make mistakes. We can admit that. But they are responsible for oversight. And others, like opposition parties and reporters who want to do their work well and represent citizens. Just like the other side of the House, we were elected by the public. We've all been elected here to monitor those who were elected to govern. If I want to make an access to information request, as reporters would want to do, as my other fellows in the opposition, like citizens at home who are frustrated by everything they've seen for the last 2 years, they should have that privilege. And currently, what we're seeing in this bill is exactly the opposite. This government is protecting itself. It is implementing a new way of managing their communications.
Comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's been mesmerizing to hear my colleague opposite and even the member from Skeena-Baltic Valley speak as though the committee did not work on this bill, as if the committee did not pass more than 12 amendments.
For example, an amendment eliminates the possibility for the department to refuse to follow up on an access to information request just because the subject or the type of document or the time period is outlined. The Commissioner has a power of approval if a department refuses to follow up on a request. I will ask the question, why does the member opposite speak as though amendments that his own colleagues voted for had not been made?
Deputy Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, as I was listening to the question of my colleague on the other side, the government that's going to vote in favor of this bill, that is going to take away rights for reporters and citizens and parliamentarians to have access to information, I would like her to tell me if she agrees with the Access to Information Commissioner, Suzanne Legault, who deems this bill a step backwards. The Director of Evidence for Democracy says that this is a step backwards. Does she agree with the founder of Democracy Watch, who deems this a step backwards, who considers that Indigenous groups, the British Columbia Freedom of Information and Association, I'm sorry, but all of these groups who are independent are saying no to this bill? Does my colleague on the other side is trying to force this down our throats? We're not going to vote in favor of this bill because it is a step backwards when it comes to access to information. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to speak on Bill C-58 and perhaps set the record straight with respect to some of the remarks of my colleagues opposite, who loves to quote criticisms of the bill that took place before the committee studied it, before amendments were made addressing those very issues, and before the bill was even further strengthened, building on a historic improvement to access to information that this bill brings forward. So our government is firmly committed to being open and transparent. That's the kind of government that Canadians expect and deserve, and these reforms were made with that in mind. On reste engagé à respecter ce...
We remain committed to respecting this principle, which was implemented for the first time in the Access to Information Act in 1983.
Our proposed reforms advance the original intent of the Act in a way that reflects today's technologies, policies, and legislation, and keeps this an evergreen process as well. And I'm proud that it is our government that is the government to finally update this Act, in contrast to the government of the members opposite, the Conservatives, who promised to reform this Act in their election platform, spent 10 years in government and actually failed to do a thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I experienced the former government's control tactics around access to information firsthand as an opposition member of Parliament. I filed an access to information request to find out more about the process for building Canada's pavilion for the 2010 Vancouver Olympic and Paralympic Games. This pavilion was to be built in Vancouver, and there were questions around it in the media. Lo and behold, when I received the response from the government, every single line in the document had been blacked out. Everything. There was not a scrap of information. And I would contend that Canada's Olympic pavilion was hardly a national security issue that had to be protected. So that's what the Conservative government of the day was doing, instead of actually fixing the Access to Information Act. So, perhaps they were also too busy becoming the first government in not just the history of Canada, but the history of the Commonwealth, to be found in contempt of Parliament for refusing to provide information to Parliament. And let's not forget the extent to which the NDP was hesitant to join the trend when Liberal MPs became the first party to begin a practice of proactive disclosure of expenses. They needed to be dragged along with that. But I digress, Mr. Speaker. Our government is acting. We're following through on our election promise to reform the Access to Information Act.
Our efforts began over a year ago. In May 2016, we issued an interim directive that enshrined the idea of government being open by default.
Having a culture across the government in which data and information are increasingly released as a matter of course unless there are specific reasons not to do so.
Now, with the amendments proposed in Bill C-58, we're taking the next step.
Bill C-58 advances the Access to Information Act in some key areas. It gives the Information Commissioner the power to order government to release records. That's exactly what she's been asking for. That's a significant increase in the power of the Commissioner. No longer is the Office of the Commissioner simply an ombudsperson. Now the office will have the power to compel government to release records. This bill puts the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices inside the Act for the very first time, as promised, through legislative requirements for proactive disclosure. And the bill legislates proactive disclosure for administrative bodies that support the courts, Parliament, and other government institutions. This dramatically broadens the reach of Access to Information Act. The bill also mandates 5 year reviews of the Act, as I said, so it's an evergreen process of improvement. And what's more, it will require the departments regularly review the information being requested under the Act.
This will help us understand and increase the kinds of information that could be proactively published.
Developing a guide to provide requesters with clear information, clear explanations for exemptions and exclusions. We're investing in tools to make processing information requests more timely and efficient, for allowing federal institutions with the same minister to share request processing services for greater efficiency, and we are also increasing government training to get common and consistent interpretation and application of ATI rules.
We are moving to help government institutions weed out bad faith requests that put significant strain on the system.
Tying up government resources, such vexatious requests can interfere with an institution's ability to do its other work and to respond to other requests. Let me be clear, however, We have heard the concerns expressed about how we must safeguard against abuse of this proposed measure. And we've heard in particular the concerns raised by Indigenous groups regarding land claims. As the President of the Treasury Board said during second reading debate, a large or broad request or one that causes the government discomfort does not of itself represent bad faith on the part of the requester. Broad requests, particularly historical records to substantiate Indigenous claims, are legitimate and consistent with the spirit of the Act. But it was not enough for our government to clearly state our intentions in the House of Commons. And so the Commons Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics has further strengthened Bill C-58 by amending the bill to make it explicit that no department can refuse a request simply because the subject, type of record, or date of record is not specified. The bill has also been amended to give the Information Commissioner veto power in advance over whether or not a department can reject a request. The committee also passed an amendment giving the Information Commissioner the power to publish the results of their investigations and to publish their orders, giving further leverage to the Commissioner's new powers, as was intended by the President of the Treasury Board and requested by the Commissioner. Our government firmly supports these amendments. In addition to the government's duty to assist, which is a fundamental obligation built into the Access to Information Act, our government is fully committed to fulfilling Canada's fiduciary obligation to assist First Nations in furthering their land claims. Mr. Speaker, after 34 years, Canada's ATI system needs updating, and this is going to be a work in progress. I am disappointed that the members opposite in both the Conservative Party and the NDP have been playing politics with this very important bill. They have been raising issues that were already addressed at committee, where amendments were passed to put to rest the concerns that were raised. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, who never did anything for 10 years, even though they had put in their platform a solemn promise to update access to information and did nothing, are acting as though this is a step backward. Well, in fact, it is a step in advance in many, many respects, broadening the scope of the Act, respecting the Commissioner's request to have additional powers to determine if a department can or cannot refuse to fulfill an access to information request, order-making power to make sure that the order is published and publicly available to review. So a great number of key steps have been taken to advance the openness and transparency of the Canadian public with respect to information that they should and will have access to. The fact that the members opposite are pretending that no amendments were made, they're pretending that the Commissioner's report is still valid when it was written before these amendments responding to her concerns were actually debated and voted on by committee members, including the New Democratic Party members and the Conservative members, and wholly supported by the Liberal President for the Treasury Board and Liberal members. The fact that those are being ignored and these parties are aiming to confuse and confound the public debate and mislead members of the public who are listening to their speeches and question and answers is very discouraging and disappointing. This is one of those kinds of policy measures that everyone agrees needed to be improved. And that's exactly what we're doing, historically, for the first time in 34 years. But to try and confuse the public into thinking that this is a step back when it is a major leap forward is doing a disservice to the public. It's providing inaccurate information to the public. It's raising fears that are unnecessary around individual access to information, around Indigenous people's access to information around their records, and in pursuit of potential land claims. These things have been addressed. Mr. Speaker, we have a great deal of respect for the importance of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples right across this country. And one part of that is to support and aid individuals and groups who are seeking access to information in order to pursue that reconciliation, that partnership, and that cooperation that our government is so committed to. So I would make this request to the members opposite. Stick to the facts, reflect what's happened in committee in terms of amendments that were made, reflect the ways in which the Commissioner and other groups' requests were actually built into those amendments by committee, and let's have a debate on the merits of this policy using the actual up-to-date factual information, and that would be a public service on the part of members opposite. So, as I said at the start of my speech, I am very proud that it is our Liberal government that is finally following through and finally giving the access to information some much-needed reform. There will be a review in just 1 year after the coming into force of this bill, so we will be able to do a continuous quality improvement process with this very important piece of legislation, this very important aspect of our public policy, where reviews are done and improvements can be made in a timely way. We have built that into our new act, and we are looking forward to continuing our work to help make government more open, transparent, and accountable. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I had a chance to listen to the member when she was speaking, and I certainly appreciate the time and effort that she put into her speech. I think really one of the things that I heard her say was how the Conservatives had been forced into making these major changes because, of course, they were found in contempt. And a couple of things. First of all, anybody that was here understood the procedure that had taken place, where it was then presented to all of the committees, and the committees that we were in a minority government. Basically, the opposition simply said, "Yeah, we think that you're in contempt, so therefore we're going to send that back to the General House to have its discussion." Of course, you had to wait for 2 years until they were ready to defeat the minority government that was there. And I think if we recall, the Canadian public were the final arbiters on exactly what it was that was being the shenanigans that were taking place at that time. But more to the point, the discussion that she had, she seems to have, and many people seem to have forgotten, the types of things that the Conservatives have done with better public access to information, the Next Generation Open Data, the modernization of the Access to Information Services Act, the Open Government License, and all of these other things that are done. So yes, they are building upon all of the CPC initiatives. Unfortunately, they are going back and doing the draconian things of trying to talk about what might happen in the ministers' offices and so on, but we're not 100% sure if ever that is going to come out to the public. So I'm wondering if she has any comments about those particular items.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not clear what the member is considering to be draconian about a law, Bill C-58, that would broaden out access to information across the Prime Minister's offices and ministers' offices and many other offices. What is draconian about giving order-making power to the Commissioner, enabling the Commissioner to determine whether or not a request can actually be blocked by a department? Mr. Speaker, and I will just add that the previous government had ministers countermanding the provision of information by a department and actually taking the political power unto themselves to block access to information requests. It was shocking at the time. And for the sanctimonious comments that I hear on the other side of the House, it's quite surprising given that record.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it offensive that the Liberals won't stop saying that we're partisan, that we don't want to debate. But in committee, we put forward 20 amendments that had to do with recommendations from the Ethics Commissioner and the Information Commissioner, and the Liberals voted against them. They rejected all of the amendments. And you can't talk about an Access to Information Act and talk about improving things and then have the opposition being attacked as being partisan, when in fact it's the Liberals who won't accept any of our recommendations, any of our proposals. And it says that they consulted the Ethics Commissioner. The Commissioner herself said that the objective of transparency was completely, they completely missed the mark. And also says that the bill didn't make the changes that were promised. They wanted the bill to apply to the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices, but it does not apply to either of those. The government promised that the bill would provide an oversight mechanism so that the commissioner could emit directives so that people could get information, but that is not going to happen. The commissioner says that this will actually roll back existing rights. So what can my colleagues say about that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to answer questions. I would say that after 30 years, we are the first government to modernize the Access to Information Act. We know that the NDP doesn't like proactive disclosure, but we do. And that is why we made proactive disclosure something that is really at the heart of this bill. And I would remind my colleague that the committee adopted a dozen amendments aiming to strengthen and clarify our government's intention to improve and reform our access to information system. These were amendments that the NDP members undoubtedly voted for. We are proud that our bill was improved in that way with the help of committee members. And so they helped us with that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary heard the question that was just offered to her. So the Liberals write a bad bill. They don't consult with First Nations. They don't consult with nonprofit groups. They don't consult with media groups, all who use access to information. They don't consult with the Information Commissioner, who has to release a report that says things like, one by one, the government promised to have ministers' offices covered by the Access to Information Act. This piece of legislation does not do that. One by one, the Information Commissioner has to hold up the Liberal promise and then hold up the realities of the bill. And the Information Commissioner, who I trust a lot more than I do the President of the Treasury Board or the Liberal government, says this will make things worse. So then we had to amend the bill dramatically. Even though the Liberals didn't consult with anybody, they respect First Nations, they believe in consultation, except they don't do it. So now they amend the bill, and they do technical amendments, reject every single amendment that came from the NDP, whose recommendations were based on the testimony of Indigenous groups, the Information Commissioner, environmental organizations, and those who use the Act. And Liberals say, well, we amended it, it's perfect now. So I'll take on one issue that my friend completely misspoke about earlier, Mr. Speaker. She said there's order-making power now in the bill. Well, we asked the Information Commissioner about that order-making power to demand documents from government. She said this might actually make things worse because the so-called order-making power they've instituted will make the whole process of dragging information from government even longer than it is right now. It is not true order-making power as was promised by the Liberals in the campaign. The Prime Minister's office does not fall under the Access to Information Act as was promised by the Liberals in the campaign. They can drink as much Kool-Aid as they want over there, but turning this bad piece of legislation into a good one doesn't come by simply saying we had technically amended the bill and now it's much better. It is not. They know it's not. I'm shocked that my friend seems to just repeat the party line and think that somehow makes reality other than what it is.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let's talk about reality. The reality is that the Commissioner asked for order-making power and was provided order-making power. And in the amendments, that order-making power was strengthened in ways that she had indicated would make it even more effective. And let's talk about reality with respect to the Prime Minister's office and the Minister's offices. For the first time ever, the Act now does apply to the Minister's offices and the PMO, and this will lead to better public understanding of government decision-making, fostering more participation and public trust in government. That's an advancement. For the first time ever, the Act applies to 240 federal entities, from the courts to the ports. That's advancement. And this is not just a one-off exercise, Mr. Speaker. This is an evergreen, ongoing rejuvenation. The member opposite from Skeena-Bulkley Valley continues to quote comments that were made before a committee process that vastly improved the bill with all parties' cooperation. And so I would ask him to update his narrative and reflect the bill as it is today here in this House, Bill C-58. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Victoria. Okay, so all-party cooperation, the Liberals call it. So this is what happens to this bad piece of legislation, which the Information Commissioner said, unless it was fundamentally amended, would be a regression in terms of access to information. That's what she said. So we tried to fundamentally amend it. Based upon what? Not about notions that we came into the meetings with. No. From the testimony that we heard at the committee. From who? Well, the Information Commissioner, who is the leading access on access to information in this country. From First Nations groups, who are seeking settlement with the government over land treaties, over residential school inquiries, which the government, by the way, is still in court with First Nations. The Liberal government, no, I know, this might be shocking to some friends, is taking First Nations kids to court, is taking the generations that followed to court to deny them access to documents that happen in residential schools. My friend can walk away from the conversation, but the reality will follow her right out of Parliament and into her home constituencies in Vancouver. That what frustrates many people is that they come in, and I imagine most of my Liberal colleagues came in with good intentions, wanting to open up government, wanting to make information more available to Canadians, because it's their information. They paid for it. When the Department of Defense does something, when Indigenous Affairs does something, and they file some documents over it, the documents don't belong to the Government of Canada. They belong to the people of Canada. That's who paid for it. That's who's required under law, but there's tricks around providing that information. So my friend from the Liberals just said, oh, we should celebrate because access to information now applies to the Prime Minister's office and the Minister's office. That on the surface would seem like a really good idea, and that on the surface is what the Liberals promised. But what is actually the reality? Can you write an access to information request to the Prime Minister's office after C-58 becomes law? No, you can't. What will happen is the Prime Minister's office will self-disclose information. Like mandate letters. They're going to make mandate letters mandatorily disclosed to Canadians. Well, let the angels sing on high and pop the champagne corks. Big deal. They break half of the promises in their mandate letters anyway, so making them public means exactly what? It's a mandate letter. What we wanted access to was how the Prime Minister's office operates. And that's what the current Prime Minister promised when he wasn't Prime Minister. Now that he's Prime Minister, he doesn't want that access information to apply to him. He wants it to apply to somebody else some other time. We went through this. The Assembly of First Nations is meeting today, and they have an emergency resolution on the floor of their assembly, of the First Nations chiefs from across this country, to reject this piece of legislation. The Liberals love the notion and the symbolism and the gestures towards First Nations people. Hand on heart, they say, no relationship is more important to me, says the Prime Minister. And then we find out that when it comes to important things that Native people care about, like access to information, who attended residential schools, Who went through that brutality? Can we get the names from government? No, you can't. You got to take it to court. Will C-58 make things worse or better? Well, according to First Nations groups who testified, it will make it worse. As First Nations seek to settle land claims, oftentimes you need documents to settle a land claim. Who has those documents? The Crown does. Will C-58 make things worse or better? It will make them worse. And Liberals talk about working collaboratively. They actually stood in this House and said, we're going to work collaboratively with the opposition. So we took them on their word. We took the information given to us from these expert witnesses, from people in the media who use access to information all the time, from First Nations, from environmental advocates, from Democracy Watch, and we put them into amendments. And what did the Liberals do? En masse, voted one after another to shoot them all down. And they said, we worked with you. We collaborated with you. We cooperated with you. I have no idea how they define those terms, but my idea of collaboration and cooperation is to listen to expert testimony and then to properly consider it. And then Liberals move some cosmetic amendments at the end of the process. And then I actually asked the member colleagues who were across moving these amendments if they could explain them, because clearly they must understand what it was they were doing, and they had to huddle. They had to get together time and time again. This is a travesty because if you look back through our history as a country, since the access to information laws have existed, some of the most important stories in our country have only come to light because someone was able to apply an access to information request. And the Prime Minister says again and again, sunlight is the best disinfectant. The enormous power that the federal government has must be held in check. That is the way democracy works, if it works at all. And the way you hold government in check is if you actually have information to counter spin, particularly when government is lying, misleading Canadians, misappropriating funds, or conducting itself in a way that they otherwise promised. So if you go back through our history, how did we learn about the type 1 diabetics in Canada being rejected? That was an ATIP. It wasn't the government coming forward and saying we've changed policy, that people with type 1 diabetics now will not get their disability tax credit. No. It was an access to information request that found out that Revenue Canada was suddenly going to describe that policy in a new way and go from accepting 90% of applicants to rejecting 90% of applicants who had type 1 diabetes. That was access to information. How did we find out? Robin Doolittle from the Globe and Mail, an incredibly comprehensive analysis of sexual assaults in Canada. What is actually the situation? Underreporting, reporting. How did she find that out? Access to information. The Afghan detainees were Canadians in Afghanistan, were contrary, possibly to international law, were transferring prisoners to the Afghan government. That was access to information. We found that out. How did we find out about the sponsorship scandal, where millions and millions of dollars pretending to be for sponsoring ads and promoting Canada were actually ending up in the pockets of Liberal political operatives in Quebec? How did we find that out? Did the government come forward in self-disclosure and say, by the way, we've been stealing millions of dollars? Yes, say the Liberals. Oh my, oh, what delusional sense of history do the Liberals have? That only came to light because Mr. LeBlanc from the Globe and Mail actually dug into government information, and what he used was a part of the Access to Information Act that said, give me the documents from this date to this date from this department, which under C-58 would not be allowed anymore. Who told us that? The Information Commissioner told us that if the same file, the same request came in after this bill becomes law, we would have never learned about the whole sponsorship scandal. We would have never learned that Liberals in that part of the country were padding their pockets with public money. People went to jail over this. A government fell over this, as they should have, because they were stealing. They were stealing money under the guise of some sponsorship program, and it was only because of access to information that we found this out. For the residential school survivors who have been fighting with government for decades just for the simple acknowledgement as to whether they or their parents attended a certain residential school at which they were abused horrifically, for which the Government of Canada was dragged finally to apologize for, that only came to light because of access to information. Government does not disclose these things. So when the Liberals say, oh, we're moving up disclosure, self-disclosure, that should be good. We heard from the Information Commissioner's office that complaints have actually been rising since their new disclosure policy has come in. We've also heard from the Information Commissioner's office that with these terms, if a request is deemed vexatious by the government, they can deny the request. Well, what does that mean? Vexatious to who? To some department that has been badly handling public funds? Yeah, I bet that access to information would look vexatious. And so they're going to say, I'm sorry, Canadian, you can't have information that you requested because we think it's vexatious. It's going to hurt our feelings. Someone might get fired for doing bad. We want to be able to shine light on these things, not go in the opposite direction. The order-making powers. The Information Commissioner asked for this. The Liberals promised this. And then when you look at how they brought it in, this is the ability of the Information Commissioner to demand documents from government, to not have them delay and deny and move across. Well, we asked, with the amendments in this bill, we asked the Commissioner, how does this do for order-making power? And she said, it's still not true order-making powers and may, in fact, delay the process for Canadians even longer because we're going to end up in the courts more often. And lastly, we asked the Department, the Information Commissioner, the watchdog, officer of Parliament, who works on behalf of all of us, did the government consult with them? Did it offer them more budget because actually enforcing this thing is going to cost a lot more money because they're going to go to court way more often? And the answer was no. So again, there are the Liberals talking about how they like to consult, how they like to include, how they like to be collaborative. And every proposal we made to change this bill, to try to save this bill from itself, to help Liberals keep a Liberal promise, one of the hardest things to do in politics, they rejected every single one. They allowed in the technical amendments from their side, change a comma here, move a period there, congratulations. But the fundamental DNA of this bill, which is designed to make access to information more difficult for Canadians. That's not me talking. That's the Information Commissioner. That's Aboriginal groups. That's advocates across the political spectrum who say things will get worse under this law. This is the sense of entitlement. This is a hypocritical approach to politics that discourages Canadians so fundamentally. So if Liberals are sincere about working with the opposition, they'd actually amend the bill based on the evidence that we heard, rather than their own worldview, which will make it so much more difficult for Canadians to hold truth to power. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, quite frankly, the member is wrong. Things will not get worse. And in fact, in a year from now, I suspect that the member across the way will regret many of the things in which he said. Let me give a specific example. You know, the NDP have always fought proactive disclosure. That member in particular was one of the members that led the fight against proactive disclosure for members of Parliament. Now today, Mr. Speaker, we have within this legislation proactive disclosure, including the release of ministerial mandate letters. Well, the member across the way mocks that, Mr. Speaker. What does a ministerial mandate letter do? It sets some preliminaries. It tells Canadians the priorities of different departments, and then we get from the Democrats, well, who cares about that? Let me suggest to the member opposite. Canadians care. They genuinely care about what it is that the Prime Minister establishes for priorities from within the many different departments. Only the New Democrats would fight against proactive disclosure. Only the New Democrats would fight against having ministerial mandate letters public. My question to the member is, does he believe Stephen Harper should have had his ministerial mandate letters public, or does he believe in the old system where there was less transparency, less accountability, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I was asked by a colleague, was that a speech or a yelling contest? I think my friend is participating in a yelling contest. At that, he could win. We have no doubt. I'm going to grant him that. He can yell louder and longer than most people I've ever met. Oh, mandate letters. Ministerial mandate letter. You will bring in electoral reform. Oh, where did that go? Oh, we'll return home delivery from the post office to Canadians. That wasn't a mandate letter. It really helped that it was public, and then they broke it, I suppose. Look, this is serious. My friend looks to make light, but this is serious. Because my friend says this, you know, so what? We're making access to information harder, according to the Information Commissioner. So what? First Nations are going to have to struggle even harder than they have to gain access. That's why the Assembly of First Nations today, a group that the Liberals swear such promise and fealty to, are looking at emergency resolution rejecting this bill, his bill, It doesn't matter much to him. He smiles so nicely. Yet the Liberals have got this problem that they don't actually want to have access to information. They don't want to tell us what the finance minister owns in his numbered companies. They don't want to tell us when and where they sell shares. They don't actually want it, but they want to pretend at it. So they've got all the words. But I fear this, is that Canadians, no conspiracy, this is in legislation. This is in the bill the Liberals just introduced. We'd like to give less access to information to Canadians, says this Prime Minister and these Liberals. And Canadians will learn the experience of what it's like to try to actually access information that belongs to them in the first place. And I think he might regret some of the words he's uttered today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm profoundly disappointed that my colleague ran out of time. So I would like to ask him, is there anything else he'd like to say?
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
One of the best questions I've ever had, Mr. Speaker. I don't even know where to start. Let me add this, because I don't think we got to this. The notion of vexatious and bad faith. Now, who determines it? Well, the department holding the information gets to determine if a request coming from a Canadian is in bad faith. We deem this request, asking for information from our department, bad faith or vexatious, not defined in the law. Oh, no. Interpreted by the actual government that's holding the information. Now, on normal day-to-day information, this is not going to be a serious issue. But when it's sensitive information, when it's embarrassing information, when it's information that the government does not want out, all they got to do is take out a big stamp in the department and slam down vexatious or bad faith, and then it is rejected. And the only power the Information Commissioner has is to take the whole thing to court if Canadians complain. They are already applying this bill even though it hasn't passed Parliament. And the Information Commissioner's office is already working and filing complaints on behalf of Canadians because they're not getting information already, and they haven't passed the bill. Imagine when this thing actually becomes law, which the Liberals, by the way, ironically, have shut down debate on this legislation. No true sense of irony from the Liberals that they're closing off, suffocating debate in Parliament more than Stephen Harper did on a bill that's talking about the need to provide access to information to Canadians. My goodness, the hubris on that side. When Canadians hear these stories and they go through the experience, time will tell for this government that they are breaking their solemn word to Canadians.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my impassioned colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley. I wish I had the same level of anger. I should, but I really come in absolute sadness today at the missed opportunity that's before us in Bill C-58. You see, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals introduced this bill, they called it on their press release the most comprehensive reform of access to information in a generation. Sure wasn't. I want to talk about what the Civil Liberties Association has said, First Nations, what they have said, trade unions, what they have said, journalists, what they have said, and it's all to pan this effort as an appalling waste of time. And I couldn't do better than to quote my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley, who in turn quoted our Information Commissioner, she who has the most expertise on this bill of any. And she has said that it is, quote, regressive. She has said to Canadians, I prefer the Stephen Harper version of access to information than the one before us. That must be so galling to Liberals to hear. And then we hear today in the House, oh no, that was before the wonderful amendments we brought in. Those amendments made it all better. And we shouldn't be concerned, all those people who had those concerns, because they've made it right now. They have not, Mr. Speaker. They have not. They've made cosmetic changes to minor parts of the bill that make no difference to the main event. And the main event has always been the exceptions to the rule of disclosure. The exceptions that carve away the right that was given in the main section of the bill. And those exceptions were not touched. When I was in committee, I introduced on behalf of the NDP a dozen or more amendments to the exceptions. Not one was accepted. 20 amendments in total, but to the exceptions, I think there were a dozen that many activists have talked about. And this isn't radical stuff. That would be Oh, the Information Commissioner who told us to suggest those amendments, to not make it regressive, but to make it better. How many of those were accepted, Mr. Speaker? Zero. Zero. And so the government has the gall to stand here before Canadians and take credit for something which is such an absolute farce, Mr. Speaker. And I just find it appalling that we are in this position. And yesterday I had the opportunity, indeed the honor, to stand with 5 chiefs from across this great country who do research on residential school settlements, on grievances involving specific claims, on land claims generally, on cut-off land claims. And what did every single one of them say, Mr. Speaker? That they weren't consulted, that this law will make things worse. And I thought that the no relationship was more important to this Prime Minister than that with First Nations. You can imagine, you could hear a pin drop in that press conference as one after another they stood up to castigate this government for yet another broken promise. This isn't just another bill, Mr. Speaker. This is what the courts have termed quasi-constitutional legislation, that in a democracy, the right to know is an essential feature. If we don't know what's going on and we can't find out, we live in a totalitarian state. So back in 1980s, the government finally introduced an access to information bill. And a generation later, it has ossified. It's a bill that no longer does the trick. They didn't even have computers in active use back then, so clearly things needed to change. And yet those changes that were made and the government makes much of involve things like, now you can get access to the mandate letters. Now we can tell you what we want to know under something called proactive disclosure. Now, Mr. Speaker, far be it for me to criticize making more information available, but it's what the government wants you to know by what they put on the website. And as if that somehow is the same as a person making a request to the Prime Minister's office for information like they did under the sponsorship scandal when the Globe and Mail and Daniel LeBlanc found out and told Canadians the abuses that were going on with their tax dollars. That's because they had the right to make a request and finally ATIP delivered. The government wants to conflate, therefore, Mr. Speaker, access to information and proactive disclosure, a doctrine that's been around for many, many years in most provinces and at the federal government, and now they put it in the statute and we're supposed to think it's the most comprehensive reform of access to information in a generation. It's just absurd. Now, I care deeply about this, Mr. Speaker. I did my graduate work on freedom of information. I drafted the BC legislation and the Yukon legislation. I know when Canadians are being hoodwinked, and they're being hoodwinked by this bill. I think it needs to be withdrawn, and we need to do it right for Canadians. The experts are unanimous. This bill is in dire need of reform. And yet, what they do is bring in basically the codification of existing practices. And the ability for that British Columbia and most of the provinces have is very simple for an information commissioner to order the disclosure of information. It's very simple. After a few days, if the government doesn't choose to judicially review the order of the commissioner, it's the law. The government shall disclose it. I invite you, Mr. Speaker, to take a look at the so-called order-making power under this bill and see if you can figure it out. Because the Information Commissioner doesn't believe it to be anything like what order-making power would suggest. The Prime Minister in opposition, I believe the only private member's bill that he brought in, interestingly, was on reforming the Access to Information and Privacy Acts. And the Access to Information Act, among the specific things he wanted to do, was make ministers' offices open. That is to say, you can make a request and they shall respond, and likewise the Prime Minister's office. Now, I just want to say it again. The government is conflating proactive disclosure, namely what they want to tell you, and the ability of any citizen to ask for information and have the Information Commissioner order it disclosed. That's how it works in my province of British Columbia. It works very, very well. And most of the time, cases are settled. 90-some% over the decades have been resolved through mediation. This needn't be expensive. It needn't be convoluted. But the government has provided something which is just
like a camel invented by committee. A horse invented by a committee is a camel. This bill is a camel. And, you know, what if people wanted to know, for example, about the Prime Minister's Christmas vacations, or whether the minister's villas and private companies, would they be able to ask for that? Well, it wouldn't be proactively disclosed, I don't believe. And that, of course, is one of the crucial difficulties with this legislation. You know, Canadians also need to know that they haven't abolished the $5 fee, which is the toll gate on citizens' right to access. How much does it cost to cash a check for $5? $55, Mr. Speaker. That's your government in action. And that is why Canadians are basically paying millions of dollars to deny information to other Canadians. There's no duty to document as requested by the Commissioner. Their exemptions haven't changed, as I've indicated. And every academic and every researcher, you know you're in trouble, Mr. Speaker, when the Canadian Association of Research Librarians comes down hard on a bill like this. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time. I just want to end by saying, wouldn't it be nice if quasi-constitutional legislation involving privacy and our rights to information were somehow taken more seriously, that we had the opportunity to really engage in debate at committee and to have an opportunity, again, as a generational change to get it right? Unfortunately, the government is about to deprive us of that right. They have used time allocation to bring down the guillotine so we haven't any more opportunity to discuss this quasi-constitutional legislation in this place. It's a travesty. It's appalling. Canadians deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There will be 5 minutes. There will be 5 minutes for questions and comments after the honourable member's speech. Following question period. Déclaration de député, statements by members.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today in the House to congratulate and thank all those organizations in my Saint Laurent riding that are helping and making a huge difference in the lives of thousands of families each year. These organizations complement each other and work together to provide various socioeconomic and professional services that families in need may require. I therefore want to thank the Centre ABC de Saint Laurent, the Carré Saint Laurent, the Carrefour Jeunesse Emploi, the Maison des Familles, the COSL and women's centers, and all those organizations that work tirelessly in our beautiful riding of Saint Laurent. I will continue to work with you and to support your efforts to help the people of Saint Laurent. You are giving people in Saint Laurent the best chances of success in the future.
Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to talk about courage, commitment, love, and a Canadian living abroad who exemplifies all three. Vaden Earl has been caring for Waleen Alexis Earl, now 12 years old, since 2007, when her mother died tragically. Having crossed over from Haiti to the Dominican Republic illegally as a very young child, Waleen is now stateless and faces constant threat of deportation. Vaden has been working to navigate the maze of paperwork and international bureaucracy necessary to adopt Waleen and bring her here safely to Canada. Their story has captured the hearts of many Canadians who have written letters in support of Waleen and Vaden to MPs and officials, signed petitions, and donated their support and their efforts. I call on the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship to do the right thing and bring Waleen home safely here to Canada.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, on November 10th, parishioners from St. Monica's Roman Catholic Church hosted an evening of music and praise to raise funds for a new, larger church building for the growing faith community at neighboring St. Paul's Church. The music provided by the youth choir, Psalm 98 Music Ministry, and Father Galea was both inspiring and edifying. Cette activité.
This was made possible thanks to the collaboration of two communities united by a common goal. I want to also thank all those who helped organize this activity and who invited me to participate in these festivities.
Speaker, I would like to wish all my friends at St. Paul's and St. Monica's parishes a very joyous and Merry Christmas.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, in honor of the 16 days of activism against gender violence, I want to highlight the commitment of organizations and municipalities in my riding to work against domestic abuse. The shelters and women's centers in my riding joined and started the Municipalities Allied Against Domestic Abuse campaign. The Clé sur la Porte and the Centre de Ressources Femmes put out the call. I am proud to announce that the vast majority of municipalities in Saint-Hyacinthe and Acton are now involved. Almost 1,000 individuals signed the petition against domestic violence thanks to the efforts of organizations like the local farmers groups COFAM and the Cercle des Fermières. I want to thank them for their commitment. It is hard to believe that domestic abuse is still a reality. In 2014, we want to end all forms of domestic abuse. And it is because of the commitments as I listed that I'm so proud to represent my riding.
Mr. Speaker, Pictou County lost its local music guru and tragically hip superfan, Carlton Monroe, after his battle with glioblastoma, the same illness that claimed the life of his music hero, Gord Downie. Carlton was a dedicated family man, a bright light on the East Coast music scene, and a personal friend. From his time at our local radio station, his work at the events department with the town of New Glasgow, or his efforts to build our biggest music festival at home, the Riverfront Jubilee, his commitment to our community and local musicians was unwavering. While his presence on stage this year at the Jubilee will certainly be missed, we know he's going to be there with us in spirit. Taryn, Noah, Nate, and Layla, thanks for sharing your husband and father with us. The Prime Minister said recently, Canada is less of a country without Gord. Well, I can tell you, Pictou County is a little bit less of a community without Carlton. We're going to miss you, buddy. Say hi to Gord.
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, over 40% of the correctional officers on duty at the Regional Psychiatric Centre in my riding in Saskatoon are on workers' compensation because they have been attacked by inmates. According to a story by reporter Dan Zakreski, officers at this Correctional Service of Canada facility have been continually assaulted by inmates. Spitting, biting, stabbing officers with pen, urine and feces have also been thrown. The escalation in violence is due to a change of policy in August regarding a practice called administrative segregation. As a result, violent inmates with serious mental illnesses can no longer be separated from the general population. In the CBC article, Union Rep James Bloomfield said, "The inmates that are assaulting us are right in front of us the next day. There are no repercussions for them." I call on the Minister of Public Safety to reverse this policy so that all CSC employees can work in a safe environment, safe for them and safe for the inmates they care for.
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been unreserved in our condemnation of Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. The Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights report on the situation of human rights in Crimea detailed grave human rights violations, including arbitrary arrests and detentions, enforced disappearances, ill treatment, and torture. We are deeply concerned by the arbitrary detentions and recent unwarranted searches of the homes of Crimean Tatars. Last week, the Crimean Tatars lost one of their leading voices in opposing the illegal annexation of Crimea, Vedi Kashka. We honor the memory of Vedi Kashka, whose life work was defending the interests of the Crimean Tatar people. We call on Russia to respect its obligations under international human rights and humanitarian law and to release all political prisoners. And we will continue to call for the protection of the rights of all communities in the Crimean Peninsula, including the Crimean Tatar community. Thank you.
Well said. Honourable member for Nickel-Belt.
Mr. Speaker, today I am proud to rise and recognize my father, Gaëtan Serré, who used to be a member in this House. My father received the University's Award of Excellence for his lifelong dedication to his community and his country.
Kevin McCormick, president of Huntington University, for the distinguished award for announcing the creation of the Gaëtan Serré Scholarship, for which my father will be a student who embodies my father's passion for community and public service. Growing up, I learned firsthand how devoted my father was to the people, causes he served. He put service before self always and inspired me to follow in his footsteps and work hard for our community.
I'd like to thank my mother, Janine, who was married for 51 wonderful years, my wife, Lynn Loisel, my sister Lynn and Robert Gervais, and the grandchildren, Michel, Catherine, Marissa, Melody, and Mireille, who were by my side to celebrate the life of a great, fair man, full of love, a deacon, a husband, a father, and a grandfather, a role model.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
On January 1st, the people of Slovakia will celebrate 25 years of being an independent nation. The Velvet Revolution, a non-violent transition of power, marked Slovakia becoming an independent nation. Since this day, Slovakia has grown as a democratic nation with an economy that is strong and growing while retaining and celebrating its natural beauty and cultural richness. It is a responsible and reliable partner making strong contributions to the global community. I want to thank the thousands of Slovak Canadians who have worked hard to make Canada a better place. Indeed, this year, with the help of the excellent diplomatic team from the Embassy of the Slovak Republic to Canada, the Slovak Canadian community held a celebration of tradition which attracted nearly 6,000 participants. As the chair of the Canada-Slovakia Friendship Group and someone with strong Slovak roots, I would like to wish all Slovaks and Slovak Canadians the best on this historic anniversary.
The member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill S3 amends the Indian Act to eliminate sex-based inequities in registration. Private Members Bill C-262 is an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Truth and reconciliation is underway. Parliament is working in service of our aspirations for a revitalized Senate, the contributions of individual members of Parliament, and listening and acting with the Indigenous voices of Canada. In my riding, we too are acting in this spirit. On the Sunshine Coast, John and Nancy Denholm led a dialogue circle of 30 of us, Sechelt Nation and non-Indigenous people. Our time together was respectful and intense. The West Vancouver Memorial Library hosted Honoring Reconciliation, Hearing the Truth to a full house led by the Squamish Nation. These are important experiences, Canadians and Sechelt, Canadians and Squamish, as truth and reconciliation enables us to reach our full potential. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, during the transatlantic slave trade, tens of millions of African people were kidnapped, tortured, and murdered. The world committed to ensuring that we never again repeat these deplorable, abhorrent acts. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we were shocked and horrified to see the news from Libya of an active slave trade, the buying and selling of human beings in the harshest of conditions, the brutality of evil intentions that have robbed innocent people of their hopes and dreams, a true manifestation of the breaking of the human spirit. Canada condemns all form of trafficking in persons, including the slave trade in Libya, and trafficking everywhere, practices that have always been criminal. We support the efforts of the Libyan Government of National Accord and the United Nations call for an investigation. Canada will continue its work to end human trafficking and bring those who prey on vulnerable people to justice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an organization that works to create a more equitable and sustainable world by eliminating world poverty and supporting equality. Now in its 60th year, Grassroots International sends Canadian volunteers to developing countries to strengthen women's rights and security while fostering economic development. This model of volunteer cooperation recognizes the partnership between Canadian volunteers and grassroots organizations in other areas of the world. It is fitting that Grassroots International is here in Ottawa today as we mark International Volunteer Day, a day to celebrate the important role that we as Canadians contribute through in-kind donations both at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, today I encourage all Canadians to find from within the principles of volunteerism, selflessness, and kindness, and to give the gift of time. Thank you.
Honourable member for Halifax.
100 years ago, in 1917, two ships collided in Halifax Harbour. One, the SS Mont Blanc, was laden with high explosive destined for the western front of France. It caused the largest human-made explosion the world had ever known. 400 acres of my hometown were erased from the map, while shards of molten iron fell from the sky miles away. 2,000 people were killed and another 9,000 people were injured.
Most of us know this is the story of the Halifax explosion. But there is another part of the story that we don't tell often enough. It's the part where our community came together after the explosion to rebuild our city. It's the story of our regeneration. In one famous photograph taken mere weeks after the explosion, amidst the devastation, can be seen a poster nailed to the boarded-over shop windows. It reads, "We shall never rebuild Halifax unless everybody works." And we plucky Haligonians did rebuild Halifax. And a century later, there's no other place I'd rather call home, raise my daughter, or represent in Canada's Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, Canadian men and women count on their pension in order to be able to retire with dignity. Unfortunately, in Canada, when big corporations go bankrupt, they steal from the pension money to pay the wealthy CEOs, banks, and investors first. We recently witnessed the liquidation of Sears Canada's employee pensions, where once again inadequate bankruptcy legislation let this company off the hook for its employees' pensions obligations. This is more than 3,000 employees throughout Canada, including 100 in Sherbrooke, who may have no money for their retirement. Mr. Speaker, it would be absolutely inconceivable that you or the PM's pension be taken away. So why is this government just sitting back with its arms crossed and watching workers in our riding and throughout Canada lose their pension when they could simply change the law to protect them? It is time that those elected by the people made decisions for the people.
Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mischief and theft related to firefighting equipment are serious offences that can cause danger to lives of firefighters and Canadians they protect. I have introduced Private Member's Bill C-365 to establish clear deterrents for these offences to protect firefighters who stand on guard 365 days a year. I'm truly grateful for the growing support this bill continues to receive from across Canada. Support from the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, from the International Association of Firefighters Canada, the Canadian Volunteer Fire Services Association, the Fire Prevention Officers of BC, and support from firefighters and Canadians across Canada. We depend on our firefighters, so let's help them protect the equipment they depend on. Details on the bill and e-petitions 1373 can be found on my website and on the House of Commons website. I invite all Canadians to support Canadian firefighters by signing e-petition 1373 to help move this bill forward through the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, today, on International Volunteer Day, I want to pay tribute to all volunteers for their selfless generosity that reflects the best of human nature. With dedication and compassion, they carry out selfless work. But they are the guardian angels of our society, and they bring comfort and compassion to all those who need it the most. To all these volunteers, I say, you are the pride of our communities. You reflect the best of Canadian values. You are the strength that lifts us up. You are the sap of life in our communities, spreading the energy that fuels our community's growth. Thank you over and over again.
And generosity is a reflection of our core values and our priceless gift to society. You deserve a standing ovation. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, while the Finance Minister's ill-conceived tax plan has resoundingly been rejected by Canadians across the country, we are still less than a month away from full implementation of this process. And we don't know what these new rules will mean to hardworking Canadians. This government has proposed significant changes to the tax system for small businesses. Mr. Speaker, they don't know how it's going to impact them on January 1st. Is this fair?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear. We believe that the campaign commitment we made to Canadians included greater tax fairness. Our government spent considerable time listening to Canadians, working with small business people. We outlined the details of a plan that we think is fair. that asks a very small percentage of people who have privately held corporations to pay a fair share of tax. Those details are understood, and I know that the member is very impatient for the upcoming federal budget, as all Canadians are, and I'm sure she'll look forward to those results.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, that minister does not speak for me or for what I'm concerned about. What I am concerned about is this, is that there are details severely lacking in the implementation of these tax changes. I have great friends, Jim and Tina Soros. They run the best donair place in Milton, Ontario, I will tell you. But they're going to wake up on January 1st of next year, and they're going to have no idea of what these changes are and how they impact their lives, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister of Finance show business owners like Jim and Tina the respect they deserve and provide them the plan?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, because our government has such respect for the hard-working women and men who run small businesses like those referred to by my honourable colleague, we listened carefully to their concerns and responded in detail with a tax plan which we think is fair, which will mean that small business people who work hard to grow their businesses and create jobs will be treated fairly, and those who are amongst the wealthiest business owners will be asked to pay a fair share as well. And, Mr. Speaker, the member was a minister in a previous government. She knows that you don't announce budgetary measures until the Minister of Finance stands in this place with the budget.
Honourable. Order. Order. Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, on November 1st, the Minister of Finance actually told a Senate committee that the details will be forthcoming. Perhaps the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans should actually review what his other ministers said, since he doesn't want to show up these days to answer questions in the House of Commons.
Member from Milton, I know, is aware that one does not call attention to the presence or absence of a member in the House, so I'd ask her to refrain from doing that and to put her questions.
I do apologize, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the interjection on that. The reality is it's a full month later and we still have zero details on what the implication are going to be of these tax changes that the Liberals are ramming through our system. These changes have real consequences on people, on their payroll, on how much rent they're going to pay on January 1st. They deserve a plan. I know the minister is a little bit preoccupied with his ethical lapses, but perhaps, maybe, he should step aside so we can get some real answers for Canadians.
Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Mr. Speaker, one thing my honourable colleague may like to tell the constituents he referred to who operate the small business is that they will in fact be paying lower small business taxes thanks to the changes that this government made. And Mr. Speaker, another thing that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, has made clear, we're continuing to review the submissions we received over the extensive period of consultation, and we said that all of the details of these measures will be known in ample time before they would come into effect, and we intend to keep that commitment.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, in his tax reform, the Finance Minister announced worrisome tax changes for small business owners. These changes, which will have a negative impact on our economy, are slated for January 1st, 2018. That's in a few days. But there's one little problem. Entrepreneurs still haven't received any information. How can our hardworking job creators plan for the months ahead? With all his personal scandals, has the Finance Minister forgotten them? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. I hope my colleague will remember that our small business people can plan on paying less tax next year as small business owners. This following our commitment in the last election campaign. This is very important for these business owners. And Mr. Speaker, as we have always said, we're beginning to finalize what we're going to do with the submissions we have, and all details will be made available before they are enforced and applied. The Honourable Member. It was 130 days ago that some of them learned that they would not be able to split their income, sprinkle their income. but nothing has been disclosed to them. Now, if the Minister of Finance put as much energy into supporting our business people as he does in managing his own finances, he could help small business people. If he's not able to do his job, as he should, let him do what he should have done for a long time and step down. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the Finance Minister is doing an exceptional job. And we have had extraordinary economic results. We have created over 600,000 jobs, and most of these jobs are full-time jobs, and the employment rate has dropped to its lowest for a decade, something the Conservatives were never able to even dream about when they were in government. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, as was the case during the Prime Minister's last trip in Vietnam, we didn't know what the purpose of his trip to China was. It seems the Prime Minister is doing his best to give the lie to the idea that they were talking about free trade. If the government still intends to initiate free trade negotiations with China, why did he try to hide it from Canadians? The Honourable Minister.
Opens up markets. It allows our hard-working businesses to create good-paying middle-class jobs. And Canada is going to continue to embrace open and rule-based trade while working to ensure the gains from trade are broadly shared. Our ambitious trade agenda includes, among other initiatives, modernization of NAFTA, FTA negotiations with India, Pacific Alliance and CPTPP countries, as well as FTA exploratory discussions with China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister was asked what he was doing to raise the question of human rights in China, he said, and I'm not joking, that he was holding press conferences with Canadian journalists. But newsflash, that's what the Prime Minister does on all of his trips. So apart from scrums, can the Prime Minister tell us what he's doing to talk about human rights in China? Any free trade treaty has to go through human rights. The Honourable Member. The promotion of human rights is one of our priorities in our dialogue with China. And we mention human rights on every possible or every opportunity. We want frank, honest dialogue. In working with China, we hope that we'll have more opportunities to have frank conversations about what is important to Canadians, including human rights.
Once again, zero transparency from this government on whether it has decided to launch formal negotiations with China, just like the PM's trip to Vietnam, where Canadians were left to wonder if the TPP negotiations were on the agenda or not. Environmental protections, labor standards, and human rights must be at the forefront of any trade and investment discussions, and any trade deal must support Canadian jobs. Will the Liberals commit to being clear with Canadians before they start official talks with China?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, Canadians appreciate that moving forward on a trade agreement is no small feat and the process takes time. We also know that it's important to get it right and to show progress in discussions. With China, as with all our trading partners, we're committed to pursuing trade that benefits everyone, puts people first, reflects Canadian values, especially when it comes to the environment and labor and gender. And both countries look forward to continuing exploratory discussions towards a comprehensive trade agreement between Canada and China at a proper pace and in a responsible way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Canadians are tired of this government's talking points. They need transparency. The Liberals have failed to take action to address steel dumping by Chinese companies, putting our sector at a dangerous disadvantage. And just this week, a paper ordered by Global Affairs reported that trade with China was responsible for the loss of 105,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs in Canada. This is a huge concern for Canadians. The report was clear on the job losses to China. What is this government's response?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, trade is vital to a growing economy. It's important that we have markets to sell our products to. That actually strengthens employers. It actually strengthens the opportunity for people to have a healthy middle class living and move strongly into the middle class. Mr. Speaker, we're confident in our approach, and these exploratory talks are beneficial to all Canadians. Thank you.
Order. I must remind the member for Essex that having asked the question, it's important not to intervene again until she has the floor. The
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's 2 years on September 7, 2015, the Finance Minister tabled tax measures to make the rich pay more tax. The reality is that the rich are paying less tax, 1.2 billion, according to the department. Another fact. A week later, 680 shares of Morneau Shepell were sold. Can the Minister of Finance, if this is a fact, can the Minister of Finance confirm that it was him who sold the shares? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister never denied this. He talked about selling his shares when he came to Ottawa. I'm trying to understand my opposition colleagues' reasoning. And thank you for talking about the measures we introduced and we talked about in 2015. We are going to be increasing taxes for the richest 1%. We, on this side of the House, are trying to help Canadians. I think perhaps he would like tax breaks for the richest. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Mr. Speaker. They're repeating the same words over and over again. The department published a report saying that the richest Canadians were paying 1.2 billion less. These are facts, Mr. Speaker. Another fact is that after the election, he sold all these Morneau Shepell shares before this was introduced in the House. Now, did he sell them? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I said it. I said this, and the Minister said this. He sold his shares in November and December 2015, or 2016 rather. I'm trying to understand what the Honourable Member is trying to say. We were raising taxes on the richest. How? Look at the link he's making, Mr. Speaker. It's not clear at all.
No matter how hard the Liberal spin doctors spin, the Finance Minister's ethical problems are not going away. There's just too much that Canadians know, but still so much that they don't know. They know the Minister didn't put his assets in a blind trust, and he was found guilty for hiding assets in France. But what Canadians don't know is what else was he hiding in his other numbered companies where he was managing other assets, all for his own benefit. Canadians don't trust him. How can the Finance Minister continue in this role?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister has always been fully transparent with the Ethics Commissioner, has worked with her from the very beginning, will continue to do so. He's announced he'd go even forward. But what I can see clearly, Mr. Speaker, is that the opposition is trying to hide the Finance Minister's record, where we've created close to 600,000 jobs in the last 2 years. We have the fastest growth in the G7. The unemployment rate is at its lowest in a decade. That's what they're trying to hide with a smear campaign against the Finance Minister.
Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Canada's CFO must be beyond reproach. However, this minister's ethical lapses has compromised his ability to keep the confidence of Canadians. He's been found guilty of breaching the law, and he's under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner for introducing legislation that he could benefit from. And now the Commissioner is looking into his November 2015 sale of Morneau Shepell shares. On top of all of this, we don't know what else is lurking in the shadow of this Finance Minister. Why won't the Finance Minister do the right thing and just step aside?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has talked to the Ethics Commissioner. He's been doing this since the beginning in order to respect the rules. And as to his record, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that everyone on this side of the House is very proud to have a Finance Minister who's presided over the greatest growth in the G7, phenomenal growth, which is making things prosperous for our small business, and they were never able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Crass act of demagoguery. This Minister of Finance targeted and scapegoated our small business people, accusing them of, quote, being a privileged few who, quote, used fancy accounting schemes to avoid paying their fair share, Mr. Speaker. But yet it was him that set up a company in Barbados. It was him that put his Toronto holdings in an Alberta numbered company, even though he lives in Ontario. And it was him that realized his capital gains before his own tax increases came into effect to avoid paying them himself. Why has he worked so hard to minimize his tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member opposite knows a lot about demagoguery, so I won't put that into question. But I'm very proud that the Finance Minister has lowered the small business tax cut and will be lowering it to 9% in the next 2 years. The Finance Minister has worked very hard in the last 2 years to create a climate that's prosperous for entrepreneurs, where we have the fastest growth in the G7, 600,000 jobs created. That's a record we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
Well, the Finance Minister's record is working hard to minimize his own tax bill while maximizing everyone else's. Mr. Speaker, small businesses face massive changes to how they can pay their family members. Those changes come into effect in less than 4 weeks. And yet, this minister, because he's so up to his eyeballs managing his own personal financial scandals, has been wreaking havoc on the finances of those businesses. When will he come clean and tell them what their new rules will be?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're reviewing the submissions that we've received from Canadians. We've consulted from coast to coast, and the new proposals will be announced very shortly, Mr. Speaker. We've always said that we want to make sure that we avoid unintended consequences. We stand behind the family business model, and anyone who works in a business, a family member who legitimately works in a business, will be able to continue and be remunerated for it. We're behind small businesses. We're behind family businesses. We always be.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
There is a leaked CRA memo that shows eligibility for disability tax credit has indeed changed for type 1 diabetes, spiking benefit rejections to 70% in 2017. Advocacy groups are saying that either the CRA lied to them or the minister has the wrong information. And remarkably, the minister continues to deny that changes have occurred. No more talking points. Will someone over there show some integrity, stand up, admit the mistake, and correct it?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure all Canadians who benefit from the tax rebate for disabled persons that the eligibility criteria have not changed. Now, I'm still ready to hear the concerns of all Canadians, and this is why on November 23rd, I announced the return of the consultative committee, the advisory committee. We have had discussions with experts who will be taking part in this committee. We work with principles of equity for all those who would have a right to this tax rebate. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Quote, we want to inform you of the changes to the procedures in therapeutic care that is essential for those with diabetes. Mr. Speaker, we can read this in an email sent to the officials at the CRA. What a lack of respect on the part of the minister who continues to try to make people believe that nothing has changed. Will the minister remedy this situation and, above all, apologize to people with diabetes who are still being refused? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have always worked on behalf of vulnerable people as a social worker and as a minister. We have brought in measures to make the credit more accessible by reducing the forms they have to fill out, by bringing in super nurses who can help them fill these forms, and any person who wants to challenge a decision can do it by submitting medical information.
London.
Mr. Speaker, quote, "Well, you don't have it so bad. Everyone in Canada has a sob story," end quote. Can the Minister for Persons with Disabilities clarify what he meant by these words, which he recently used while meeting with a group of thalidomide patients?
Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
My heart goes out to thalidomide survivors. I know our government, led by the Minister of Health, is taking the concerns very seriously, and I'll continue to advocate on behalf of all Canadians with disabilities. As someone with a disability myself, it was certainly not my intention to offend anyone. While some of my comments were misconstrued, as soon as I learned that my comments were felt to be offensive, I immediately called the organization directly and apologized.
Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, quote, "So you would probably have about 10 years left then now. That's good news for the Canadian government," unquote. Can the Minister for Persons with Disabilities please clarify what he meant when he said these words?
Wow.
Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Again, Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to the thalidomide survivors. I know our government, led by the Minister of Health, is taking these concerns very, very seriously, and I will continue to advocate on behalf of all Canadians with disabilities. As someone with a disability myself, it was certainly not my intention to offend anyone. While some of my comments were misconstrued, as soon as I learned my comments were felt to be offensive, I immediately called the organization directly and apologized.
Order. L'honorable député de McGuinty-Clérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Prime Minister gave the Minister a clear mandate. Now that they have admitted that she's invented a revenue of $25 billion, Canadians are worried. In the real world, the Minister seems to have a mandate to work as a pickpocket for the Liberal government. Farmers, diabetics, and retail employees are worried. Who will be the next victims of the Liberal government? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, the government has committed to our agency dealing with vulnerable people in a fair and accessible way. I said I have reinstated the Advisory Committee for Disabled Persons. Now, this committee was dissolved under the previous government. So people will benefit from their advice to increase the quality of services to them throughout Canada.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government's been targeting small businesses and people with disabilities while patting itself on the back for supposedly recovering $25 billion from cheaters, including offshore shelters. But we now know that this government's $25 billion claim is false, and that they will never collect the money, and that they don't even know how much of that is from offshore evaders. When will the Liberals quit targeting disabled people, quit targeting the vulnerable, quit targeting and quit raising taxes, and stop misleading Canadians?
Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to deal with tax evasion. We have recovery processes that are very effective. This was made possible after our historic interventions. Mr. Speaker, we're on the right road to recover this $25 billion after auditing is done of the past 3 years, which was not a priority for their government or for their finance minister.
Speaker, for those with depression, anxiety, and PTSD, Christmas can be a very stressful time. To add to this stress, the BC court ruled that governments do not owe veterans a sacred obligation, and the minister appears to agree. As we know, it was a legal fight that began under the Conservatives and continued with the Liberals in spite of their election promise to restore pensions. Will the minister show veterans some respect and compassion and announce his new pension option scheme before the House rises?
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, many times in this House, and as I did yesterday after the decision was rendered, we will be announcing our Pension for Life option before this House rises. This was a The decision rendered yesterday was a difficult one for those who would put it forward in the courts. We understand that. We also appreciate their advocacy. We appreciate that they put the case forward on behalf of many veterans. We stand by our commitment to offer a pension for life option by the end of this calendar year.
Député de Beloeil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, our worst fears surrounding Bill C-23 came true on the weekend because a Canadian was subject to racial profiling at the Ottawa airport. She had to submit to an interrogation. It lasted hours by U.S. agents. And C-23 hasn't even yet been adopted. It's not into force yet.
Disregard for rights and privacy. How can the Liberals go ahead with giving more powers to American agents on Canadian soil?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when a person crosses the border from Canada into the United States, they need to comply with the customs and immigration procedures of the United States. They can do that in the conventional manner in the United States after they've crossed the border, get in line and take your chances. Or you can do it in a pre-clearance environment before you cross the border, where you have the overall umbrella and protection of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Volunteers play a crucial role in Canadian society. In my riding of Kingston and the Islands, organizations like Martha's Table and St. Vincent de Paul volunteers help build healthy and socially inclusive communities, not just by their actions, but by the spirit of generosity that motivates them to create, support, and sustain non-profit and charitable organizations. Comme aujourd'hui est la journée internationale de bénévoles.
Because today is International Volunteer Day, could the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development tell the House how this government is recognizing volunteers?
Mr. Développement Social.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for his remarkable work.
To take part in Canada's awards ceremony, where we will celebrate the contributions made by volunteers across Canada. This year is a special year, Mr. Speaker, because we are introducing Canada's Volunteer Awards alumni, past and present winners, who are giving and will be giving, have given and will be giving their valuable time to support our communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure everyone in this House will be with me to celebrate, to thank and congratulate our volunteers for their remarkable work.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, for months this government insisted there was no change to the disability tax credit for people with diabetes. Yesterday, Diabetes Canada and JDRF released emails proving that CRA changed the way that it handled DTC claims for people with diabetes. Yesterday, the minister released a statement in which she said the emails were just an update to communications and that there was no change to how the claims were handled. Except that literally the second sentence of CRA's memo says the purpose is to better determine eligibility. How can the minister continue to mislead Canadians?
The Honourable Minister. I want to reassure all Canadians receiving the disability tax credit that the eligibility criteria have not changed, Mr. Speaker. If changes need to be made to the process at the agency, we will have discussions with experts who will participate on the Disability Advisory Committee that we are setting up. We will do this out of a principle of fairness for all beneficiaries of the credit, regardless of their disability, Mr. Speaker.
Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the minister keeps saying that there were no changes made to the eligibility criteria for people with type 1 diabetes. However, we've learned that senior officials in her own department confirmed that in most cases they need to deny the credit for type 1 diabetes sufferers. So my question for the minister is simple. Who's telling the truth? Senior officials or the minister? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that I reassure all Canadians receiving the credit for persons with disabilities the criteria have not changed.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, this minister continues to repeat old, tired talking points. We know that she is misleading this House, and type 1 diabetics deserve an answer.
Yes, they do.
Did the minister approve this memo, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, as a former social worker, I know full well what disability and a chronic disease can do to someone or to the family of the person suffering. On November 23rd, we reinstated the Disability Advisory Committee, Mr. Speaker. And if there are any changes that need to be made to the process at the agency, we will do so with the experts sitting around the table. We're going to work together and listen. All Canadians must receive the benefits of the credits that they are entitled to.
Mr. Milkman Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I asked a direct question in this place, and there is only one of two choices here. The minister is either incompetent and unable to manage her own department, or she's complicit in this tax hike, and she owes type 1 diabetics right across this country an apology. Now, which is it, Mr. Speaker? Which is it?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to administering these benefits for persons with disabilities in a fair, transparent, and equitable way. People who are entitled to this credit, regardless of the disability they have. Mr. Speaker, for me, it is a priority that these people receive the credits they're entitled to. But I'd like to point out to the member opposite that they abolished the Disability Advisory Committee that we reinstated.
Alors.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. 3 weeks from Christmas, federal officials aren't feeling very festive. Many public servants who are affected by the Phoenix pay system problems are fearing Christmas and having trouble making ends meet. But in 2015, the Liberals had promised to come up with a tangible solution to fix Phoenix. What have they done in the past 2 years? Not much. When will this government get down to work and ensure that Phoenix works for all public servants? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, allow me to inform the House that the resolution of this situation is my top priority. People are entitled to and deserve to receive the money they are to receive. This is a complex transaction, and the project was deemed to fail and exposed a number of risks. Mr. Speaker, we are currently taking steps that the previous government did not take.
Mr. Speaker, that kind of squad answer isn't good enough. Not good enough for the workers that held a rally this weekend saying they weren't excited for Christmas because they couldn't afford presents. Not good enough for the woman in Edmonton who's been told to repay $43,000 to Phoenix when she only makes $35,000. The minister's talking points are unacceptable. Will the minister commit to fixing Phoenix by next Christmas so that workers can at least enjoy that holiday?
Honourable Minister of Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure everyone that resolving this is our top priority. We understand that it is completely unacceptable that workers are not being paid. What we are asking of them is really unacceptable, and we are leaving no stone unturned. We are working on governance, we are working on technology, we are working with our partners, including unions, who are helping us find solutions, and we are working to improve communications with workers. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we are leaving no stone unturned.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
$10.5 million. That's what the Prime Minister paid to Omar Khadr. This is the same Prime Minister who used veterans and members of his own caucus as election props, promising that no veteran would have to fight their government in court. 9 months after the election, the Prime Minister restarted a lawsuit that resulted in yesterday's Equitas decision. Our veterans lost. Sadly, Canada's veterans now understand just how little value they have to the Liberals, except at election time, compared to a terrorist. Mr. Speaker, how can the Prime Minister justify handing over millions to Omar Khadr while fighting our veterans in court?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of the issues raised by the Equitas lawsuit are part of our mandate, part of my mandate specifically, and our government takes them very seriously. So seriously that we took immediate action when we got elected. We increased the disability award substantially. We increased the earnings loss benefits substantially. We invested in education, career transition, greater recognition for caregivers, more better support for his families, mental health support. In fact, we've done more substantially on this file in 2 years than they did in 10.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, they did more there, keeping the veterans in court. Now, with a view to win over veterans, during the election campaign in 2015, the Liberals promised to restore lifelong pension. They reiterated that promise last March. But the government continued to fight them in the court in order to not have to keep their promise. They're mocking our veterans, when at the same time they're paying a terrorist traitor. Why didn't the Prime Minister keep his promise? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I stand before this House and I will tell you that on the promise that we have made to Canadians and to our veterans, that we will have an option on a monthly pension for life by the time this House rises, this side of the House will keep its promise. Thank you.
A member for Brantford Brant.
As much as this minister would like to paper over it, this Prime Minister took our veterans to court. They also promised to reverse the Martin Liberals' cancelling of lifelong pensions for injured veterans. After getting elected, pension became pension option. And after beating veterans in court yesterday, it was reduced to pension benefit option. Will veterans get a lifetime pension as promised, or will the Liberals just keep playing a show game with the existing benefits?
The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'd almost think that the other side wasn't aware of the fact that they were the government for the past 10 years. Let me be very clear. It was that government that took Equitas to court. It was that government that offered lump sum payments. All sides on this House did agree, though, to a new Veterans Charter, and the idea behind it was that it would be a living tree, that we would address veterans' needs as they arise. Guess what? It withered on the vine for 10 years. We have done more for veterans in 2 years, substantially more.
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, those of us on the government side, ran on a platform of investing in Canadians, creating jobs and growing the economy. And in fact, last week, reports coming out have in fact shown that the economy is doing very well, meaning more Canadians are actually working in productive work and adding to the economy. But, Mr. Speaker, there are others who are not participating in that economy, are still looking for work. So my question is to the Minister of Employment. Can she tell me what she's going to do to build on that success?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Malpeque for his question and his tireless work on behalf of Canadians. We ran on a platform to invest in Canadians, to create jobs, and to support a thriving middle class. And Canada has created more than 600,000 jobs since October 2015. We have the lowest unemployment rate in a decade. In November alone, we created 80,000 jobs, and this is the hard work of Canadians, along with a government that supports them to do their absolute best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, Bell and several other media conglomerates have announced a proposal to create a mandatory blocking system for websites that they have arbitrarily determined are inappropriate. However, the blocking process would take place with little to no oversight by our courts. This plan has internet and net neutrality experts concerned. Will this government let these multi-billion-dollar companies control Canadians' internet access?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
As our Minister has made very clear, we support the principle of net neutrality, where Canadians have access to the content of their choice in accordance with Canadian laws. Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague and friend that net neutrality is the critical issue of our times, much like freedom of the press and freedom of expression came before it. That's why our government will continue to support a strong net neutrality framework through the CRTC.
Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
In September, thousands of farmed Atlantic salmon escaped from a U.S. fish farm infesting BC waters. In October, coastal First Nations occupied 2 marine harvest farms because they never agreed to open net salmon farms in their traditional territories. Last week, the world witnessed a graphic video of fish farms spewing virus-laden fish blood directly into the wild salmon migration routes. Scientific analysis shows it contains PRV, which threatens wild salmon with infection. Enough is enough. When will the minister get these disease-ridden farm salmon out of BC waters?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said a number of times in this House, and I've shared with my colleagues on this side of the House of Commons from British Columbia and in numerous discussions with the provincial government, we understand the concern that people have, British Columbians have, with respect to wild Pacific salmon stocks. We also understand that our government has a responsibility to work with the province, to work with the industry, to ensure that all of the necessary reviews, audits, all of the necessary compliance measures are in place, including rigorous science, Mr. Speaker. That's what we'll continue to do, and we'll work with Indigenous communities in doing that as well.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago in Halifax Harbour on December 6, 2017, 2 ships known as the Emo and the Mont Blanc collided. The explosion that ensued left nearly 2,000 dead, 9,000 injured, and 25,000 homeless. The Mi'kmaq village of Turtle Grove near Shannon Park, Dartmouth, was completely leveled. To this day, it is a day that remains etched in our city's collective memory. In this year of Canada 150, can the Minister of Canadian Heritage please update this House on what is being done to commemorate this solemn anniversary?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his important question. Canada 150 is an important moment to remember the events that have shaped us as a country. Our government is proud to have invested just under $1 million to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Halifax explosion. This includes the creation of a memorial space, and this also includes the installation of 12 plaques across the country, connecting the many stories of this disaster. Let us continue to ensure that the true legacy of this event is the resilience of the people of Halifax, Dartmouth, in the face of unspeakable tragedy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
2 more mass graves filled with the bodies of Yazidis have been unearthed in Iraq. Over a year ago, MPs unanimously voted to support a UN recommendation to preserve and document Yazidi mass grave sites. The Prime Minister has told us what he's doing to provide reintegration support to ISIS terrorists back in Canada. Will he tell us what he's specifically doing to expedite prosecution of ISIS terrorists at the International Criminal Court to bring justice to the victims of ISIS-perpetrated genocide?
Parliamentary. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this topic was on the agenda for the G7 security ministers when we met a few weeks ago in Italy, and we agreed that we all needed to work very carefully together to collect and preserve all of the evidence from the battlefield and to make sure that that evidence was in a form in which it could be used in all courts, whether international or domestic, anywhere around the world, to make sure that the interests of justice were served.
Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Former Avios workers lost their jobs when Air Canada moved them, and they took legal action, but the government simply changed the act. And now the government is forcing them to pay back the EI they received when they lost their jobs with the government's complicity. This makes no sense. Will the minister wipe out their debts and put in place a recovery process? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm happy to have an opportunity to say just how aware this government is aware of the situation facing Avios workers is. We have monitored it closely. They are entitled to respect by the public service, and I would invite them to contact members of this House to ensure that this respect is fully complied with. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the Navy needs 3 supply ships to operate. It ordered 3 from Seaspan, but we've learned that the shipyard won't be able to deliver a single one before 2027. But operational requirements don't change, so they'll need some temporary resupply ships in the meantime. And an internal memo to the Deputy Minister shows this. Is the Minister of National Defence sacrificing national security so he doesn't have to admit that the other shipyards can't deliver on this requirement and that they should be dealing with Davy? They can't deliver the equipment that's required?
Mr. Speaker, because of the we lost our 2 joint supply ships, there was a capability gap that was created. Hence the reason why 2 joint supply ships are being built. But because of in terms of the timeline that it's taken, interim gap that needed to be filled, and Davie Shipyard is filling that interim capability gap, and we thank them for that service. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because the abandoned vessel problem is so urgent, and to give a chance to insert as early as possible the solutions from coastal communities that used to be embedded in my unvotable bill C-352, I ask for unanimous consent to move the following motion, seconded by the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-64, an act respecting wrecks, abandoned or dilapidated or hazardous vessels and salvage operations, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louise-Haleron. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, when I put a question, I mentioned a report. So, out of, on principle, I would like to be able to table this report of 2017. On page 16, it says, apparently there is no unanimous consent.
Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I might have possibly made a mistake here. And what I was going to request is maybe if you could recanvass the House to see if, in fact, there is unanimous support, as the member across the way has suggested in regards to C-64, please.
The House heard, I think, has heard the terms of the motion proposed by the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Does the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-58. An act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Order. Alors, j'encourage les honorables députés d'avoir leur discussion.
Order. I would encourage all members to take their discussions to the lobby or elsewhere, please. Resuming debate.
I thank colleagues for their assistance. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my comments on this bill, I'd like to say to the House I will be sharing my time with the good member for Kamloops Caribou Thompson. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's often said that image is everything. Now, I mention that observation because never before in modern-day Canadian history have we witnessed a Prime Minister who is as image-conscious as the member from Papineau. Now, I'm not here today to debate the merits or lack thereof on that point, but rather to point out how that branding exercise led us to Bill C-58. Now, for those of you who were not here in the previous Parliament, I shall indulge a little bit. Shortly after becoming the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, the member from Papineau was creating his brand. Now, part of that brand, of course, was, we hear it all the time, sunlight is the best disinfectant routine. Now, it played well against the Liberals' narrative that the former Prime Minister led the most secretive government in Canada's history. So the member of Papineau introduced a private member's bill to highlight that. Now, some will know during the last election, the Liberals also, again, made many of the same open government-style promises similar to what was in the Prime Minister's former private member's bill. Now, as usual, these promises used many of the correct buzzwords. They looked good. They sounded good. Only one problem. The Liberals got elected, and now those promises have to be fulfilled. And of course, that leads to our second problem. Bill C-58 does not do exactly that. In fact, it rather spectacularly fails so badly that the Office of the Information Commissioner of Canada stated, and I quote, Bill C-58 results in a regression of the rights of access to information, unquote. Now, think about that statement for a moment. Now, that is not a statement from a member of Her Majesty's loyal opposition or the third party, but from an independent officer of Parliament. Not only that, but this bill actually breaks the Prime Minister's own commitments. Now, the commitment to apply access to information laws to the Prime Minister's office and his cabinet ministers, they all get a pass. It is yet another example where there is one set of rules for everyone else, but a look the other way clause when it comes to the most senior Liberal insiders. And that is a growing problem with how this Prime Minister and his small inner circle of elites do things. Now, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, many of our constituents are becoming tired of it. So here's the thing. I was not a supporter of the Prime Minister's former private member's bill, as I was the parliamentary secretary to the President of the Treasury Board at that time. I was aware that some of the proposed measures were administratively problematic. And I came into this place, although from that side of the House, and said as much. Now, the problem here is those challenges were well known. Always well known, I would say. Yet, in spite of them, the Prime Minister was happy to campaign on them and promise them anyways. And so, like many of those priorities, many of those promises, they get thrown by the wayside now that the Prime Minister and his small inner circle control the levers of power. Now, that is not principled leadership. To promise things you could deliver on, but choose not to, is a betrayal. Now, there are other words to describe that, but I would never want to be unparliamentary. So, here we are. We have a bill that the Information Commissioner essentially condemns. Virtually all of those who frequently use access to information requests and the ATIP legislation have also widely condemn the bill. In fact, during my research, I could find no significant support for this bill whatsoever. If there are, I'd really like to hear government members say it otherwise. Basically, all expert opinion gives it a fail. It does not meet the promises that the Prime Minister made. In fact, the Globe and Mail reports that Canada's access to information system has gotten worse under this Liberal Prime Minister. That's right, worse. And we all know that this bill does not fix that. Many experts actually suggest it will only make things worse. Now, I'm not going to suggest the last government was perfect on the subject either, but I will say we were on the right track. In 2013, the former government released nearly 6 million pages of information to Canadians, which at the time was an increase over 1.5 million pages over the preceding year. Now, under Bill C-58, we will have a law that says the Prime Minister's office and his ministers can tell Canadians to pound sand when it comes to access to information requests. Now, keep this in mind. This is the same Prime Minister who was happy to build his brand and score points after promising he would do the exact opposite. Now, I will ask the question again that I asked recently, and the Prime Minister, as we all know, came into this place and said, sunshine is the best disinfectant. Now, why do we think the Prime Minister said that? Did he say it because it was politically convenient to do so at the time? Did he say it because it shows the principle should only apply to everyone else but himself and his ministers? Or did he say it because it happens to be true? Now, before I close, let me ask this question. Right now, we have a very serious situation where single parents, primarily I've seen single mothers, are being unfairly targeted by the Canada Revenue Agency. And as a result, in many cases, their Canada Child benefits are being delayed, denied, or even clawed back in some cases. Now, at the same time, we know those with type 1 diabetes are also being disturbingly targeted by CRA as well. Now, I will credit many backbench Liberal MPs who I know are just as concerned about this situation as I am. And I also know that several of these Liberal MPs are reaching out to try and help some of those who are being unfairly targeted by this. Some have even stated publicly that they are also concerned. And the ultimate challenge is, what is the minister going to do to solve this problem? And that ultimately where the problem is. Now, thanks to Bill C-58, we will never know. Now, that may be good enough for some, but it certainly is not good enough for the member of Papineau when he was handing out gift bags of election promises. And ultimately, a continued pattern of broken promises that results in one level of rules for senior Liberal insiders and another set for everyone else, I would submit, is not the sunlight of disinfectant that this Prime Minister promised. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comments today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that comment. Let's just assume for a second that he's correct, which I don't believe, but let's assume he's correct in that this legislation does not attempt to fix the problems that we're seeking to fix. On what ground does the member or the opposing party have to stand when their track record did absolutely nothing for openness and transparency? The ministerial letters were all kept in secret. They didn't advance any objective towards more openness and accountability and transparency. By what ground do you have, does the opposition party have to stand, Madam Speaker, in making the comments that they're making today and they've been making throughout the whole day that I've been sitting here listening to this?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
Madam Speaker, I certainly just want to say that I heard this member during question period, and he asks a great lob question. So I just want to give him that there. Now, In 2009-2010, we actually invested in the access to information, 10% increase, which actually saw, Madam Speaker, by the time 2013 came around, we actually reduced the amount of time it took to get access to information requests. We were actually improving that record. In this bill, it actually makes it easier for someone to say, oh, this is a vexatious request, and to deny them for that. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, when he was a member of Parliament in the third party in the corner, put forward a swath of propositions to improve the system, campaign on them, and has, in his own mandate tracker, says they're on track to do them when this bill does nothing for it. So, Madam Speaker, I would say, by their own standards of transparency, the mandate tracker and Bill C-58 have leave much left to be desired.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, consistently, Conservative after Conservative stands up and they try to give what I would classify as a false impression. The false impression is that we know within this legislation, at the end of the day, there will be more accountability, there will be more transparency, there is more proactive disclosure, the Commissioner has more authority, and no matter how it is the Conservatives try to twist and bend Madam Speaker, the truth is the truth, and we are seeing more transparency and accountability with the passage of this legislation. The question is, why does the Conservative Party oppose the Government of Canada once again fulfilling another election platform by ensuring more accountability and transparency in this House?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I would just like to point out the quote that I gave from the Information Commissioner, and again an officer of this Parliament. Bill C-58 results in a regression of the rights of access for information. There have been no credible third parties to say that C-58 delivers specifically on what this member and his government campaigned on. Madam Speaker, if he wants to say that Bill C-58 is going to revolutionize access to information, you think someone out there in civil society would support the government. I do not see them. I do not hear them. Could it be because there is no one?
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and I'd just like to refer to the mandate letters. Many times today we've heard our opposition colleagues, the government colleagues, should be opposition, refer to the mandate letters and the great value of these mandate letters. But, Madam Speaker, we've all seen, whether it was the mandate letter on electoral reform or the promise to deliver mail or even the mandate letter to the Finance Minister, they have not been followed. So of what value were those open and transparent mandate letters if they're not being used?
Answer from the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, Madam Speaker, whether we're talking about the mandate letters or making it so ministerial question period books become available, Madam Speaker, we get that anyway. Because when a government actually comes to office, they usually have a full campaign document outlining all of the commitments. I know in the previous Harper government, in 2011, we were elected, and we had about 111 promises, and we kept over 105 of them. Madam Speaker, it's really important to know that that's what Canadians care about. I believe that elected officials should keep their word. If things change, they should be open, transparent, and communicate that to the Canadian public, and then be held accountable for that. Changes to the mandate tracker do not do that.
Avant d'aller à la prise au débat,
before resuming debate,
the député de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If you consult with the parties, you'll see that there's unanimous consent for this motion. That notwithstanding the standing order, at the end of the debate today, on the motion on the third reading of this bill, C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. All other questions a standing vote will be deemed asked for and deferred until Monday, December 6th, 2017. Does the member for Hochelaga have unanimous consent?
Carry to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe the member might have meant Wednesday, not Monday. And if that is the case, then there's unanimous support.
C'est mercredi et non lundi.
So Wednesday and not Monday, or Monday and not what? I did say Wednesday, December 6th. So do we have unanimous consent?
Alors, on a le consentement unanime.
So we have unanimous consent.
Debate. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to add some comments to the debate today. And I think it's important to say I'm not pleased to rise to add comments because, again, what we have before us is another piece of legislation put forward by this government that certainly doesn't live up to the standards that they set for themselves and really is significantly full of flaws. And for me, as I was reading, one of the most concerning things about this legislation, and I think it's really important for the listeners to hear, and if they think the legislation is right, then listen to this. This is from Suzanne Legault, the Ethics Commissioner, and she said, when I was preparing for this committee, I went back to the request that was made by Daniel LeBlanc, the journalist, who uncovered the sponsorship scandal. That request would not have met the requirements under Bill C-58. So as you might recall, the sponsorship scandal was a Liberal scandal. It was millions and millions of taxpayers' dollars that went diverted. And so for them to have a piece of legislation before us that they're saying is adding benefit, it's adding value, when you have Suzanne Legault say that about it, you wonder what they're trying to do, what they're trying to hide. So I think this amendment, the amendments to Canada's Access to Information Act, will affect every organization that shares information with the federal government and every individual who wants access to that information. While they're claiming to improve the Act, the content of this bill is not only deficient in truly bringing the Act forward, but it also opens a lot of loopholes for the Liberal government to actually refuse to process certain information. And I'm going to actually look at something that's been happening over the last 2 days. This morning I was at the AFN conference and I listened to the minister speak. She talked about how long comprehensive land claims and specific land claims are taking and how that was really unacceptable to their government. She talked about having to have a process that moved forward in a more robust way to recognize Aboriginal titles, rights, and resolve these long-standing issues. Then, on the other hand, it's quite ironic, Madam Speaker. So this is what she said to the Assembly of Chiefs, and today we're debating this piece of legislation in this House, and let me tell you what some very important Indigenous organizations have said about this. So according to the National Claims Research Directors, Bill C-58 will greatly impair the ability of First Nations to document their claims, grievances, and disputes with the Government of Canada, and will significantly impede First Nations access to justice in resolving their claims. The bill significantly undermines First Nations' existing rights of access to information. That hardly sounds like the commitment that the minister made this morning to the chiefs to have a bill before this House that is going to significantly impact their ability to do the very thing that she said she needs to move forward in an expeditious way. The Office of the Auditor General of Canada recently conducted an audit of Canada's specific claim process, and the OAG report released in November 2016 concluded that Canada's Department of Indigenous and Northern Affairs introduced numerous barriers that hindered the resolution of claims, including by restricting information. So, if passed into law, Bill C-58 will impose substantive new barriers to the resolution of First Nations claims. It will also provide legislative authority for the suppression of evidence which First Nations require to pursue their claims against Canada. Revisions to the Act will enshrine into legislation overly prescriptive and inappropriate requirements for applicants seeking records, as well as providing legislative grounds for government bodies to deny access to records that are vital to First Nations. So I think it really, again, is important to look at what this government says they're going to do and what they actually do when they put legislation forward. This is truly another broken promise by this Liberal government. During their election campaign, the Liberals claimed that they would extend the Act so that it applied to the Prime Minister's and Ministers' offices. However, that will not be the case. Kate Gibbs, the Executive Director of the Evidence for Democracy Group, stated, "By ruling out the possibility to obtain information from ministers' offices and the Prime Minister's office, the government is breaking its campaign promise to establish a government open by default." Moreover, this bill will enable the government to refuse any access to information request if it believes that it is vexatious, made in bad faith, or a misuse of the right to request information. The request to respond to a request will be, the refusal to respond to a request will be subject to the rights to complain to the Information Commissioner. The Information Commissioner will have the power to force communication of every document or part of it under the control of federal institution. The government that chooses what to publish and when is not democratic and cannot be accountable to its citizens. And that is a fundamental, for all their sunshine, disinfectant, what they have done is through the back door introduce darkness. In a democratic state, the government should be open and transparent to its citizens, so why are they going out of their way to hide behind closed doors and refuse Canadians the right to fundamental information? This bill is a step backwards by allowing government officials to refuse information requests if they believe they are frivolous or made in bad faith. Public servants should not have this authority because there's every chance that things can be used as a loophole to deny the public information that they are not allowed to know. So that was Duff Conacher, co-founder of Democracy Watch. Let me tell you about a personal situation closer to home. I had a constituent, and he had a significant small business challenge, and he was here in Ottawa. He met with a number of different folks within the government, some policy advisors, and he needed to get some information from the Canada Food Inspection Agency. So when he looked into the information that he was wanting to have and needed to have, because it was really quite a difficult situation he was facing, he was told it was going to take 479 days to obtain what he needed. Madam Speaker, that is 1 year and 4 months that he would have to wait, put in his request, and they said he would have to wait that long to get some important information that was critical for his business and the future of his livelihood, and not only his livelihood, but the many employees that he has. So despite the promise to be more transparent, the Trudeau government is failing. The Toronto Star says, the National Freedom of Information Audit found the federal access system is bogged down to the point where in many cases it simply doesn't work. The researchers found the federal system continues to be far slower and less responsive than provincial and municipal freedom of request regimes. Just 1/4 of requests to the federal government departments, agencies, and crown corporations were answered within the 30-day limit. 1/3 of the requests had not received a response by the end of the audit, which means those requests were outstanding for 3 months or more. The RCMP, Health Canada, and National Defence were 3 institutions that cited large backlogs of requests, leading to bottlenecks and delayed responses. Information on pages eventually released under the federal access law can be blacked out for a variety of reasons, including security, so they would get stuff that was totally blacked out. Clearly, the system is not working. This government committed to fixing this system, and quite frankly, they have made it much worse. You know, it's quite interesting. They issued their own sort of mandate tracker, which was quickly derided, and they gave themselves an A+ in terms of their moving this piece of legislation forward and how it was going to be so valuable and so important and great in terms of the new transparency. Madam Speaker, this is completely inaccurate, and as you can hear, as I started my remarks, if this is something that would have cut off that initial look into the sponsorship scandal, then it's clearly not a piece of legislation that should pass through this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Madam Speaker, I was listening with interest to the presentation from across the way, and one of the things that I heard were a lot of criticisms about how the system is currently functioning, with problems of slow, not getting information that would be wanted. And yet, as far as I've seen, the Access to Information Act hasn't been updated in 34 years. And as far as I know, then, the person across the way and all the members of her party who are here would have had the opportunity to update that legislation, taking into account all of the changes that have been happening with the internet and the like. My question is why did she not think that that would have been a priority to deal with so that we wouldn't have to have waited? Because clearly she feels that the current situation is unacceptable and that change is needed, which is exactly what we're doing.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud when we first came into government, the Accountability Act was a huge step forward. But what we've got here, no update is better than a bad update. So what we've got is we have our First Nations community saying they are going to make my life more difficult. We have the Suzanne Legault saying we can't get information that was really, really critical in the past. It wouldn't meet the new standards that have been set. So I would finish it off saying what they've done is they've introduced legislation that's worse than the status quo, and the status quo was certainly not acceptable.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to follow up on the conversation that just took place a few moments ago, the exchange between my colleague on the Liberal side and my friend from British Columbia. The Liberals seem to be indicating, or at least saying, that these changes to Bill C-58 would increase transparency and would assist in the transparency, assist Canadians in getting more information from their own government, when in fact it seems to be far more regressive than anything that we could ever have seen before in the last 34 years. I would ask my colleague from British Columbia simply this. Does she not think that the changes coming forward in Bill C-58, if legislated, would mean the government would have the ability on their own volition to determine what information they choose to give to Canadians or not?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
You know, that was an excellent question, and clearly that's what this bill does. And to be quite frank, had it been the previous government, had they introduced this bill in this form, the Liberals would actually have been outraged. They would have been pointing out the flaws that I've been pointing out today in my speech and many more, and they would have not supported it for a minute. So for them to stand up and hold this forward as something that's sort of so transparent and such a great move forward, when I absolutely, with almost certainty, know that they never ever would have supported the same bill put forward when we were government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for her intervention here today. I am struck by the characterization of this bill as regressive, where in fact it is addressing a number of issues that were highlighted by Canadians during the previous government's tenure but never acted upon. Open by default is now the official stance of this government, as pronounced by the Department of the Treasury Board. And we're seeing great advances toward that. Order-making power from the Commissioner. We're seeing the disclosure requirements being extended to the Prime Minister's office and to officers of Parliament. But I did want to respond. I did want to ask a question about my colleague's remarks around Indigenous affairs, and I'll begin by commending her for her tremendous work on behalf of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Of course, members of Indigenous claims organizations are very important stakeholders in this, and they were, of course, consulted. And that is why a number of amendments were made at committee that I think, it doesn't matter what I think. I would like to hear what the member thinks about whether or not those amendments were helpful to Indigenous claims organizations.
Yeah, so unfortunately, there's only 37 seconds left for the member for Thompson, Caribou.
The AFN is looking at an emergency resolution because they're so concerned about this particular bill. Clearly, whatever was done in terms of committee and amendments was not satisfactory, and that's all we need to say on that issue.
Reprise de débat,
resuming debate.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
For the opportunity. It's just recently I became the chair of the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee, where we're hearing we heard this bill brought before committee and talked about all its positives, I guess, which are few, but many shortcomings. And the shortcomings were highlighted by the many witnesses that we heard from there. And with regard to that, I think the most significant would be the commissioner herself, and I quote, "When I was preparing for this committee, I went back to the request that was made by Daniel LeBlanc, the journalist who uncovered the sponsorship scandal. That request would not have met the new requirement under Bill C-58. And I think that highlights, Madam Speaker, I think what I want to really highlight today is, we heard many talking points. We've all heard talking points in this place. But, it's one thing to actually be in committee to hear all the testimony that's saying, exposing all the problems with Bill C-58. And then to hear other people just regurgitate talking points, I think it just demonstrates not having a full knowledge of the opposition to the bill. And that's what I want to point out today, Madam Speaker, is the government that came in with sunny ways and wanted to have sunshine shine onto the problems, to highlight issues, to basically expose. I've neglected to announce this, Madam Speaker, that I'm sharing my time with the member from Kitchener-Conestoga. But I think what people out there that are watching this today need to understand is that they've been sold that this government is more open and accountable, and really what's happening is the opposite is happening. What's happening through Bill C-58 is actually more cover-up. For Minister's office, Prime Minister's staff, etc. We're going to see more cover-up and more protection of that information that, frankly, again, as the Commissioner had mentioned, that exposing of that particular information is why we found out about the sponsorship scandal and why a previous Liberal government failed and did not get re-elected because of that particular scandal and the really bad things that were happening as a result, that we found out as a result of that information. I'm just going to read through a few quotes, I think, for the benefit of those watching today. Just a few of the people that are in opposition. It isn't just Conservatives that are opposed to this or the NDP, although we both are, but it's groups that are represented outside this place that have spoken against it. And I'll just speak to one particular article by Mr. Mahar. His quote, "For the ministries, there is no one to review what they choose to not disclose. And I think that goes against the principle of the statute," says Robert Marleau, who was Information Commissioner from 2007-2009. Further, they've taken the Commissioner out of the loop. If you ask for these briefing notes and you've got them and they were redacted, you had someone to appeal to. So now there's no appeal. You can't even go to court. It's one step forward, two steps back. So again, let that sink in a little bit in this place, Madam Speaker, is that they give the illusion that they're moving forward on the issue and really they're moving back. And it's deliberate because they want to cover up or have the ability to cover up some things that are being communicated at the Prime Minister's office. Again, a little further, another quote. All they have to do is claim it's a cabinet document, and then with their new improved powers, she still can't look at it. This is the Information Commissioner, which is ridiculous, says Gogolek, another individual speaking against it. So when in doubt, call it a cabinet document. That's the big problem, and that remains untouched. So, Madam Speaker, all that needs to be said about a particular document in government is that it's a cabinet document, and therefore black ink goes across it whenever it's requested. And again, for a government, it's one thing to say this about any particular government that doesn't make claims about being more open and accountable, but especially a government that says they campaigned on being more open and accountable. This is what the Prime Minister's shtick was sunny ways and shining a light where there was shadows previously. Well, that just simply, it's a bait and switch again, Madam Speaker. It's saying one thing and really doing another. Another quote. This by Katie Gibbs, Executive Director of the Evidence for Democracy Group. By ruling out the possibility to obtain information from ministers' offices and the Prime Minister's office, the government is breaking its campaign promise to establish a government open by default. Moreover, the possibility to refuse certain access to information requests on an undefined basis jeopardizes the transparency and openness of the government. And there we go, Madam Speaker, once again, another person outside this place saying that, again, it's supposed to be doing one thing, but it's doing completely the other. It's causing more cover-up to be possible rather than to be exposing truth. I'll give another quote. This by Duff Conacher, co-founder of the Democracy Watch Group. The bill proposes good amendments by requiring a more proactive publication of some information, by giving the Information Commissioner the power to order the publication of some information, but it does nothing, Madam Speaker, it does nothing to fill the huge gaps in the Act, as was promised by the Liberals. Therefore, we need more changes to have a government which is transparent and open by default. The bill is a step backwards by allowing government officials to refuse information requests. Think about that, Madam Speaker. A government that just says the sponsorship scandal, the evidence was being put forward, and they just say, no, we're not going to talk about it. A bill is a step backwards by allowing government officials to refuse information requests if they believe they are frivolous or made in bad faith. Public servants should not have this authority because they will likely use it as a new loophole to deny the public information they are allowed to know. And I guess I'll speak on my behalf as chair of the Privacy and Ethics Committee, Access to Information. Is some of the information that was brought forward before committee really attempted to change us by the recommendations. It was our party's position to support the recommendations of the Information Commissioner, which there are several, and it was our position to see those go through. Well, Madam Speaker, the bill was not changed. The bill is what we have it as. It hasn't been significantly changed, and therefore still a problem for us here. And, I was hopeful that they would take the Information Commissioner's recommendations and say, look, we understand maybe we had a flawed document initially, but we're going to fix it now. Well, that did not happen in committee. I want Parliament to know that and the people watching to understand that. Again, it's a government saying they're going to do one thing and doing another. I have another quote, Madam Speaker, another couple. This is the quote by Steve Mayer. Liberals, shockingly, this is an article at iPolitics, Liberals shockingly timid to access to information reform. And that doesn't sound like a government that wants to change access to information in a positive way. It sounds like it's going the other way, as we've said before. Quote, we don't really know, though, because emails that would tell the tale that are in the inboxes of the Prime Minister's staff in the Access to Information Act does not apply to ministerial staff. Once again, another quote. What the government has decided to do is not what the Information Commissioner, Susan Legault, recommended, as I just mentioned, which is to have access to information officers determine whether emails and memos from ministerial staff are political or parliamentary, in which case they would remain confidential. She doesn't even have the ability to decide which is which. This is all left in the hands of the Prime Minister's office and ministers, or pertain to running a department, in which case they would be releasable. Instead of doing that, which is what they promised, again, this is an article talking about what they said they were going to do in this Act, C-58. Madam Speaker, the Minister's changes to the Act would provide for the proactive disclosure of documents, briefing books and notes for question period, that until now have been released only in response to requests. So what this means, many useful documents will be released routinely, so fair enough, there's some documents that will be released routinely, and it follows similar measures that Trudeau began in opposition when he unilaterally released personal financial information he got from his MPs to post their expenses. Again, not criticizing him for the positive steps that he's made, but certainly the cover-up continues. And I guess, Madam Speaker, being chair of the committee, there's a hope that this would really be something that they would follow through with and take the recommendations of the Information Commissioner. And I guess we saw quite a different story. We saw a government that would talk one game in front of the cameras, talk one game on the campaign trail. And when it comes to making solid legislation that would expose those shadows that I had mentioned, does the complete opposite and gives the ability for ministers to even shadow more information. And sadly, Madam Speaker, that's what we are debating today, and I hope the government does see sunnier ways and votes against C-58. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to question and comments, I just want to remind the member that he can't use the name of a member that's in the House or not in the House at this point, but that is a sitting member. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciated hearing there was quite a rundown of a lot of commentary about this bill. And yet, clearly what keeps on being flagged as I'm listening to these conversations is that there is a need for greater access to information. There is a need to open things up. The current system clearly needed to be worked upon. And this is what we're doing. I see a bill that is before the House that is addressing the very types of concerns that are being put forth. And so the fact is, it's wonderful to push back and say, well, here are all these problems, but there are some constructive changes, and there were changes made at committee, and perhaps he, having a role on the committee, would like to speak to the amendments that were in fact made at committee to make this bill a better bill.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't remember the member being at committee to actually witness what the testimony was and witness what the recommendations were and weren't. But I think, again, we're not talking about changing I's in certain areas and dotting and crossing T's in other areas. We're talking about substantive changes to make the shadows that exist in this bill not shadows any longer. And we just simply didn't get that in committee. Madam Speaker, and I guess, again, what's a concern to most of us is what's similar to what the Information Commissioner, Ms. Legault, has been saying, is that this is what's worse than doing something that at least is status quo. At least it's status quo. It stays the same. But what is worse is by introducing something that is worse. And the changes to what the government is proposing to what the current bill is, or current law is going to make it worse. So again, once again, a government that's supposed to shine light on the shadows is, again, trying to build more, and that's unfortunate.
And comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I hate to say that I enjoy this phenomenon that happens in the House where the Liberals and Conservatives stand up and accuse each other of being worse at things. But here's what we have again. The Conservatives say the Liberals are worse than them. The Liberals say you were terrible. And what we don't get to is a solution that serves Canadians. So I guess my question to the honourable member is, why is it that no matter what political stripe, Liberal or Conservative, governments have found it so easy not to adopt the very obvious recommendations that we need so Canadians can get access to information in a timely manner?
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, I know on this side, the member represents the other party and again is admitted to liking to watch us debate this issue. But I think everybody on our side wants to see if there's something that needs to be exposed, is to absolutely expose it. That's what we're sent here to be, is a democracy in this place. And I know as a member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, we want to have truth exposed in this place so the taxpayer can see what we're doing. And we've done that. As a member just to my right has said, we're the ones that brought in disclosure of our finances as members of Parliament. I mean, that's something that Conservatives have brought in, and wanting again to shine the light on what we do in this place. And some of the Senate reforms that have come in as a result were under when we were in government previously, 2011 to 2015. So, there's a lot of talk about what we didn't do, and I know the NDP and the Liberals like to talk about that because it's popular to bash Conservatives at times. But the fact of the matter is when Conservatives, when we were in government from 2011 to 2015, when I was here as a member, we did exactly that, and we did cause greater scrutiny for ourselves and exposed to the outside of this place what we do on a regular basis. So that's what we really did. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And during the debate today, much of the commentary from the governing party's side has amounted to more or less, well, since there's been no change to this bill in 34 years, shouldn't we just give them enormous amounts of credit for stepping up and changing the bill and vote for it? And I thank the member for pointing out that that sometimes a bad bill is actually worse. And could he perhaps comment on the extraordinary amount of credit that this party seems to be seeking, while more or less asking us to give them credit for breaking their own election promise and supporting their bill?
Answer from the member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, we've seen in many of the quotes that I've said that it's not doing what it's purporting to do, and exposing again those shadows. I think that's the biggest thing that I was let down. I've always said when I've run in campaigns in the past, if it's a good idea, it's a good idea, regardless of whether it comes from an NDP member, Liberal member, Conservative. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea. And if there's truly this open and accountable government and you want to shine the light where it needs to be shone, I'm absolutely supportive. But we are deeply disappointed. It did not go where the government promised it would go in C-58, and that's unfortunate again.
Reprise de débat, resuming the debate. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-58, and in the words of our Prime Minister, shed some light on this less than true statement that members opposite have been making regarding this legislation. First, let's look at the mandate letter that was given to the Minister of Finance in November of 2015. The Prime Minister writes, quote, "We have promised Canadians a government that will bring real change both in what we do and how we do it." Quote, end of quote. Well, that sure has changed, Madam Speaker. This Information Commissioner has been clear. This bill sets us back decades in terms of openness and transparency. But I'll share more of the Information Commissioner's thoughts a little bit later in my remarks. The Prime Minister goes on to write in his mandate letter to the Finance Minister, quote, "I expect Canadians to hold us accountable for delivering on these commitments, and I expect all ministers to do their part." And later he writes, "We have also committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government." End of quote. Madam Speaker, there's never been a perfect example of how this government is all style and no substance better than this one, focusing on rhetoric and platitudes more than actual substance. This has to take the cake, Madam Speaker. The Liberals love to throw around terms like openness and transparency, when in reality, they are, through this legislation, making it harder for Canadians to access information under this government. But as you know, Madam Speaker, often the debates here in the House can be tainted with partisan political positioning, so rather than sharing my thoughts on the legislation, please allow me to read into the record parts of the Information Commissioner of Canada's report titled, quote, "Failing to Strike the Right Balance for Transparency," end quote. The Commissioner states, quote, "The Liberal government was elected on a platform of openness and transparency, promising to renew Canadians' trust in their government. At the beginning of its mandate, it committed to lead a review of the outdated Access to Information Act to enhance the openness of government. Initial policy changes from the government, such as the elimination of all fees except the $5 application fee, were early indicators of positive change. Like many Canadians, I was hopeful that the government would follow through on its promise and introduce significant improvements to the Act. Just before Parliament's 2017 summer break, the government tabled Bill C-58, which amends the Access to Information Act. In short, Bill C-58 fails to deliver." End quote. These are the Information Commissioner's words, Madam Speaker. They're not mine. And I hope that members of the Liberal government will not be disregarding the comments of an independent, nonpartisan officer of Parliament. She goes on to write, quote, "The government promised the bill would ensure the Act applies to the Prime Minister's and Ministers' offices appropriately. It does not. The government promised the bill would apply appropriately to administrative institutions that support Parliament and the courts. It does not. The government promised the bill would empower the Information Commissioner to order the release of government information. It does not. Rather than advancing the access to information rights, Bill C-58 would instead result in a regression a regression of existing rights, end quote. She goes on to say, quote, it imposes added obligations on requesters making a request, adds new grounds for institutions to decline to act in response to requests. It reintroduces the possibility of various fees, and for some information replaces the right of access and independent oversight with proactive disclosure. It allows the government to decide what information Canadians can obtain, rather than letting Canadians decide for themselves, end of quote. Might I add, Madam Speaker, that this is a Liberal philosophy. Government knows best what's good for Canadians. It's insulting, it's elitist, and it's arrogant. More from the Information Commissioner's report. Quote, it also introduces an oversight model where the Commissioner is not truly empowered to order the disclosure of information, and it adds burdensome stages to the investigation process that may lead to delays. It does not take advantage of any of the benefits of a true order-making model. Recent reviews of the Access to Information Act from myself and the House of Commons Standing Committee to Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics have proposed amendments that are required to modernize the Act. These recommendations have largely been ignored in Bill C-58. End of quote. So much for consultation. So much for openness and transparency. So much for sunny ways. So much for sunshine being the best disinfectant. Madam Speaker, had the changes the Liberals are ramming through today been in effect in the early 2000s, we would never have found out about the Liberal sponsorship scandal. It makes you wonder, Madam Speaker, what exactly is the goal of this government in introducing such archaic legislation? What do they have to hide today? The government acts as if the measures it's taking regarding proactive disclosure in this piece of legislation is somehow groundbreaking. But the reality is that the majority of information was already available, either online or through access to information under previous governments. The Liberals are trying to buy off Canadians with promising to proactively disclose how much a minister's steak dinner costs, while taking away the right to request information that could be embarrassing for the government. They actually give the rights to departments to deny access to information requests that they find to be vexatious or made in bad faith. And who gets to make the judgment, Madam Speaker, as to what is vexatious or what is made in bad faith? By the Liberal government, of course. Madam Speaker, I've been serving in opposition for over 2 years now, and one does not have to look too far into the past to see how thin-skinned this government is when it comes to asking them tough questions. We can look at the Finance Minister as an example. For the past several weeks, on this side of the House, I've been asking for the Finance Minister to open up and be honest with Canadians regarding his assets. What does the Finance Minister do? He threatens to sue members of Parliament, members of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, one has to wonder how many journalists and Canadians will be threatened similarly by the Finance Minister if he thinks their access to information request is vexatious or made in bad faith. Enough about Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's look at our Conservative government's accomplishments regarding access to information. Our government launched the Action Plan on Open Government 2.0 on November 6, 2014. The action plan specified ways the federal government was working towards creating more open and transparent government, while maximizing the sharing of government information and data. Key accomplishments include: 1. The Next Generation Open Data Portal that was launched in June 2013. This new portal was built based on broad public consultations with users to define new capabilities, and enhancements were made to expand the availability of high-value data, improve data integrity, enrich the usability of the site, facilitate intuitive discovery of data, and increase user engagement. Second, modernization of access to information services. These online services were launched in 2013 to enable Canadians to search completed ATI requests across all federal departments through a single search interface, and to submit new access to information requests by way of the web. Third, in 2013, we issued a new open government license for all levels of government in order to remove barriers to the reuse of published government data and information, regardless of the origin. This license has also been adopted by several provincial governments and municipalities across the country. We introduced a new government-wide web portal at canada.ca that improves intuitive navigation features to help Canadians find the information they need more quickly and easily. The portal enables users to quickly complete tasks and features government-wide search capabilities, better use of social media, and optimized content for mobile devices. And in February of 2014, we held the largest competitive open data hackathon in Canadian history, bringing together over 900 developers, students, and open data enthusiasts from across Canada to develop over 100 innovative applications using federal data. Our Conservative government was also promoting transparency in public institutions and supporting taxpayers and hardworking Canadians through our support for the Private Member's Bill C-377, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, labor organizations. This important legislation will help ensure greater transparency and accountability for labor unions by requiring them to publish their financial disclosures online for Canadians to examine. But we know, Madam Speaker, these changes have been reversed. Madam Speaker, no government is better at patting itself on the back than this current Liberal government, but it's clear that while this government has been pumping out talking points about openness and transparency, the reality is they are taking Canada down a very dark path. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, what the member's last statement is just not true. You know, the legislation does bring forward some new measures that ensure more transparency and more accountability. That's not a speaking point, Madam Speaker. That is the reality of the legislation that we're actually debating. Many would question in terms of why it is the Conservatives have actually chosen to vote against the legislation that will provide that, whether it's through ministerial mandate letters, which is a new provision where former government, Stephen Harper, there was no obligation whatsoever on that Prime Minister to table the mandate letters. Mandate letters are significant in the sense that they provide Canadians as a whole a sense of what is happening in specific departments. There's empowering and enabling the Commissioner to request reports. This is something of significance. The Commissioner will actually have teeth. My question to the member is, does he really believe that this legislation does not ensure that there's more transparency and accountability?
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, that question is very easy to answer. Yes, I do believe that this bill makes it less possible for Canadians to access the information they want. And Madam Speaker, we've referred to the mandate letters multiple times today in this House. I would like to ask my colleague, what about the mandate letters on electoral reform or door-to-door delivery, or the letter to the Finance Minister in which he was charged with the responsibility of not only doing what was in the law, but to go beyond that and do what is perceived to be correct. And here we have the Finance Minister having been charged in 2 different occasions by the Ethics Commissioner with a fine, and the Finance Minister paid the fine, thereby admitting his guilt on these matters. And now we also find out, Madam Speaker, that there are multiple situations where the Finance Minister, in spite of his constant rhetoric saying that he's worked with the Ethics Commissioner from day one, it took him 2 years to disclose the fact that he had a villa in France. It took him 2 years to disclose the fact that he had assets in a numbered company out of province when he and his company are living here in Ontario. Madam Speaker, Finance Minister's mandate letter is not worth the paper it's written on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech, and I wanted to talk a little bit about disclosure. And New Democrats don't have a problem with proactive disclosure per se, but we strongly maintain the Access to Information Act is not an appropriate legislative vehicle for publishing information. The Act should improve the ability of Canadians to request information that the government chooses not to publish. So I'm wondering if the honourable member could comment about information that the government chooses not to publish.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. I made a comment in my remarks about the fact that any department or any minister can simply refuse to answer an access to information request on the basis of the request being vexatious or forget the actual words now, but there were two different criteria that allowed them not to answer the question. But Madam Speaker, again, it's not important what I think. Let's listen to the Information Commissioner from 2007 to 2008, Mr. Robert Marleau. He said there is no one in government departments to review what they choose not to publish. And I think this gets to the heart of my colleague's question. There is no one in government departments to review what they choose not to publish, and I think this is contrary to the principle of the Act. They put the Commissioner out of the loop. If you requested briefing notes and parts of them had been blanked out, you had someone to appeal to before. This is no longer the case. You can't even ask the court. It's a step forward and then 2 steps back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
A member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to once again rise on Bill C-58 and to go down this path once again as to how we got to where we are today. And for those that are in the gallery and those that are listening in at home, and it probably seems like to those that are listening in at home or those in the gallery that we hit pause, replay, or rewind, then play back again, and time and again, and this debate is back up again, and they'll hear some of the same arguments that we've had time and again, and I want to refresh those that are in the House today, as well as those that are listening in, how we got to this point today. So I believe it was day 10 of the 2015 campaign election where the member from Papineau, now our Prime Minister, made a campaign pledge that under his government, his leadership, the Government of Canada would become the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. History, Madam Speaker. And just a mere 2 years later, how we have kind of slid backwards, and now we see a bill such as C-58 that is even the media is saying, not only the media, but even the former information commissioners are saying this is a step backwards, signs of decline in Trudeau government transparency. And it's really interesting, Madam Speaker, because there's some things that I'll discuss along the way. And, what do they have in common? Well, they have in common that if access to information wasn't available, then Canadians wouldn't have found out about these issues. Access to information is there. That process is there so that Canadians and media and indeed opposition, who, again, I'll remind this House why we are here. This House, and we seem to always have to remind our friends across the way, the government, that this House doesn't belong to them, it doesn't belong to you, and it doesn't belong to me, Madam Speaker. This House belongs to Canadians, those that elected us to be here, to be their voices from the 338 ridings across Canada, to deliver their voices to Ottawa, not the other way around. And if Canadians have an issue or they have questions about what the government is doing, well, guess what? This is a mechanism, it is a tool that the opposition can use, that the media can use to find out, some of the real answers. Because again, we get talking points. We don't get a lot of answers during question period, but we get talking points, and access to information allows us to really kind of dig deep and really find some of the answers. And I'm just going to give you a few that we've dealt with over the last 2 years. Perhaps about a year ago, I think it was around about this time, maybe a little bit later into the month, there was a holiday trip that was taken by our Prime Minister and his family. I'll be on record to say I never, ever begrudge anybody spending time with their family and going away and enjoying the time. We work very hard. However, when the taxpayers pay for it, we should, and Canadians should know how much money is being spent. and there are costs that are incurred along that way. So the Aga Khan trip, the only way that the real costs were found out or made public was through access to information. Again, if this C-58 was in place, would we have found out, or would the Canadians have found out really what that cost had been, or that our Prime Minister maybe got some bad advice along the way, in which he blames others, of course. It's never his mistake or his problem, it's others that are giving him bad advice. So access to information is protected us there. Now, again, that same year in 2016, we found out that another minister, another cabinet minister, had a preferred choice of transportation when she was back in her riding or to and from. And that was one that, again, the taxpayers were on the hook for. And again, it was, a limo that we were talking about, or a sedan, or whatever it was called at the time. But how did we find that out? How did Canadians find that out? Well, through access to information. Now, the other one that came up was the government's plan to introduce a carbon tax, and how many people, including experts that are in the field, that said, this carbon tax is going to be, well, it's going to make it, well, A, it's not revenue neutral, B, it is a cash grab, and even at that, at $50 a ton, it's not going to allow Canada to reach its targets. And Madam Speaker, how did we find that out? Well, an internal department memo highlighted that out for us. And again, if we listen to the talking points that the ministers spewed during question period, and indeed in their media scrums, that everything's fine and just trust us. We know what's best for you. And again, when we dig deeper and you have that opportunity to really look at some of the departmental information, you really get the truth. Another one that we're dealing with over the last few weeks, and that is the Minister of Finance's ethical conundrum that he finds himself in now. Again, the information that is there, the information that has come out is probably a little bit from the opposition as well as public and media that are doing some digging. Access to information. Here's another one that came out. Just shortly after the 2015 election, the Prime Minister was building his team and perhaps moving some friends to Ottawa, some high-priced friends to Ottawa, to work here in Ottawa, the Ottawa Digs. And moving from Toronto, I mean, for the GTA to here, well, it would appear that it's fairly expensive, because I believe that the costs were in the hundreds of thousands for a couple staff members. And Madam Speaker, guess what? After that information came out and was made public, well, I would think that most of those in the House here and perhaps those in the gallery will remember that some of those dollars were paid back. Oops, guess what? We erred in our ways, or maybe as the Finance Minister said, it was an administrative error in terms of some of his challenges. Misconstrued. Madam Speaker, I'm going to use a very near or recent issue that has come to light. Is the Minister of Revenue has denied a lot over the last couple of weeks that there has been no changes to the diabetic tax credit. Despite all of the letters and the meetings that we've had with constituents and those on this side of the House, the opposition, and I believe all of the opposition are on the same page with this one. We are having diabetics right across Canada that are having challenges get their tax credit. But despite this revenue minister standing up and banging her fist on the table and vehemently denying that there has been no change, guess what, Madam Speaker? Through an access to information request, we have now found out that indeed that there is a memo that has gone out, and not only has it gone out within her department, it's gone out to other departments, letting them know that there is indeed some challenges and that this tax credit has changed. Madam Speaker, C-58, if it was in place today, we wouldn't know about those that I just brought up, those ideas and those issues that we just brought up, which it would be great for the Prime Minister and his cabinet and his team, because they wouldn't have such long-looking faces on the backbench and just have, it's not sunny ways across the way anymore, it's cloudy ways, straight right across the front bench. And the poor backbench and the parliamentary secretaries are having to come in and answer all the questions for the ministers. Madam Speaker, I think some of those parliamentary secretaries are really earning their keep. Some of them. Maybe all of them. Because they're having to answer these questions for these ministers that keep making these ethical mistakes. And only through access to information are Canadians really finding out about it. So for those that are, again, tuning in, C-58 is really not opening up and being more open and transparent. As a matter of fact, it's a step backwards. Because when the Prime Minister was campaigning, remember when I said earlier on that his government would be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history, well, oops, let's pump the brakes a little bit on that. Because once he got in, once he had Canadians vote, or 39% of Canadians vote, he changed that. He said, well, I was just kidding. I didn't really expect to get in. We can't have Canadians knowing what we're doing or our ministers are doing. We're not going to have access to that. Are you kidding me? So, Madam Speaker, the promise, maybe they have gone down, and made some amendments to this C-58 that are good. Maybe they are. But they're failing Canadians, and their biggest promise was to make the government more open and transparent, including the Prime Minister's office and the Cabinet Minister's office. Because today, as it sits, if C-58 passes, the department, the minister, can decide that, well, you know what, that is a vexatious and frivolous request. We see that this media outlet or this member of parliament or this opposition member has signed numerous amounts of ATIPs or access to information. Perhaps he's unfairly targeting that department. So guess what? We're going to deny that. That is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Unacceptable. Because we're not here for ourselves. We're here for the Canadians that elected us. The electors that in my riding at Caribou Prince George, I feel so fortunate to be here, and hopefully we've made them proud that we stand up every day and we fight. We fight hard in delivering the voice of the Caribou to Ottawa, not the other way around. And I know my constituents want us to make sure that we're fighting all the time, that we're holding this government accountable, that they can't do the unethical things that they've done to this point. And what C-58 is doing, they want to rush this piece of legislation in because guess what? Now, I'm sure that as we move forward, this is really a stopgap to make sure that no more ministers or even the ones that are under current investigations, let me remind you this, that for the first time in Canadian history, we have a Prime Minister under investigation. First time. We have a Finance Minister that has 2, maybe more maybe 2. We'll leave it at 2. I think there could be more coming down the wire. Madam Speaker, and despite they're standing up and with hand on the heart saying the Finance Minister has followed the letter of the law that the Ethics Commissioner has told them right from day one. Well, we know that's not true, Madam Speaker, because if he had, and I haven't got up in question period much on this. This is other members of our team. That's their job to do. But if they had followed the Ethics Commissioner's rules, would he have 2 investigations going? Would he have been fined any money? Would he have been told, hey, guess what, you made a mistake? He blamed it on an administrative error. Oops, I forgot my French villa. How many people here Madam Speaker, I don't know about you, but if I had a French villa, I wouldn't have forgot about it. Madam Speaker, and that brings me to another point. So they've said that, the members of Parliament, when you're elected, we all are held to a higher account. We all have to go through the same process. Guess what, Madam Speaker? For the most part, that's right. But if you are a Minister of the Crown, and that's not even going to the mandate letters where the Prime Minister tasked his ministers to go above and beyond and to stand even the most finite of scrutiny. We all have to go through the steps and declare our assets and do what we have to do to satisfy the Ethics Commissioner's rules and guidelines. They're absolutely right with that. But ministers of the Crown are actually held to a higher standard, especially those like the Finance Minister, which perhaps is one of the most powerful positions in Canada, and yes, can influence markets by the policy that they introduce. So for them to say that he followed the letter of the law and always worked in the best interest of and with the Ethics Commissioner, I think that there's a little bit of funny business going on, Madam Speaker, because if he had done that from day one, the Ethics Commissioner wouldn't say, wait a second, something doesn't smell right here, and fine him, only fined him a small amount, but still fined him. So essentially, he was found guilty because he was fined of some form of ethical or unethical transgression. We're not sure if he paid the fine, but Madam Speaker, there's a lot of talking points, and I've done very well with not going off my talking points today, and not bad, thank you. And the heckling is probably more so on our side here, but Madam Speaker, over and over again with this government, we have heard this. They either blame those that have come before them for all the issues that they have. Well, the Conservatives did this, or the NDP are just as bad. They're always blaming people. They never take full responsibility. The other thing that they're doing, the other thing that they say is just trust us. Just trust us. You didn't see anything. Remember when last spring, when the Minister of Justice was in Toronto and meeting with some high-priced lawyers and solicitors, and so there was a little bit of a conundrum there where, well, was she there as the Member of Parliament from wherever she's from, or was she there as the Minister of Justice, who actually is looking to make some appointments? It was a pay-to-play, by the way, Madam Speaker. I might have forgotten to tell you that. And she did have to come before us and make whatever she said. I don't think we got an apology. Maybe she did. I'm not quite sure. But there are just things that, Madam Speaker, my grandmother used to say, if it looks like a duck, smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Just saying. Very wise. She was very wise. And that there are some things that we have seen over the last 2 years with this government that is just odd. The arrogance is one, because we have a millionaire prime minister, and I don't know whether he's a billionaire or multi-millionaire finance minister, that are embroiled in some ethical scandals, and that they can sit there smugly, and it is disappointing, Madam Speaker, because I know that those in my riding of Caribou Prince George, and I know that we have good people on each side of the House, and we've got people that are, we've got members that are on the backbench of the government, that when those two are up and the questions are going on, and a new thing comes up where the finance minister's father even sold shares at one point, days before some legislation was tabled, and you can just see their faces like, oh, no, not again, really? It's crazy, Madam Speaker, and the reason why C-58 is so important, why they're rushing it, is so that Canadians can't find that out. And they want to shut down that. They want to be able to pick and choose what Canadians really get a chance to see and hear, and that's disappointing. I got to say this. I'm a first-term member of Parliament, and I've enjoyed every minute of being here. As I said earlier on, there are great people on either side of the House, and I think I said this before, and I'm probably hearing shame from the back in our lobby, but you learn a lot from every member of Parliament that's here. And I really believe that the front bench of the government, the cabinet, have really let the backbench down. They're the leaders within that caucus, You have seen time and again, we just saw one of the ministers today that made some terrible comments to some thalidomide victims. And time and again, we see these missteps along the way. That, Madam Speaker, they campaigned saying they were ready. And they made these promises. And let's talk about the big doozy. The other promise they made, we're only going to have a $10 billion deficit. Well, where are we now with that? It's gone. It was right out the window. Electoral reform, anybody remember that? That's another promise that's gone. Madam Speaker, I've got 29 seconds to go. I know we're going to get some great questions because the members opposite have been listening intently. I'm ready for them. Madam Speaker, I just have to say C-58 is not open and transparent. It's not sunny ways. It is cloudy ways, and they're doing everything to slide this government back and the cabinet and the Prime Minister into a decade of darkness. They're not allowing Canadians. They don't want Canadians to have the information that they deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Reform.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague, the member from Caribou Prince George, for his discussion. But I must say I'm puzzled by his discussion and the discussion of that of his colleagues on the opposition benches today of bad legislation. We're here today to talk about great legislation. We're tabling great legislation that is wonderful for all Canadians. But if we're going to be on the topic of bad legislation, perhaps my friend could tell us why it was that the Conservative Party was able to pass over 250 pieces of legislation in a 10-year period, but somehow never got around to the 2006 campaign promise to address deficiencies in the Access to Information Act. Did they run out of time, perhaps? Or perhaps it was only number 300 on the list of priorities? Maybe the member could explain to us his displeasure with the fact that we're finally getting around to a Conservative campaign promise.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
That's what I love about Liberals, Madam Speaker, because the arrogance gets the best of them. What did I say in my speech? I said that they like to stand up, and this is their argument, well, the Conservatives didn't get around to it. The Conservatives did this or they didn't do this. Again, that's exactly what they're doing now. Madam Speaker, we're not here to talk about what we did or didn't do or did do and didn't do or whatever. We're here to talk about this government. They're a government. They lied to Canadians during their campaign promise. Their Prime Minister, at the time, the member for Papineau, campaigned on day 10 and said his government would be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. Madam Speaker, he lied.
I just want to remind the member that pointing out somebody is lying or is not very parliamentary language, and that's not quite acceptable.
I apologize. You're absolutely right, Madam Speaker. The lights, you want me to say I'm sorry?
So the honourable member for Caribou Prince George would like to have a couple of words to that.
You're absolutely right, Madam Speaker. I should not have said he lied. Perhaps he misled. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Liberal question about their great bill. I'd just like to ask the member about four kind of snappy quotes here. The first one is the proposed reforms are just not good enough. That's Toby Mandel, the Executive Director of the Centre for Law and Democracy. Or the bill takes a step backward. That's Duff Conacher, co-founder of Democracy Watch. Or Bill C-58 would actually make the Access to Information Act more difficult to use. That's Mark Weiler, a distinguished librarian at Wilfrid Laurier. And the final quote, Bill C-58 would instead result in a regression of existing rights. Who's that? That's the Information Commission. So with respect, I'd like to ask the honourable member, in his somewhat broad-ranging remarks, he has expressed his discontent with the bill. However, Conservatives didn't do anything in 10 years in their power and didn't even introduce any amendments at committee. So my question is, have you no faith at all in the Liberals' ability to accept amendments, or are you reverting back to your pattern of not acting on this?
I just want to remind the member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke to address the question through the chair, and I'm sure he wasn't directing that particular question at the chair at this point. So the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thought we were doing so well with the NDP and ourselves pointing our fingers squarely where they should be, and that is across the way. You know, Madam Speaker, we are stronger when we work together. I think my honourable colleague My honourable colleague should know that, and you know what, I have the utmost respect for him, and he knows that. Madam Speaker, I wasn't part of the former Parliament, so far be it for me to stand here and make excuses and talk to what was done and what wasn't done. And I'm not part of the committee that deals with this, but I can tell you this from the experience that I've had, and whether it's the Fisheries Committee or Natural Resource Committee or Indigenous Affairs Committee, when they tell you that they are going, just trust us, get it to committee, guess what? At that time, it is like, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. They do not listen. The Liberals know best, apparently, Madam Speaker. They don't want to listen to the people, the quotes that our honourable colleague mentioned, including the Information Commissioner. And Madam Speaker, they don't want to listen to Canadians who are saying this is wrong, and they definitely do not want to listen to the opposition.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's somewhat nice to see a little bit of division between the unholy alliance at times, I must say. You know, Madam Speaker, you know, I look across and I listen to Conservative after Conservative speak, and I think they've got their collective head in the sand here. You know, they don't recognize a good thing when they actually see it. And if they were in touch with what Canadians are actually thinking on the issue of transparency and accountability, I suspect, and I would invite member across the way to actually run some of these thoughts by his constituents. How many of his constituents, for example, do you think would oppose giving more power to the Commissioner? How many of his constituents would oppose the proactive disclosure? Now, I know the Conservative Party has reluctance on it, but at least when the Prime Minister, when he was leader of the third party, the Liberal Party, when we first talked about proactive disclosure, it only took a couple of months for the Conservatives' light bulb to turn on and say, yes, it is a good idea, and then they end up supporting it. Madam Speaker, you don't have to wait 2 months. This is a good idea. I would suggest to the members that they vote in favour of the legislation. His constituents would be proud.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, first off, I would invite my honourable colleague to come visit my riding, because my constituents actually are quite disappointed in this government. They know full well that the C-58 is under the guise of making sure that this government, the Prime Minister and his cabinet, are not going to be open and transparent with Canadians. Now, Madam Speaker, if he was truly talking about, there are some things that the C-58 captures, but they can already do that, Madam Speaker. They don't need C-58 for that. Madam Speaker, C-58 is a present wrapped up with a shiny bow and all that stuff, and the sole purpose of it is to make sure that the ministers and the Prime Minister have a say what is being made public. That's it. So for the honourable colleague to stand up, which he does every day, and that's I welcome his comments. Madam Speaker, I'll speed it up. For him to say that this is more open and transparent and that my constituents would be very happy with it, I welcome him to come to my riding, and we'll meet with our constituents one-on-one with him.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, I believe it was. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do thank the member for his speech. And I wonder whether he mentioned a good point. He talked about how this government had made much about this supposedly higher bar, about avoiding even the appearance of conflict of interest, about structuring affairs to bear the closest public scrutiny, about making sure that at all times they are held to the highest account, yet, when caught, always revert to the lowest bar possible and a denial that any rule has been broken. Could you comment on sort of the hypocrisy between
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. I welcome that question. As a matter of fact, on the Liberals' campaign document, on the second page of their campaign document, it said, together, remember this, together we can restore a sense of trust in our democracy. Greater openness and transparency are fundamental to accomplishing this. And the next paragraph, our objective is nothing less than making transparency a fundamental principle across the government of Canada. Madam Speaker, what a farce. What a farce. As soon as they got in, they went, just kidding. And it didn't happen. Madam Speaker, I will end with this, that C-58 is definitely a bill that it should go back and rethink it, because all they're doing is shutting down debate and shutting down the information that Canadians deserve. Thank you very much.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions tonight are
the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, Indigenous Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Sanish Gulf Islands, Natural Resources. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be in the House when you're presiding, and I look forward to participating in this debate. Madam Speaker, I participated in the debate at second reading, hopeful, hope springs eternal, that for once this government would be open to amendments. As I recall, the President of the Treasury Board promised that they would be open to amendments. Regrettably, every single amendment tabled by my colleague were rejected. And why is that important, Madam Speaker? Well, as the representative for the Conservative Party stated, there were great promises made by the Liberals when they ran for office. A new world of openness and transparency and sunshine. And what are they offering? Like many of the bills, Madam Speaker, that they've brought forward, they say, well, don't worry about that we haven't made those changes we promised yet, because in 5 years when we review the bill again, we'll think again about whether or not we'll bring those forward. And that's getting very tiresome, Madam Speaker. I think it's time for this government to actually deliver on its promises and deliver on the requests by Canadians and by experts and by their own commissioners, and actually deliver open access to information. I've shared in the House before, Madam Speaker, that in my 40-plus years as an environmental advocate, I championed the cause for the rights of citizens to have a voice in environmental decision-making. And critical to that is having the opportunity to participate in the review of standards and the review of projects, the review of policy, the review of trade deals. It's very critical in order for the public to be able to constructively participate that they have ready access to information. And Madam Speaker, that is where this government has failed. What they've said is, oh, well, we're going to have this proactive disclosure. But then that's up to the government to decide what the public is going to receive. Yes, it would be nice if the government was more open with access to information. But let me give you a concrete example, Madam Speaker, of where they have abjectly failed to deliver on this promise. We are in the middle of, we think, negotiations continuing on a modern, quote-unquote, modernized NAFTA. And very late in the day, this government has suddenly remembered, oh yeah, we promised that we would have strong provisions for environment in any NAFTA deal. Now, there is no environmental advisor to the foreign minister who's negotiating the deal. Well, she, to her credit, has industry representatives and representatives from Labour, but no representative from environmental expertise. So very late in the day, at the 11th hour, the environment minister established an advisory committee. We have no idea what role they're playing, whether or not their ideas are passed on to the negotiation table. And we have no idea whatsoever what this government is proposing for environmental provisions in the NAFTA trade deal. Unlike the Americans, criticize the Americans as much as we want, but they actually tabled and made publicly available all the provisions that they are intending to seek for environment in a negotiated trade deal. So much for openness and transparency. There is nothing in this bill, C-58, that is going to improve that, because the government has made its own decision that it is not going to disclose that information in advance to the public. And then, Madam Speaker, to make matters worse, they actually issued a call for public comment on a revised NAFTA, when we don't even know what a revised NAFTA will say. I don't know what the outcome of those consultations were, but I know that I've heard from a lot of Canadian public saying, how the heck do we comment on a trade deal when we don't even know what it's going to include? So it's a bit of a Russian roulette, the Liberal Party's idea of open access to information and timeliness. Now, why is it important that Canadians have access to information? From my own perspective, as the environment and climate change critic, and as I say, as a advocate for environmental rights for over 40 years. Here are the kinds of things that the public want. They want to know in advance, before they're consulted, if they're consulted, on what the planned routes are for pipelines. They want to know the locations of chemical plants before they're approved. They want information on the potential or known impacts of toxins on their health. Now, that is a request that was made very strongly by very many people who testified before our parliamentary committee. This government has been in power now for 2 years, over 2 years. What was one of their big election promises? We will immediately restore all federal environmental laws. Well, there's nothing stopping them from bringing forward today or tomorrow, tabling a revised Canadian Environmental Protection Act to extend these kinds of rights. We've had a review by our committee with all kinds of recommendations to amend the Act. Still no action. We won't hold our breath. They want to know the safety of consumer products before they're made available for sale. Again, a specific request made by experts to our parliamentary committee. We're still waiting for action to make that information available. So it's a vacuous offer to increase and improve access to information when, in fact, they bring forward a bill that provides very little. And as my colleague shared, I can share the quote from the Information Commissioner on reports on C55, her report on C55 entitled Failing to Strike the Right Balance for Transparency. And I share with you in quotes, Madam Speaker. In short, Bill C-58 fails to deliver. The government promised the bill would ensure the Act applies to the Prime Minister's and Ministers' offices appropriately. It does not. The government promised the bill would apply appropriately to administrative institutions that support Parliament and the courts. It does not. The government promised the bill would empower the Information Commissioner to order the release of government information. It does not. Rather than advancing access to information rights, Bill C-58 would instead result in a regression of existing rights. End of quote. That is the report of the Information Commissioner, a scathing review. And yet members of this government stand and defend this bill that they brought forward. This bill could have been strengthened if this government finally delivered on its undertaking in this place by the President of the Treasury Board on this occasion, that he would welcome amendments to strengthen the bill, and yet they refused every single amendment that my colleagues brought forward. That is not open and constructive government. That is not listening to experts. That is not listening to their own commissioners. That is not listening to the public.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon has a point of order.
The member's giving an interesting speech, but I don't think there's a quorum.
We do have quorum now. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Shall I resume? I'd like to thank the colleague in the Conservative Party for having a few more people join us.
Have a seat, you guys. Come on in.
In hearing my recommendations to strengthen the bill. And of course, we don't name any names in this place. But it is nice. I can feel the room warming up already. So where have the Liberals failed? Well, there's no duty to document the decision-making processes. The bill would allow the labeling of information as cabinet briefings to deny access. It introduces yet more exceptions. It fails to require a harms test, which is a specific recommendation made by the Parliamentary Committee. It fails to prescribe in law an explicit public interest override, a recommendation of the Parliamentary Committee. So, Madam Speaker, they're not willing to listen to the recommendations of committee. They're not willing to listen to the amendments brought forward. It really queries why we work so hard in this place, why we diligently go through the bills, have witnesses come in, make recommendations to strengthen the bills before us, and the government simply dispenses with them. So it's with great sadness, Madam Speaker, that yet again we have legislation tabled in this place that breaks an election promise. They have not provided sunshine in greater access to information to the public. They have not included what is most important of all. They say that they are going to provide for proactive disclosure. Madam Speaker, the best way to do that is to include provisions for whistleblower protection. They have not done that, and so that they have put a cork in the mouths of their officers who would otherwise readily disclose that information to the public. Thank you very much. I look forward to questions.
Yay. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I don't share, obviously, the same opinions from the member opposite as I listened to her speech. And we did make a commitment. And that commitment was, in fact, realized by the passage or eventual passage of this legislation. There is no question that there are measures within the legislation that will, in fact, allow for more accountability and more transparency. When the member makes quotes of individuals, I believe the quotes that she's referring to is even before the amendments. So, yes, there were no NDP amendments accepted. Yes, the Conservatives never offered any amendments. But the government does more than just listen to New Democrats and Conservatives. There's other stakeholders, and there were many amendments that were made to the legislation. My question to the member is, can she tell us, were those quotes that she just listed off, Madam Speaker, before or after the amendments were made?
Good. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Madam Speaker, there were no amendments made, so I have a hard time responding to the question. The Honourable Member says, well, we didn't list other people. Well, how about Duff Conacher, the founder of Democracy Watch? How about Mark Whaler, Web and User Experience Librarian? How about Katie Gibbs, Executive Director of Evidence for Democracy? They also gave scathing reviews of this bill. If this government is not even willing to listen to the testimony of their commissioner on access to information, who are they willing to listen to? They made a big promise. They broke the promise. The President of the Treasury Board promised he would be open to amendments, and he rejected them all.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments. And many times in the House today we've heard again the increased rhetoric about more accountability, and we're often referring to the mandate letters. And I've had an opportunity to refer on a number of occasions today to the Minister of Finance mandate letter dated November 12, 2015. But the very first point that is made in the bullets that the Prime Minister delivered to the Finance Minister, he says, in particular, I will expect you to work with your colleagues and through established legislative, regulatory, and cabinet processes, including our first budget, to deliver on your top priorities. And the very first one, Madam Speaker, is ensure that our fiscal plan is sustainable by meeting our fiscal anchors of balancing the budget in 2019-20, and then goes on to reduce the federal debt to GDP ratio. But the balancing the budget in 2019-20, a clear promise of the Liberal platform, clearly outlined in this mandate letter, Madam Speaker. And yet, often today we've heard about how great these mandate letters have been. I wonder if my colleague would agree that these mandate letters don't seem to be worth the paper they're written on.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, not speaking to the specific provision that the member read from, but I do recall that every single mandate letter said that every member of Cabinet is going to be accountable for greater openness and transparency and consultation with the public. So I have to admit that in every, I used to be on the Transport Committee, now I'm on the Environment Sustainable Development, it's the same thing, is the government simply, because they have delivered a poor statute before us, a poor bill, they're simply not delivering on that overall promise for greater sunshine in access to information.
For a brief question, questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, just to seek clarification. Does the member opposite believe that there was absolutely no amendments that were brought forward to this legislation?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I do know that they accepted one from another party, and it's my understanding they rejected every single one from my party.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to speak to Bill C-58, which is a bill that, prior to its tabling anyway, offered a lot of promise to Canadians that have been concerned for a long time about the access to information regime in Canada. Unfortunately, I think my remarks are not going to be very dissimilar to remarks I made early on in the debate about C-58 before it went to committee, because not a lot has changed substantially about the bill. And so we're still confronted with the same issues that we were largely when the bill was originally tabled. And the main point about it, if you will, Madam Speaker, is just a sense of lost opportunity. And I think that's clear not just from members of the NDP caucus, but a lot of the stakeholders who have criticized the bill, and also the stakeholders within the access to information community that testified at the Access to Information and Ethics Committee during what was a long and thorough study of Canada's access to information laws. There haven't been any real changes to the Access to Information Act since it was first brought in 1983, and I'm sure members of the House will appreciate that the way government does business has changed radically since 1983. If you think of the technologies that were available in 1983 versus the technologies that are available now, and the way that those have become part and parcel of the way the government conducts its business, it's clear that reform to the access laws is necessary. And what changes to the laws meant was that there was a great opportunity to address a number of problems. Well, what were some of those problems? Well, one of the important problems, in my view, was that cabinet ministers could say that whatever information was being asked for fell under the purview of cabinet confidences. So if it was advice to a minister, it couldn't be touched. Fine. I think there is a legitimate space for some advice to ministers to be protected, except that there's no ability for anyone, including the Information Commissioner, to assess whether that information was denied properly under the rubric of advice to ministers, or whether ministers were just kind of making it up or saying that it was advice to ministers when in fact it's not really advice to ministers. And I think Canadians have to be able to have confidence in the system for access to information, to know that when they're being told that something is advice to a minister and can't be shared because it would hurt the public interest, that's true. And I don't think we're in a situation where Canadians have that confidence. I don't think Canadians had that kind of confidence in the last government, that's for sure. And I don't think Canadians have that kind of confidence in this government. Consider, Madam Speaker, one of the important themes in question period for months now throughout the fall. It's about whether or not the Canada Revenue Agency made a deliberate decision to change their interpretation of a policy in order to deny a tax credit, the disability tax credit, to people with diabetes. Well, it turns out, we found out this week, that in fact there was a memo circulated within the CRA back in May of this year that said very clearly that CRA staff were evaluating those applications, ought to err on the side of denying those applications regardless of the advice of a physician or a nurse. Well, what has the minister said in the House? The minister has denied that that decision was made. To this day, today even, despite the evidence, she was denying that that decision was made. Well, what confidence do Canadians have in a system that might have allowed that minister to say, oh, that memo is covered by a cabinet confidence? And if she had invoked the exclusion, I don't want to give them ideas, but had she invoked the exclusion to say, no, I'm sorry, now that assumes that that memo came through the Access to Information
process. I'm not sure that one did, but the point is that had someone made an access request and the minister's office decided to call that an excluded document because it was advice to a minister or something else, nobody would have been able to circle back and evaluate whether that was true or not. And I think it's pretty clear that a memo to employees is not advice to a minister. But the point is, the Information Commissioner would not have been able to circle back, look at that document, and make an assessment as to whether or not that exclusion was rightfully applied, and Canadians would be in the dark still about that very clear decision by the CRA to change the way that they interpret their own policy. So while it's true for the minister to say that the policy on paper hasn't changed, it's misleading in that very clearly there was a directive given on how to interpret that same policy that radically changed the balance of acceptance and denial with respect to people that have diabetes that are applying for that tax credit. That's the kind of thing Canadians want to be able to get access to. And I think in that case demonstrates very clearly why it is Canadians would want to know. They'd want to know because that has a real and material effect for people living with diabetes in Canada and their taxes and what comes back to them on their tax return. And they would want to know because to the extent that that document very clearly contradicts what the minister has been saying, people want to have that kind of evidence. They want to be able to follow through and see whether or not what a minister is saying is true and whether that's borne out within the directives that are issued within their department. So that's why, to me, one of the really important things that came out of the study on access to information was the idea that an independent third party needs to be verifying ministers' use of that exclusion. Because otherwise it just becomes a huge blanket with which ministers can snuff out all sorts of information that would be inconvenient for them, to be sure, politically, but important to Canadians to be able to know and assess performance of government. So that's one of the important ways that this legislation has failed. Another obvious way, it was the fact that you had a black and white commitment by the Liberal Party in the last election to have this apply to the PMO and to ministers' offices. We're not making that up. That's not a partisan statement. It's there. That was a real commitment, and it was part and parcel of the Prime Minister's own private members' legislation in the last Parliament to have it apply to the PMO and to ministers' offices. But that's not in this legislation. That's not something they chose to do. Whether or not you think it's a good idea or not to have those things apply to the PMO or the ministers' offices, it was a very clear commitment of the Liberal Party that they would do that. And the question is, why is that not borne out in the legislation? They created a real mandate for openness and transparency, and I think have the backings of Canadians to the extent that they want to make government more open and transparent. And I think they could have done a lot of things that could have helped make Canada a model for openness and transparency. But the problem is that that's not what C-58 delivers. It doesn't deliver that because it doesn't address serious problems that have come out of other jurisdictions. You know, it was in the news for some time that BC had a real issue with documentation of government decisions. So because documents could be accessed through access information, government staff, political staff particularly, responded by simply not documenting the outcomes of important meetings where decisions were being made. And that created quite a stir, and rightly so. And it was a very strong recommendation, and continues to be, of the Information Commissioner, that a legal duty to document be established so that political staff and ministers can't get around accountability by not writing down the substance of important decisions that are being made in private meetings, so that that stuff can be accessible eventually under access to information. But this government, they haven't done it. So I guess to me it's disappointing, Madam Speaker, not to sound naive or silly, but you know, when I first became a member of this House, I was on the Access to Information Committee, and we had the President of the Treasury Board come a number of times and repeat many times the fact that one of the big things that he was going to do, and one of the things that he was really looking forward to doing and glad that he had a mandate to do, was to change Canada's access to information laws, and that was a real priority for him. He gave timelines. He ignored the timelines. C-58 came much later than what was originally promised, and when it did finally come, it didn't honor not only did it not honor what critics and stakeholders have said we need in terms of an ideal access information regime in Canada, but it didn't even honour the Liberals' own concrete black and white election commitments. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, if that's what it means to be a priority of the Liberal government, I think Canadians should think twice about trying to get on their priority list, because there's a lot of other stuff they've been doing that weren't promised in the last election. Those things are getting done, and this isn't.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Oh, our parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm somewhat hopeful that maybe I might get a better chance of getting a response from my colleague from Winnipeg. I asked his colleague in regards to many of the quotes that the NDP are using on their speaking lines are quotes that are actually after or before the amendments were made. And there were a number of amendments that were made to the legislation that we're debating today. And I was just looking for affirmation whether or not the NDP had the opportunity to update their speaking notes given the changes to the legislation as one. And second, and I think is really important here, is in regards to the whole issue of proactive disclosure. What we see here, Madam Speaker, is more proactive disclosure, whether it's ministers, the Prime Minister's office, departments. We are seeing a more empowered commissioner that will actually be able to request reports and get the reports. This is, in fact, legislation that will ensure more transparency and accountability, as opposed to what the Unholy Alliance from across the way is saying, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if the member across the way would at least acknowledge that with those changes, there will be more accountability.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I don't think proactive disclosure by ministers who decide what to proactively disclose without any independent oversight or input from Canadians is more accountability.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from Winnipeg a very simple question. He alluded to it during his remarks of just a few moments ago, and that is the fact that it seems that Canadians have been misled in the intentions of the Liberal government with their stated purpose of improving the access to information, when in fact what we know now about the details of C-58 demonstrates quite clearly that it is more difficult now for the average Canadian to access information from this government. And I'd like to hear my colleague perhaps expound a little bit on why he thinks that is and what might be done to try and improve this badly flawed bill.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for the question, maybe I'll come back to this point about proactive disclosure, because I think this is the sleight of hand that the government is trying to use. They're trying to say, oh, well, Canadians are going to have more information because now we're going to have proactive disclosure by ministers. But of course, the access to information regime isn't about ministers deciding what they want to share with the public. Ministers have always been free to share that. And in fact, you don't need to change the law to allow for proactive disclosure. I mean, listening to them, you would think that somehow ministers have been prohibited from sharing any information they like with the Canadian public up to now. And thank God we got a Liberal government that's going to let ministers share their own information with the Canadian public as if that's what's needed, when it's clearly not. So this whole thing is just a really rinky-dink talking point to try and cover over the fact that very clear commitments were made about improving the access to information regime before the election by the Liberals and after the election, and trying to pretend like somehow ministers were being gagged by anyone other than maybe the PMO, although it's not like this is going to allow ministers to release information the PMO doesn't want released, because presumably the PMO is going to have something to say about what information those ministers release. If they somehow were protecting ministers from the oversight of the PMO in terms of information they want to release, that might get to be an interesting legislative fix, but of course that's not what it is. So this is their whole centerpiece of this legislation is proactive disclosure. It's a solution for a problem that didn't exist, and they want to talk about that instead of talking about the commitments that they did want to talk about just 2 years ago when they were running to be government, criticizing the previous government for its culture. And we've heard critics of this bill who are involved in the access to information community say that actually this is going to make things worse. So now we've got an access to information bill passed in 1983, the year before I was born, people calling for change because they want to make it better, and we've got a bill that's actually going to make it worse. So we've got a 30-year-old bill that needed to be changed, not for the worse, but for the better. And now we're passing up that opportunity for reasons unknown. But frankly, and this whole talk about proactive disclosure as if somehow that's a substitute for meaningful reform is just ridiculous.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to inform you that I'll be splitting my time with my good friend and colleague from Edmonton West. Madam Speaker, all through today's debate, I kept reflecting on an old proverb that we've all heard many times before, and that proverb is that hell is paved with good intentions, or at least the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I think honestly, Madam Speaker, that this government at one point in time, actually had some good intentions about reforming the Access to Information Act. I think at one time they might have been genuine when they said that they wanted to improve the Access to Information Act. But, Madam Speaker, somewhere along the line in that road, something went terribly, terribly wrong, because the bill we have before us now, Bill C-58, is far, far more regressive and prohibitive to Canadians seeking to access the government's information than any access to information bill before its time. Now, Madam Speaker, I should say at the outset that I believe over the last 34 years that ATIPs have been proven to be extremely helpful for all Canadians. Clearly, they've been helpful to politicians who are trying to find out more information about the government of the day, particularly opposition politicians. It's also been extremely helpful for journalists because we have seen over the last number of years journalists break stories about some unethical action of the government of the day. Has that improved the ability of Canadians to learn more about their government? Well, certainly it has, Madam Speaker. But now Bill C-58 tends to want to reverse some of the strides that may have been made over the past several years. One of the strides that was made, Madam Speaker, when our government was in power was we reduced the amount of money it would cost the average Canadian to file an access to information request. We reduced that to $5. So that means quite simply, Madam Speaker, that any Canadian who wanted to get more information about a government department could fill out a form and with only a $5 fee receive an answer from the government department that they were querying. That's a good thing, Madam Speaker, and it's one of the things that I think helped Canadians become more comfortable with their own government. But, Madam Speaker, ATIPs have been invaluable, not just to Canadians, to politicians, and to journalists, but to society as a whole, because it has allowed Canadians to learn more about their government in a fashion that gave them confidence in the government of the day. Now, Madam Speaker, we know of many, many, many ATIPs that have been successful and, quite frankly, have been newsworthy. I think the one that most Canadians recall, Madam Speaker, was the sponsorship scandal. I think it's ironic that we're debating Bill C-58 today, Madam Speaker, because the sponsor of Bill C-58 was back in the early 2000s a minister within the Liberal cabinet. I believe his portfolio was a Minister of Public Works, who day after day after day during question period had to stand up and defend his government against opposition attacks as we were finding out more information about the Gomery Commission and their investigation. I recall vividly, as some of my colleagues who were back with me at that time would recall, the Minister of then Public Works standing and saying to opposition questions, "Let Justice Gomery do his work." That was his standard talking point, Madam Speaker. He wouldn't answer any direct questions. He would simply say, "Let Justice Gomery do his work." And you know what? At the end of the day, Justice Gomery did fine work because it exposed the ethical shortcomings of that Liberal government of the day. It exposed the corruption that was rampant within that government. And frankly, Madam Speaker, the stench of that corruption still stays with me today because I recall vividly again how this government abused its trust with the Canadian people when it came to the sponsorship scandal. How Liberal ministers ignored the very fact that their own party operatives were charging for work that was never done and pocketing the money themselves to benefit themselves financially. And how did we find out about that corruption, Madam Speaker? Through an ATIP, through one reporter, Daniel LeBlanc, who studiously examined what he thought was a corrupt system in the Quebec government of the day and started asking questions. And finally, Madam Speaker, his request for information was answered. And that was the start of the sponsorship scandal. So, Madam Speaker, the point I make today is simply this. If the changes proposed by this government on Bill C-58 are enacted, reporters like Daniel LeBlanc and others who expose such clear wrongdoings by the government would be unable to access that information. And that simply is wrong. That should never be allowed to happen. Any government, whether it be a Liberal government, a Conservative government, a New Democratic government, or any government in this country, should not be allowed to deny access to Canadians about information of their government. Because, Madam Speaker, we all know that governments are a servant of the people. We serve the public, and we are supposed to be serving the public's interest. The public's interest in this case, Madam Speaker, will be denied simply because we have a government that is embarrassed about some of their previous ethical lapses and, frankly, wants to cover them up. I can only point to the most recent example of what might happen if Bill C-58 is passed in its current form, and that is with the most recent ethical transgressions by the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, we know now, thanks to an ATIP from reporters at the Globe and Mail, what the current Minister of Finance was hiding from Canadians and from the Ethics Commissioner. We know now, thanks to an ATIP, that the current Minister of Finance had a villa in France that he did not disclose to the Ethics Commissioner for 2 years. A villa that we can only assume, Madam Speaker, is worth in the millions of dollars because of its locale in one of the wealthier regions of southern France. We know now, Madam Speaker, because of an ATIP, that the same Minister of Finance had a numbered company in Alberta that was not disclosed to the Ethics Commissioner, that contained approximately $20 million in shares in a company called Morneau Shepell, which the Minister of Finance formerly used to run. A family-founded, family-run, very successful company that had obvious direct ties to the Minister of Finance. We know that now because reporters, journalists, ATIP'd information that uncovered those ethical transgressions. Madam Speaker, if Bill C-58 is adopted, those opportunities will be lost. And, Madam Speaker, that simply should not be allowed to happen. Governments must be accountable for their actions. Governments must be accountable to the public. And one of the ways to ensure that they are accountable is by allowing the public, whether it be opposition politicians, whether it be journalists, whether it be advocacy groups, allowing Canadians to gain information from their government without fear of retribution and without fear of censorship. But, Madam Speaker, Bill C-58, frankly, is so desperately flawed that Canadians, quite frankly, who have been examining this legislation and listening to this debate must feel that they have no more confidence in this government. Because, in fact, what Bill C-58 does is make it unavailable to Canadians should the government determine they don't want to release what they consider to be sensitive information. That's right, Madam Speaker. It is not up to the government to release information upon request. This government feels it's within their purview to deny information if they feel it might embarrass them, if they feel that the information is not in their best political interest. And, Madam Speaker, that is not only shameful, it is offensive and should not be allowed to happen. I know that my comments are falling on deaf ears when it comes to speaking to members opposite, but quite frankly, I beseech them to reconsider this flawed bill, take it back to the starting boards, and if they truly want to make access to information a reality, redraft and redraw this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I don't necessarily need a lecture from the member opposite on the importance of access to information. I sat in opposition for over 20 years. I can appreciate the importance of access to information. And this bill, in fact, will ensure that opposition members, along with other Canadians, news agencies and so forth, will, in fact, have more tools to get more information. Not only will they have to they will not have to request as much information because some of this is going to be proactively released, Madam Speaker. And I thought it was interesting. The member opposite and talked about the Minister of Finance and said misinformation. And the Conservatives continuously attempt to say it. They talk about a villa. Well, they're really talking about is a house, Madam Speaker. So there's a house in France, but I guess a villa kind of sounds better, so the Conservatives want to put that kind of spin on it. That it wasn't actually declared, which is not true. It was declared. Now, that is the truth. It was declared days after or weeks after the election, not 2 years later. He's reading the speaking notes, Madam Speaker. He needs to understand that the reality is different than what the Conservative spin is on the issue. Access to information shouldn't be used to foster misinformation, and that is what we're actually seeing in some of these speeches. My question is why?
So I just want to remind members that this is questions and comments. We only have 5 minutes, so to keep the questions and comments brief enough so that others can ask the questions. The other thing is if people are wanting to make comments or questions, they should wait until I ask for questions and comments as opposed to yelling it across the way. The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once again, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is trying to defend the indefensible. The reality is, contained in Bill C-58 is a provision that states that the government determines whether or not it will give answers to an access to information request, and in what form. If the government feels that the request is either vexatious, frivolous, or made in bad faith, they don't have to answer. Or if they do answer, they can redact as much of the information that they feel is necessary. Madam Speaker, that's not true access to information. That is censorship, and the member opposite knows it, and his government knows it. And shame on them. Shame on them for bringing forth a bill that is so regressive that most Canadians, should they understand the contents of those bills, would rebel. Madam Speaker, I ask once again the government, do what is right for once in their lives and bring this bill back to the drawing board and redraft it. It needs a complete rework and overhaul.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
The member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan, and I worked together on the Government Operations Committee to put together a report on whistleblower protection in the federal public service. We heard harrowing stories about public servants enduring hardships and taking risks to blow the whistle and release information to the public. It struck me that if we had a stronger access to information system, where citizens could obtain information that the government does not want to divulge, there would be far less need for our brave public servants to take those risks. And I wonder if the member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan, would care to reflect on that observation as well.
The member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague and friend from Regina Leuven for the question, and he's quite right. He and I and my colleague from Edmonton West sit on the Government Operations Committee, and we heard compelling testimony from whistleblowers who felt, frankly, that they were being let down by their government because the information that they would bring forward to expose wrongdoing within the government was falling on deaf ears. And in fact, even worse, sometimes they came with stories saying that they had been punished for bringing forward these legitimate exposés of government wrongdoing and, in some cases, outright corruption. Will changes in Bill C-58 help or hinder those who expose wrongdoing in government? Quite clearly, it would hinder the ability of public servants to come forward. Madam Speaker, that's just one more example, one of many, which I can put forward in this place, which demonstrates quite clearly how flawed Bill C-58 actually is.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Moose Jaw Lake, the lovely resort town of Moose Jaw Lake Centre in Lanigan, for sharing this time with me. Of course, W.C. Fields was famous for his comment about not wanting to work with children and animals because they showed him up, and I think following his speech, I feel the same way. Now, I'm pleased to speak on C-58 today, amending the Access to Information and Privacy Act. Now, I also call it another act of broken Liberal promises behind talking points peppered with keywords like open by default, transparency, historic, and whole of government, but that's just a working title. I throw in a whole of government approach because they use that for every other bill, so I figure why not this one as well. Now, the last time I spoke about this bill, I mentioned how it demonstrates the lofty rhetoric of the 2015 campaign on the Liberals' plans on openness, transparency, and accountability, and it was just that, rhetoric. Now, rhetoric is defined as language designed to have persuasive or impressive effect on its audience, but often regarded as lacking in sincerity or meaningful content. That's pretty much what we have with this bill. The Liberals defended this poorly thought-out bill by saying they were open to amendments. Now, the Treasury Board president appeared before the committee and repeated its intention a few times, but realizing that repeating this again and again doesn't make it true, much like open by default. Now, it's shameful the Liberals continue to talk about being open to amending their terrible legislation, but when the opportunity presents itself to make decent changes, the Liberals almost always shut them down. Now, this bill has been roundly ridiculed by experts, and what is the Treasury Board president's defense? Well, he likes to say this is the first reform in over 34 years. Now, this is a laughable excuse. You cannot defend bad actions by saying, well, at least it's an action. But that's what the minister's key talking point. Now, it's a lot like the executives of Coca-Cola sitting around an office table talking about the recipe for Coke and saying, well, we haven't amended it for 35 years, 100 years. So rather than broadly consulting for modifications of the formula, they launch an entirely new brand. Now, some of the colleagues in this House don't remember New Coke, but I can speak from the experience that it did not work out that very well. Then the minister goes on about the virtues of his work by saying that for the first time they're making government open by default, except they're limiting it to sanitized briefing books and mandate letters that even this Liberal government has shown no intention of following. When faced with the public outcry over their ruthless willingness to abandon their principles and promises in favor of whatever is politically convenient, the Liberals refuse to own up to their shameless actions with openness and transparency, but rather mislead, reprofile, relabel, or try and change the story. The minister then repeatedly touts the new powers given to the Information Commissioner. He repeats this point so often because it's probably the only positive point of the bill. The minister seems to have stopped listening after that point, and he conveniently forgets that the commissioner herself is one of the harshest critics of the bill. Specifically, she said, quote, after studying the bill, I've concluded that the proposed amendments to the Access to Information Act will not advance government transparency. The proposed bill fails to deliver on the government's promises. If passed, it would result in a regression of existing rights. That statement is on our website, plain for everyone to see. Perhaps the minister should read it. Now, the person charged with carrying out and overseeing access to information considers this bill regressive. But like many things, because the commissioner's statement is counter to the Liberal message of the day, she doesn't need to be listened to, it seems. Now, it's ironic. In defending their unending parade of scandals to members in this place, the Liberals claim to hold independent officers of Parliament in the highest regard. Now, I can think of nothing more respectful than claiming to agree with the Information Commissioner than ignoring her thoughts on this disastrous legislation. Now, let's talk about some of the problems with the current system. Timely access to information is key to a well-functioning democracy. If an access to information request takes months or even years to fulfill, the government has failed in its responsibility to be accessible. The legislation does not prevent requests from taking months or even years to be completed, and amazingly enough, enables the process to take even longer. Now, I'm an avid user of the Access Information Act. In the 2 years since being elected, I've submitted over 60 ATIPs. Now, take my word when I say the Liberal government is unbearably slow in responding to the ATIP requests. As I mentioned, that since elected, I've filed over 60 requests, and since then, only half of them have been completed. Some were filed in March of 2016 and remain outstanding over 20 months later. Now, I'm now coming up to my second anniversary of this outstanding ATIP, and apparently second anniversary is a cotton gift. So I'm out looking for something to celebrate the 2 years outstanding for that ATIP. Others, October 19, 2016, 15 months outstanding. September 2nd, 2016, 14 months outstanding. 2 filed at the very beginning of this year, almost a year old now. And April 6, 2017, 10 months outstanding. We also have over 24 ATIPs outstanding that were filed over half a year ago. Now, for reference, Madam Speaker, I gave the same numbers the first time I spoke to C58 back in September. My office has not received a single one of them back yet. The government promised to be better and to set a gold standard and exceed it by a mile. Exceed it, it has not even left the starting block. So what's the government's response to this? It wants to give heads of government institutions the ability to decline requests on the basis that they are vexatious or made in bad faith. Now, who's going to define vexatious? Who's going to ensure that the government heads are not declining requests that are vexatious to the government or departments because they would embarrass them? And in fact, requests for information the public needs to know, such as our ATIPs on the Phoenix issue that showed very clearly before the government pulled the trigger on Phoenix that they were told 2 months in advance that they have to clear the backlog before going ahead. But it ignored this. Under these rules about vexatious requests, the department would have been able to cover that up. Another ATIP we have on Phoenix has the CFOs from almost every single government operation, transport, public services, agriculture, etc., all stating very clearly, do not go ahead with Phoenix, that the training and testing is not done. The government went ahead anyways. We wouldn't have found this out without access to information. Now, we asked the Parliamentary Secretary to the President Treasury Board if ministers would be able to decline requests using the same clause. She said she could not confirm that ministers would not have that power. Now, this is ridiculous. It's the government themselves, apparently, are stating that they'll decide what is vexatious. I have no doubt they'll use these new powers, poorly defined and inadequately described, to declare as much as they can to be vexatious or in bad faith, but never fear, the Liberals would say, if a person disagrees with a Liberal denial, he or she can appeal to the Commissioner or go to the courts. But as we heard repeatedly in this place, the court system is so bogged down with cases and understaffed by qualified judges, almost exclusively because the government's unwilling or unable to fill these roles, we are now letting accused murderers off the hook. Now imagine how tied up our courts are going to be when you add in all the appeals on DWI because of impairment for pot, which we know we do not have a valid, proper way to measure impairment. Now, my point is that the system of denial, appeal, can take months, of a system where it takes up to 18 months or more and counting to 2 years. Could take 3 years, perhaps 4 years. Now, the beauty of the legislation for the government is that there's no upper limit on the timelessness. Now, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I can tell you that the public and the opposition does not see beauty in this. Now, the government claims that it's ensuring that it's open by default, and we know this is patently false. Open by default would include setting an upper limit, which government would then release the requested information. Legislation ensures that Liberals can continue moving the upper limit as long as it's politically convenient for them. They talk about all the published mandate letters. Now, how does publishing mandate letters force the government to keep its promises? We remember the mandate letters stating about the debt and the deficit. That was in the finance minister's mandate letter, which was blown off. The electoral reform promise was in the Democratic Institutions Minister mandate letter, which was blown off. The promise to complete an open competition for fighter jets, blown off. I think there's one mandate the minister can keep, which is perhaps to mess up the procurement, bother Boeing, create a trade fight with Boeing and the U.S., and then subsidize further Bombardier. Now, what about the promise to modify the Access Information Privacy Act? That's also in the Treasury Board's mandate letter, and also a failure. But John Ivison from the National Post sums it up very well. He says it's a farce. The minister's been around long enough to know the changes he's unveiled will not make the slightest difference to helping citizens understand the government for which they pay so richly. And this is it. Apart from a few minor amendments, the legislation has done nothing to meet their campaign promise. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm so glad that the member raised Phoenix, because, you know, this is an issue that I hear about quite a bit during question period. And he talks about how the Liberals were warned, the government was warned not to push the button. But the truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives fired 700 compensation advisors that used to do that work. The path was set. There was no option to go back by the time this government came along and took over the disaster of a program that the former government had set up. But I would also like to reference his comment about Coca-Cola and not if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The difference is between Coke and New Coke is that Coke was already a great product. It had been around for many decades. Is the member suggesting that the existing policy that has been around for decades is also a great policy, and that should be the benchmark by which we use by today's standards of information?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Now, I can probably say anyone in this House knows more about Phoenix. Unfortunately, it's myself and perhaps my colleague from Regina Louvain. We've looked this inside and out. I've gone over probably 2,000 pages of ATIPs. Now, one of the questions, of course, we have for the government is you were told in advance, do not go, the training's not done. We were told in advance, clear the backlog before you go. The government do not do it. We were told in advance, do the training. The government did not do it. Now, the issue about the terminating, it's funny, we asked the minister and the previous minister how many of these employees were actually fired or terminated after October 2015. It was actually several hundred. Why did you lay them off if you knew that it was such a problem? Crickets. Absolute crickets. We asked the current minister that. Crickets. Perhaps the minister or the colleague across the way will want to stick to crickets for his answer instead of his accusations. Now on to his second point about this access information law. Simply standing up like the Treasury Board president and saying, what a great job we did. It's been 35 years since the last time. Sure, the experts say it's horrible. The commissioner herself says it's regressive. Says that the former government was a lot more open than the current government. But hey, it's been 35 years. Good on us for doing nothing. But we'll congratulate ourselves for a great job of doing nothing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton West for his comments. And I have to say it's very good to have the Conservatives on side in opposing Bill C-58, which actually rolls back access to information and will do nothing to eliminate delays. But being the festive season and being a bit charitable, I'll say certainly the member for Edmonton West wasn't here in this Parliament for the 2006 to 2015 when the Conservative government did not take this issue seriously and did nothing to improve it. So I know he wasn't here in 2011 when the Harper government got the lowest mark possible from the Canadian Journalists for Free Expression on access to information. They got an F. So I'm being charitable to the member because he wasn't here, and I'm glad to have them on side, some kind of conversion on the road to opposition from the Conservatives here. But I have to say, in this Parliament, if this bill is so bad, why did the Conservatives present 0 amendments in committee?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I wish I had sat on that committee. It would give me perhaps a break from explaining all the issues of Phoenix that the Liberals have inflicted on Canadians. I'll be honest, I was not part of the committee. I was not aware. Very clearly, though, presenting amendments just like your party did, or the NDP presented, would have absolutely no effect. The minister made it very clear from the beginning, this is the world's greatest law that we're going to bring in changes for access information. We're going to brook no advice and brook no change for everyone else. Why we do not. I'm not sure. It would have made no difference. But I want to get very quickly in something about one of the other colleagues talked about the Whistleblower Act. We, together with our party, the NDP, the Liberals, put through in our committee, OGO, put through a unanimous report to protect whistleblowers, presenting a lot of great suggestions on how we can make amendments, legislative changes, improve it. The same Treasury Board president, the same one who shot down all the amendments in the committee, took the whistleblower suggestions, put right in the dustbin with all the other great amendments suggested by the NDP and other parties on the ATIP Act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to once again speak on Bill C-58, but it's a little bit disappointing to have to make some of the same criticisms of it that we on the opposition side have been making throughout. Notwithstanding some of the comments we've heard from the government, the bill actually has not been significantly amended, and many of the original problems with it persist. I would like to address this bill on three headings. First of all, the scope of the Act. Second of all, exceptions to the Act. And third, the difference between proactive disclosure and access to information. So in terms of the scope of the Act, I think it's very important to note that the Liberals were elected promising to extend access to information to the Prime Minister's office and to the offices of other cabinet ministers. Bill C-58 does not do that. And it's really part of a litany of broken promises from this government. We think of electoral reform. We think of the promise to close the stock option tax loophole. We can think of the promise to restore door-to-door mail delivery. The government is building up quite a track record of broken promises, and unfortunately, the commitment to extend access to information to cabinet ministers, including the Prime Minister, is another one of those broken promises. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, at the Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics to ask the Privacy Commissioner whether there were any privacy reasons that the government could not extend access to information to those cabinet offices. And he confirmed that there were no such privacy reasons, that indeed, as far as he was concerned, it would have been and would be feasible to extend access to information to the offices of cabinet ministers. So I think our first major disappointment with the scope of this bill is the fact that it fails to extend to the very cabinet offices that the government promised to include in access to information. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second heading that I'd like to address are exceptions to the Act. And of course, there are already exceptions related to cabinet confidence and policy advice to ministers. These exceptions have proven to be quite troublesome because, of course, it's easy for the government to define almost anything as policy advice to a minister or as somehow being subject to a cabinet confidence. It's a very broad, sweeping exception that the government can use to not disclose information. And unfortunately, the Act does not correct this exception. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, the really bad thing about Bill C-58 is it actually creates new exceptions that would allow the government to not disclose information that citizens are requesting. In particular, it empowers the government to deem that an access to information request is frivolous or in bad faith. And of course, it's very difficult to put government officials in the position of having to try to divine the motivations of people making access to information requests. This is a very poor criterion on which to accept or deny access to information requests. So what is this really all about, Mr. Speaker? And the example that we've heard from a couple of different government members throughout this debate is this case of and I'm quoting here, an ex-spouse ATIPs his or her former spouse's work hours on a daily basis or their emails, end quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, there obviously is a problem with that type of request, but the way to respond to that is through proper protections of privacy, not by deeming the request itself to be frivolous or in bad faith. Mr. Speaker, it's obviously the case that the government cannot disclose certain information for privacy reasons, and certainly the privacy protections need to be very robust in federal legislation. But the idea of protecting privacy is not a justification for giving the government broad sweeping powers to deem that particular access to information requests were frivolous or were in bad faith. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we do need to have proper protections for privacy, but those in no way justify the new exceptions introduced in Bill C-58, which try to get into the motivations behind an access to information request, which is a very difficult thing for the government to ascertain, and a very difficult thing for citizens to trust the government to ascertain in an objective and proper way. Now, Mr. Speaker, the third aspect of this legislation that I would like to address is the difference between proactive disclosure on the one hand and access to information on the other hand. Because, of course, one of the aspects of Bill C-58 that the government touts is the notion of increased proactive disclosure. So we have the idea, for example, that the government is going to proactively disclose ministerial briefing books. Now, a cynic might suggest that this provision is going to result in government officials, ministers' assistants, spending time drafting up briefing books for public consumption. Knowing that they will be proactively disclosed, they will just prepare documents that they are happy to have disclosed and that don't really contain a lot of sensitive or controversial information. So we're very concerned about that. But even if you assume that wouldn't happen and that everything would be done entirely in good faith, we still have to face up to the fact that proactive disclosure, as positive as it might be, is no substitute for access to information. Because, of course, proactive disclosure is about the government choosing to disclose certain things, and on the whole, it's good for the government to proactively disclose more documents. But access to information is fundamentally about citizens being able to request information that the government does not want to disclose and does not think that it should have to disclose. So I think there's a very important distinction to be made here between proactive disclosure, which is a good thing, which the government is touting, and access to information, which is what this bill is supposed to be about. So, Mr. Speaker, to sum it all up, I'd actually like to conclude by reading a quote from the Information Commissioner. The report on Bill C-58 was entitled, "Failing to Strike the Right Balance for Transparency." Quote, "In short, Bill C-58 fails to deliver. The government promised the bill would ensure the act applies to the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices appropriately. It does not. The government promised the bill would apply appropriately to administrative institutions that support Parliament and the courts. It does not. The government promised the bill would empower the Information Commissioner to order the release of government information. It does not. Rather than advancing access to information rights, Bill C-58 would instead result in a regression of existing rights." End quote, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:45 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, the question on the motion is deemed to have been put and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred until Wednesday, December 6, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Government orders, private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-262, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, standing in the name of Mr. Saganash. Mr. Saganash, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moves that Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavut, Kiyu.
Miigwech yimun kabut snimen yimun uchumat tskumen but snin me begoche je yimianuda je psugoyan je bes but sniman magin datemun nuin skumat ni stem ani shnabeuch kabut snin je pikoda skumat gen je benosway gasingasdo egudeka uchidoda egudeka ntuhudo egudeka kapmachi shudo ut njis kabiko. Mr. Speaker, I just thanked the Anishinaabe for allowing us to be in this place at this moment. I also thanked, and we all often forget that, there are families that lived on this territory before Parliament Hill was established, and that is the Penosway family. And I want to thank them for allowing us to be on their territory, and I think we always need to recognize that fact. Mr. Speaker, I want to say from the outset how privileged I feel to be able to stand in this place and talk about the fundamental rights of the First Peoples of this country. Mr. Speaker, I say privileged because there are a lot of people, a lot of Indigenous people in this country that do not have that voice. So I'm privileged to be able to stand in this room and speak on their behalf so that they can be heard as well. My mom only speaks Cree, and I don't think she would be able to be a member of Parliament because of that very fact, because she only speaks Cree, because this place does not allow us to be able to do that. So I want to honor, first of all, those people that are not often heard, are not often listened to. It is also quite fitting, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is being debated on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Quite fitting, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, because we are now beginning to discuss the fundamental rights of Indigenous peoples as human rights. That doesn't happen a lot. Very rarely, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker. So I think it is important that we remind ourselves that the Indigenous peoples' rights, fundamental rights in this country, are indeed human rights. Bill C-262 also allows to begin to address the past wrongs, the past injustices that were inflicted on Indigenous people. This is the main objective of Bill C-262, to recognize that on one hand, they are human rights, but on the other hand, that we begin to address the past injustices that were inflicted on the First Peoples of this country. Mr. Speaker, you already know that I'm a survivor of the residential school system, where I spent 10 years incarcerated culturally, politically, linguistically, spiritually even, in the residential school system. I set out to do exactly two things coming out of residential school, Mr. Speaker. First, to go back to the land where I come from and live off the land, hunting, fishing, and trapping. That is exactly what I did the first year I came out of residential school. The other thing I said to myself, Mr. Speaker, was that when I came out, the objective for me, I set out to reconcile with the people that had put me away for 10 years. That was my objective, to reconcile with the people that had put me away for 10 years. And Bill C-262 is my response. Bill C-262 is my extended hand to you, Mr. Speaker, for reconciliation. And of course, through you, to all Canadians and to all parliamentarians in this place. Mr. Speaker, there are momentous occasions. This is a momentous occasion for us all as parliamentarians. This is one of the things that we can do in the name of reconciliation, is to adopt this framework that I'm proposing through Bill C-262. And I don't need to remind this place and the members of this place that the world is watching. This is an occasion for us all to show that we mean truly sorry, and show the world that we are in 2017, and it's time for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And I'm proposing through this bill that our minimum standards in terms of relations with Indigenous peoples of this country be the standards that are set out in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I want to thank the Minister of Justice, Minister of Indigenous Affairs, and their colleagues for finally accepting that this should be a framework for reconciliation in this country. I also want to thank previous members of Parliament that have proposed similar instruments for this place. And in particular, I'm talking about two other MPs that have proposed similar bills in this place. Decades, this bill, the UN Declaration, has been decades in the making. In fact, it took more than 20 years to achieve, and it's been 10 years since the UN General Assembly has formally accepted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There is no member state in the world, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, that objects to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. In fact, the support of the United Nations for the UN Declaration has been reaffirmed at least 5 times in the past as a universal human rights declaration. So this is a momentous opportunity to set a global precedent. That is what is expected from a country like Canada. It is the responsibility of parliamentarians in this place. The UN Charter, United Nations UN Charter, calls on us to respect and promote all human rights, including the human rights of Indigenous peoples. The rule of law in this country obliges us to respect the Constitution. And in that Constitution, of course, there is the Section 35 rights of Indigenous peoples. That is what the rule of law is. It calls on us to respect and promote the UN, the universal rights of Indigenous peoples. I want to remind my fellow members here, Mr. Speaker, that with Bill C-262, we are not creating new law. We are not creating new rights. Those rights exist. Those rights are fundamental and they exist. They're inherent. They exist because we exist as Indigenous peoples. And in that sense, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to recognize that we need to continue to promote. We have an obligation as a country to promote those fundamental rights. Bill C-262 also does away with colonialism in this country, very explicitly. We have explicit ties with our territories. We have spiritual ties with our territories, and we need to recognize that once and for all. Bill C-262 is about human rights. Bill C-262 is about justice. Bill C-262 is about reconciliation. And if we are true to our commitment to reconciliation, then this is the first step in that direction. No one in this place or in the galleries opposes the human rights of Indigenous peoples. No one in this place opposes human rights. No one in this place is opposed to reconciliation. And this is the way forward, Mr. Speaker. This is a first step in the right direction. Let's quit talking about those rights and the fundamental rights of Indigenous peoples of this country. Let's do something about it. And this is what I propose. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote former Secretary General of the UN when he said that, talking about this declaration in 2008, he said, the declaration is a visionary step towards addressing human rights of Indigenous peoples. And then he added, it is a momentous opportunity for states and Indigenous peoples to strengthen their relationship, promote reconciliation, and ensure that the past is not repeated. That's the former Secretary General of the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is almost up, but I think it is important to realize that this is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this House will have to deal with. Because we are talking about the first peoples of this country. We are talking about the fundamental human rights of the first peoples of this country. And I think this is a step in the right direction. I want to, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I know that at this point, I wish to underline that I'm committed and looking forward to working with the ministers across the way in improving the rights of Indigenous peoples. The work can only be fully achieved if we all work together. And that is what I'm proposing. The recognition of the rights must remain in the framework of international human rights standards. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is almost up, but I also want to quote that what what many have said in the past with respect to the UN Declaration, but the former Attorney General of British Columbia had this to say recently about the UN Declaration. There is a better approach, as the Supreme Court of Canada has said on several occasions. Indigenous peoples are the beneficial owners of their traditional lands. They have the right guaranteed by our Constitution and reflected under UNDRIP. I agree with that, Mr. Speaker, and that is the road that we need to take from now on. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this moment to be able to discuss Bill C-262 and recognize those rights that we have as First Peoples of this country. I think if we are serious about reconciliation in this country, then we need to take that path of the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples. We have waited far too long before getting here. We are here now. This is an opportunity for this House to recognize that those universal rights that also belong to Indigenous peoples need to be enshrined in our way of doing things in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the many promoters of this bill. I call them the Steve Heinrichs of this country, and there are several of them up in the gallery today. I want to thank them for their support. Without them, we wouldn't be here standing and talking about this today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to also thank my colleague for a very powerful speech and for talking about introducing this bill and the hand it was extending to all of us in reconciliation. I do want to also note he talked about the fact that this is perhaps one of the most important pieces of legislation in this House. And I do actually have a concern that, as he knows, a private member's bill gets very, very limited debate. So I guess my question to him is, having it come through the House as a private member's bill where we really don't get the opportunity to debate it in the way that I think it should be debated, is that any concern to him?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavut EU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague on the Standing Committee of Indigenous Affairs for that question. I think it's an important one. I think it is fair to say that I think she understands a lot of these issues, thus her important question. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I would like to see, and I understand her concern thoroughly, one of the things that we can do, perhaps, is send this bill to committee, and then we can study it further with experts, and some of them are in the galleries today with experts, so that we can answer some of the concerns that the member has in regard to the UN Declaration and the fundamental rights of Indigenous peoples. I appreciate her raising that question. I believe that a lot of the concerns that both the opposition, Her Majesty's official opposition, and the government may have with respect to the fundamental human rights of Indigenous peoples of this country, there's a lot of experts that can come to committee and respond to their concerns. I can do it in this House. I have no problem doing that. But I think this bill deserves further study if we are to answer a lot of the concerns that may be raised.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough, Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to really thank my friend for his lifetime of work on UNDRIP and really to bring this forward today in this House. And I also want to say what a privilege it is for us who heard the speech, but also who are blessed to be working with the honourable member in the Indigenous Affairs Committee. I know one of the things that he had indicated in his speech is that this bill will get rid of colonialism, and I think it's safe to say that this is probably one aspect of colonialism, one step further in decolonizing this country, but we still have a long way to go. And I just want to ask the member if he feels that if there's more that needs to be done apart from this particular bill alone, if this bill goes far enough in order to ensure that we implement and we're in compliance with the principles of UNDRIP.
Okay, I just want to pause for a second. If we can stop the clock, we may have a problem with translation. Est-ce qu'on trouve la traduction? Est-ce qu'elle fonctionne? Is it working?
The earpiece, when it is too close to the microphone, gives strong feedback.
As-tu dit qu'il y avait du feedback?
Oui.
Still having trouble with the audio, I believe. It's okay now? Okay, we're finally there. We'll roll back a little bit of time and we'll allow the extra. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and friend across the way for that question. I think it's an important one. But I just want to start prior to answering the question by saying that human rights, Mr. Speaker, human rights should not be a partisan issue. Mm-hmm. Human rights are human rights. We are obliged, as a member state of the United Nations, to uphold at all times the human rights of all. And that includes certainly Indigenous peoples. So I do not consider my bill as being a partisan bill. I think it's a matter of concern for all of us. So thank you for that question. I just want to say that this bill was drafted in a way that has to at least provide the basis or the framework for reconciliation in this country. If you read carefully Call to Action 43 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Mr. Speaker, it calls on the Government of Canada, the provinces, the territories, and the municipalities to fully adopt and implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation. As the framework for reconciliation. So there cannot be, governments cannot say, well, we agree with the majority of the calls to action issued by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but we have a slight problem with 43 and 44. No, those are the fundamental and core calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and this is the road and the path that we need to take as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs.
Miigwech, Nuk'amiq, Missy, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand here today as an Inuk woman in Canada. I'm proud to be a part of a government that has been clear that Canada is a full supporter of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. As has been stated by our ministers and by the Prime Minister, We are committed to its adoption and implementation in Canada. This means translating the standards set out in the Declaration into effective change. I want to reassure my colleague, the member for Thompson Caribou, who asked her question earlier, that ONDRIP and its components in C262 is a priority for our government, and we have full intention to honoring those priorities. In the context that we are here today to discuss Bill C262, this bill proposes a process of dialogue and the development of an action plan that's aimed at ensuring consistency between federal law and the Declaration. Such an approach is consistent with other ongoing processes, including the review of laws, policies, and operational practices, and the permanent bilateral mechanisms. It is also consistent with our government's commitment to advancing the recognition and implementation of Indigenous peoples' rights. As a result, today we are pleased to support Bill C262. while remaining committed to further action in partnership with Indigenous people. To begin today, I would like to acknowledge the member for Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik Yu, for his tremendous work and efforts, not only in this Parliament, but in recognizing and putting forward Bill C262 and a supporter of the Declaration of Indigenous People in Canada. I also want to recognize and congratulate many others whom he have worked with and whom our government has worked with to advance these goals. I saw one of our former chiefs here today who was involved with the Member of Parliament in making this a reality and in working together on the United Declaration, and that was former Chief Willie Littlechild. And I know there are many, many others as well. But as our government has emphasized, it is time. It is time for a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people, one that is based on recognition of rights, on respect, on cooperation, and on partnership. We see Bill 262 as a good next step in the ongoing work of transforming the relationship with Indigenous people, and I think that's the vision my colleague held when he brought this bill forward to the House of Commons. The bill proposed in Bill C262 would continue to build on progress that has already been made by our government to date. We have already established 50 recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination discussion tables across the country. We have created a permanent bilateral mechanism with National Indigenous Organization. And further, we have established a working group of ministers to review federal laws, policies, and operational practices to ensure they align with Section 35 of our Constitution as well as the UN Declaration. That process is being led by our Minister of Justice, a First Nations woman in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we are also, as a government, released 10 principles respecting the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous people. The principles reflect our views expressed by Indigenous people over generations, and it reinforces through the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People, a document dating back more than 20 years without really being enacted in Canada. So the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and ONDRIP, combined with all of these others, is certainly the groundwork that we've needed to really advance our relationship with Indigenous people in this country. These and other efforts are part of a government's approach in advancing reconciliation and improving the lives of Indigenous people in Canada. We really appreciate all of the people that have been involved, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in this country, in speaking up for the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We heard today a passionate plea from my colleague opposite, a plea that was built on life experiences and came from the heart. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we have heard expressed by so many Indigenous people across our country. We know that that view is far-reaching, and we also know what must be done to operationalize the United Nations Declaration provisions in Canadian law. This includes pursuing comprehensive legislation and policy changes in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nations in order to fully adopt and implement the Declaration and meet the promise of Section 35 of our Constitution. A transformative shift in relations is required, and that's what we're doing. Relationships must be based on the recognition of rights and a shift which enables tangible change to the marginalization and disempowerment that have been experienced by Indigenous people and communities for far too long. This shift cannot be achieved through just one piece of legislation alone. And for this reason, our government is working with Indigenous people to bring forward further legislation and policy shifts that will be based on the recognition and implementation of rights. This may include new legislative standards for Crown conduct based on recognition, mechanisms to support Indigenous self-determination and the inherent right of self-government, and changes to core policies regarding Indigenous people. I'm sure that many of my colleagues in the House are, as I am today, happy to hear that government is prepared to walk that line and to bring forward the legislation that will be necessary to implement this declaration. Mr. Speaker, I think that we can all agree that while the principles speak of shift to recognition, they cannot be operationalized themselves. And the same is true for the UN Declaration. Words are not enough, action is needed. Therefore, we need to build a framework in full partnership with Indigenous people that embeds recognition in all federal decisions, actions, and negotiations, that aligns federal laws with the UN Declaration, and that creates the mechanisms that have been supported by Indigenous governments for a very long time. That includes transitioning out of the Indian Act. So we're... Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to congratulate the member for bringing forward this motion today, to say that us on this side of the House are proud to support this private member's bill and give him our guarantee that we are on this path together, all Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians, and we will do what is long past due in this country, and that is bring forward the right legislation and standards to ensure that self-determination and inherent rights of Indigenous people are respected in the lands that we all love. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, Ayu for bringing the private members' bill 262 forward, and note its very important contribution to the discussion on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I would also like to share my profound respect for my colleague and acknowledge the important work he has done over many years that has significantly impacted Indigenous policy in this country. Before addressing the private members' bill, I would like to make a general observation. Section 35 of our Constitution and Canada's existing laws has in the past and will in the future ensure Indigenous rights are protected in this country. We only need to reflect on a number of historical court decisions to understand how Section 35 is shaping these rights. And you can go from the 1999 Marshall decision that confirmed the Micmac and Maliseet Treaty right to catch and sell fish, to the 2014 Silcotin decision that granted Aboriginal title to more than 1,700 square kilometres of territory, a first in Canadian law. It is clear that our understanding of Indigenous rights is constantly evolving. And of course, just last week, the Supreme Court of Canada decision regarding the Peel watershed, which upheld Aboriginal land use rights and protected in treaties. So I think it might be suggested that there is a gap, but the gap is, and the problem is not our legal framework, but our frequent failure to live up to the obligations and the honour of the Crown. The bill before us today seeks to implement the 46 articles in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, as stated in the document, a standard to be pursued in a spirit of partnership and mutual respect. All parties in this House acknowledge the need for reconciliation, a better shared future, and the importance of the Declaration. The 46 articles are essential guiding principles for that journey. I do have some unanswered questions regarding how this international document will transpose into a domestic framework. In my opinion, we need some clear answers before we can move forward on 262, but let me share some of the general and specific concerns that I think that need to be addressed. First of all, in the past, the Liberals have argued vehemently that any small changes to the Indian Act, the Labour Code, must only be introduced as government legislation where there is an opportunity for comprehensive reflection and not just a couple of hours of debate. I would suggest that the bill before us today has more far-reaching implications than the right to a secret ballot for union certification. So for the Liberals to support an NDP private member's bill to implement UNDRIP and not put it forward as government-initiated legislation is unfathomable. The debate will not be afforded the due diligence that it requires and it deserves. And even today, you might notice, we didn't hear from the minister. We didn't have an opportunity under private members' business to even question the minister. So that is clearly, in my mind, a bit of a problem. So to get into some more specifics, first and foremost was a statement by the Minister of Justice in 2016, and what she said at the time, and I quote, "Simplistic approaches such as adopting the United Nations Declaration as being Canadian law are unworkable and respectfully a political distraction to undertaking the hard work actually required to implement it back home in communities." Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister, unlike many of us who are speaking to this bill, has access to all sorts of comprehensive briefings and advice. The Minister would not have made that comment lightly, and so I think it's critical for her to explain why she made that comment at the time and how she now reconciles with her recent commitment to support the bill. And again, I know because it's a private member's bill, we're very unlikely to get a chance to even ask her that question. On Thursday of last week, the Minister of Indigenous Crown Relations was at committee. At that time, we had the opportunity to ask a number of questions, and I want to provide a brief summary of the testimony. Article 19 suggests that the government ensure free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative measures that may affect them. When she was asked if that would apply to laws of general application or only laws that exclusively impact Indigenous people, she did clearly indicate it would have laws of broader application. Which brings us to a question. What future laws of broader application in this country would require free, prior, and informed consent, and how will that be determined in a country as diverse as Canada? How will that consent be given? The national organizations acknowledge they are not right holders, they're not the authorized decision makers, and their mandate is advocacy. The Indigenous community has indicated that they have to do a lot of work in terms of nation rebuilding. So what government structure or consultation framework would be put in place to actually engage in these consultations? So to what degree would this commitment around the laws of general application fetter the government's ability to move forward? And I can just give you a couple of sort of recent examples. We certainly know that S3 is something the government's committed to engaging in a consultation process. Clearly that is not a general application law, but they are going to have conversations with bands across the country, and I have no idea how they were going to determine when they've got concurrence and how long they're going to have to spend in a process where they're going to have human rights, you know, competing in terms of consent, and the very dichotomy of the many, many consultations that they have to have. And that's not, in that case, it's First Nations, but we also have the Métis and the Inuit. So the marijuana law is another example of broader application that's clearly going to have an impact on Indigenous communities. So under our current framework, the government only engaged in a general consultation process. Would that bill be subject to Article 19? And if so, what would it do to the government's timelines, and how are they going to move forward? The answer to that question is unknown, but it is important. Today, we have been debating in the House C-58, which is the privacy law. And again, we have a number of Indigenous communities that have said that they have grave concerns. They've referenced the UN Declaration in terms of their right to have input, free, prior, and informed consent, but we have no system or process in terms of how we're going to move that forward. That work is really important work that needs to be done. I think, you know, obviously where a lot of people have focused, I think the laws of general application are something we need to pay particular attention to. But there's also the issue of free, prior, and informed consent as it relates to the development of the natural resources. So the minister has suggested it was not a veto and that the position was supported by National Chief Bellegarde. However, he noted on 3 occasions that free, prior, and informed consent means the right to say yes and the right to say no. You know, I think a number of lawyers have said the whole discussion is really a bit of semantics. Whether it's a veto or consent, it has the same effect. But again, it just leads to a question. In law, what is the difference between free, prior, and informed consent and consult and accommodate, which is what we have in law right now? And certainly there's no question the Declaration proposes that change in our law, and I think we need to simply know what that's going to mean, because I think it's important. And from what I've seen is the legal opinions out there are as varied as you know, they possibly could be. So, Mr. Speaker, as you might imagine, it leaves confusion in the minds of not only the Indigenous communities, but Canadians in general. And I think we have some work to do in terms of developing a common understanding before we commit to an implementation into our legal framework. In British Columbia alone, 100% of the Article 29 talks about the right to territories, lands, and resources. That's 100% of the province. So, you know, what is going to be the practical implications to perhaps the tourist operators in the Silcotin, the ranchers who have depended on Crown land as these decisions get made? We haven't talked about you know, third parties, impacted third parties, and how an injustice, as we correct the injustice of the past, we shouldn't create a new injustice. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as you can see from my short 10 minutes, there's a lot of important unanswered questions. And my first concern is the fact that the government has committed to implementing this as a private member's bill, where we're really going to be limited in the debate and our opportunity to create a shared understanding, because I think the shared understanding of all these concepts is going to be critical in terms of moving forward into success in the future for all.
Reprise du débat, resuming. Député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I am very honoured to speak today in order to support Bill C-262, standing in the name of my colleague and friend, the member for Abitibi, B. James Nunaviki-U. It's meant to ensure harmony of federal legislation with the Declaration, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. As we celebrate the 150th anniversary of what we call today Canada, we are duty-bound to take advantage of this opportunity to do what is necessary to ensure true reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, this year is the 10th anniversary of the passage of the Declaration, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This was drafted in cooperation with Indigenous peoples worldwide, and it encourages harmonious relations between states and Indigenous people. Unfortunately, the Canadian governments of the past 150 years have opposed the passage of this declaration. I was very happy to learn recently that there was openness on the part of the present government, and hoped that it would be enough so that we could finally implement this very important declaration. There is a lag between official recognition of Indigenous peoples' rights and the implementation of policies that would allow Indigenous peoples to be fulfilled on their own land. It is time that we acted, and Indigenous people shouldn't wait another instant to see their rights protected, respected, and legitimized. I'd like to thank my very dear friend, the member for Abitibi-Baie-James-Nunavut EU, to have played an active role in the drafting of this declaration, and I commend him, and I commend his courage and audacity in tabling Bill C-262, which gives us the opportunity to debate the basic rights of Indigenous peoples. The struggle for Indigenous rights is something which is very dear to me, and it's very upsetting to see there is so much work left to be done in order to ensure the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples across the country. As housing critic for the official opposition in 2012, I undertook a tour of Canada to look at the breadth of the housing crisis in this country. Thanks to the people I met, I was able to meet with other northern communities, Inuit communities, and the Cree of Nunavut, and members of First Nations in the north of Saskatchewan. And I learned about their housing problems in Canada. It's hard for me to understand how the government can be so inactive when it knows that the daily life of Indigenous families means living sometimes with 15 people under the same roof. When they have to live in conditions that no one would want to accept, then this is something that can be generalized for the non-Indigenous population. Their housing is neither adapted for their way of life nor to climate conditions. This painful fact is affecting them head-on. Mr. Speaker, discrimination does not stop at housing. At the present time, men, women, and Indigenous children have to deal with archaic colonial racist discriminatory legislation. They are dealing with this. They are dealing with exclusion and the marginalization, and also serious violations of their basic rights. There is intergenerational trauma, and it's not getting enough attention. There's a wave of suicide, not getting enough attention. One thing is clear is that the past colonial measures and policies, the governments and churches have created the sense of being dispossessed of their own lands and resources. And they've seen a cultural ethnocide of their language and culture. We're supposed to be now at a stage of reconciliation, and if we're really sincere when we talk about reconciliation, we have to act immediately. It's imperative that we walk the talk and say that Indigenous rights are no longer something that can be bargained. They're universal rights and should be treated as such. Last year, we'll remember that the Reconciliation Commission asked for the government to fully adopt and implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in the framework of reconciliation. In its call for action 44, the Commission asked that we develop a national action plan, strategies, and other concrete measures to achieve the goals of the United Nations. Bill C-262 gives us the opportunity to reject this colonial past and to overturn the historical trends and decisions which threaten the survival of many Indigenous peoples. This will allow us to adopt a new approach based on justice, equality, and the respect of the human rights of Indigenous peoples. The United Nations Declaration recognizes that Indigenous peoples have a suite of rights and they have fundamental freedoms. They have the right to belong to an Indigenous community or nation in accordance with the traditions and customs of the community. No discrimination whatsoever should arise from the exercise of such a right. The time of forced assimilation is over. Whether we're talking about education, health, environment, or the preservation of their identity, of their customs and traditions, this all has to be considered of the utmost importance. The Declaration also provides for self-determination and the safeguarded development of their own institutions, religious institutions, cultural institutions, and educational institutions. The Declaration also provides that Indigenous people have the right to determine their own identity or membership in accordance with the customs and traditions, their own customs and traditions. This does not impair the right of Indigenous individuals to obtain citizenship in the states in which they live. They also have the right to determine the structures and the institutions they want to belong to, and this according to their own procedures. The control of their lands, their natural resources, and their territories is another essential point. The history of Indigenous peoples teaches us that they have lived on this land for time immemorial. Despite treaties and commitments to live in harmony on their land, colonizers do not respect their promises. And they need to see a just and fair compensation and get their lands and territory back. And our Section 19 of the Declaration says, states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions and to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures. This last provision would allow them to overturn the way we used to act and our historically colonialist attitude. It also establishes just and mutually acceptable means of resolving conflicts. There would be means of bargaining, mediation, and arbitration. There would also be regional mechanisms to denounce and examine human rights infractions. Mr. Speaker, if this Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is the end result of the work of 25 years, this bill, the work of the member for Abitibi, James Ndawukayu, will allow us to finally build a relationship nation to nation which will have real meaning in this country. This legislative framework will allow us to erase the errors of the past and be a catalyst, bringing us, in the end, to repeal the Indian Act and to prohibit the doctrines that are discriminatory and also discovering this land. It would also help with national reconciliation. No reconciliation is possible if there is no justice. It's high time that we adopted and implemented the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People so that we can deal with these people nation to nation and to see the rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit restored. In ending, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we are on Anishinaabe territory, non-ceded land. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge. We have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services, who will have approximately 6 minutes, unfortunately, because of lack of time. Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations reiterated, our government is proud of our commitment to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And we are pleased to be here today discussing our support for Bill C-262. In considering the elements of the proposal, it is imperative that we consider it within the context of where we are and where we are going. We're in the midst of a number of ongoing processes and initiatives that will assist in the implementation of the UN Declaration in Canada. In addition to the establishment of the review of laws and policies and operational practices relating to Indigenous peoples and the creation of a permanent bilateral mechanism within the Assembly of First Nations, ITK, and the Métis Nation Council, a number of other initiatives are furthering our pursuit of a renewed nation-to-nation Inuit Crown and government-to-government relation with Indigenous peoples. For instance, the Government of Canada has undertaken a review of Canada's environmental assessment and regulatory processes, including the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act of 2012, the Fisheries Act, the Navigations Protection Act, and the National Energy Board Act. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Declaration was and continues to be one of the key elements considered as part of these review processes. Indigenous peoples were engaged in all 4 reviews. The government is currently considering the wide range of recommendations from the review reports, including those on how to best respect the rights of Indigenous peoples and involve them in the decision-making processes. Since 2015, we have been engaged in the recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination discussions with Indigenous groups to address their rights, interests, and needs and enable greater self-determination. At last count, there were more than 50 such discussion tables underway, representing 300 Indigenous communities and a population of more than 500,000 people. Additional rights and recognition tables are also being contemplated. Discussions like these are contributing to the development of new relationships and approaches that are ultimately intended to support the actualization of self-determination and contribute to reconciliation. These discussions are also resulting in the co-development of Section 35 related policy reforms. All of this work aligns with the UN Declaration. Concrete action reflecting the minimum standards of the United Nations Declaration has also been taken in a variety of policy and program areas, including economic development, housing, education, access to safe drinking water, and governance. The proposal in Bill C-262, including the development of an action plan aimed at ensuring consistency between Canadian laws and the Declaration, is consistent with this work and highlights the importance of providing opportunities for dialogue on what changes can be made to federal laws and policies that will advance reconciliation in this country. However, Bill C-262 will not on its own operationalize the United Nations Declaration in Canadian law. What is required to do so is to move from dialogue to tackling real issues faced by Indigenous communities across Canada. Let me take a moment to describe some of the concrete progress we are making. For example, the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee is working together to identify and oversee the implementation of short, medium, long-term initiatives and solutions for addressing the housing crisis in the Inuit territory. As part of this process, we are currently co-developing an Inuit Nunavut housing strategy. This approach recognizes the direct role of the Inuit organizations and governments in addressing housing needs in Inuit communities, the need for long-term sustainable investments, as well as the importance of ongoing collaboration among Inuit and federal government and provincial and territorial governments. First Nation communities and other governments are also working towards long-term solutions that improve on-reserve water, wastewater infrastructure, ensuring proper facility operation, maintenance, and strengthening capacity in the future. Since the commitment of $1.8 billion over 5 years for water and wastewater infrastructure in Budget 2016, 348 projects have been completed and underway or plan to address and prevent long-term drinking water advisories, now and into the future. Together, these projects will serve approximately 270,000 people in 275 First Nation communities. 275 First Nation communities. We're also working together with Indigenous people on the development of distinction-based legislation to promote and revitalize Métis and Inuit First Nation languages. And in October this year, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations introduced Bill C-61, the Anishinaabeg Nation Education Agreement. This legislation would give effect to an agreement negotiated between Canada and the Anishinaabeg Nation, which recognizes Anishinaabeg control over the education for 23 participating First Nation communities. Each of these specific measures and initiatives plays an important role in contributing to achieving the standards described in the UN Declaration. But there's more to do to get us where we are going. The processes of dissolving Indigenous and Northern Affairs to better align with the needs and the rights of Indigenous people is just one such forward-looking measure. The shift to a new Department of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, coupled with the Department for Indigenous Services, will better support Indigenous peoples in strengthening their own political, cultural, and economic institutions. This, in turn, supports Indigenous self-determination reflected throughout the UN Declaration. In this context, the approach proposed in Bill C-262 would continue to build on the progress that has already been made and deserves serious consideration by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
It is pursuant to Standing Order 30 out, a motion to adjourn. That was deemed to be adopted and moved.
Adjourn. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in hindsight, small business owners should have seen this coming. The hardworking middle-class Canadians who just want to earn a living for their families and create jobs for our communities. We're talking about the coffee shop down the street, the person who cuts your hair, and the mechanic who fixes your car. Instead of working hard running their local businesses, I guess they should have been keeping a closer eye on what the government was trying to sneak in. Because the Liberal red flags were all there. The Liberals had broken their promise to reduce the small business tax rate to 9% at that point, which they've now flip-flopped on so many times that businesses aren't quite sure where the actual rate stands. Liberals had put in place new payroll taxes on small businesses by increasing CPP and EI premiums. And of course, don't forget the carbon tax on everything that will make the cost of doing business exponentially higher. They also canceled the small business hiring credit. And on top of all of this, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are actually saying that some businesses are too small to be a small business. I know it sounds astounding, but it's a fact. That's what they're saying. Because active versus passive income rules, which the Liberal government issued a new interpretation of, adversely affect many small businesses, such as campgrounds and mini self-storages and other small operations, by arbitrarily assigning them as passive income, when the amount of work involved is absolutely anything but passive. And Mr. Speaker, if that wasn't enough, then the Finance Minister then went after small business owners by labeling them as greedy tax cheats in order to justify new tax changes to help cover some of the costly, out-of-control Liberal deficits. And what's worse, these changes were only subject to an extremely short consultation period during the dog days of summer. These are changes that will make it harder for Canadians to find a family doctor and make wait times longer. Changes that will raise taxes on job creators and entrepreneurs, making it harder for people to find jobs. Changes that make it harder for small businesses to be able to save for a rainy day, for retirement, or maternity leave. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Liberal members this. Why are they so dead set on putting job-creating entrepreneurs out of business? And when will this attack on small businesses end?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to respond to the comments made earlier by the member from Banff Airdrie on the question of small business taxation. Mr. Speaker, small businesses are critical for the Canadian economy. We know that they represent 90% of all businesses and employ more than 10 million Canadians. And our government is committed to ensuring that they have the right tools and conditions to continue to grow, prosper, and create well-paying middle-class jobs. Mr. Speaker, our government has a clear plan when it comes to the Canadian economy. We are cutting taxes for those who need it most. We are making investments to grow our economy and set ourselves up to succeed for years to come. Our plan is working. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2 years of being in government, we're seeing growth the members opposite would have loved to have seen during their decade in office. The economy has created more than 600,000 jobs since we came into office. Our growth now leads the G7. But our work is not done. Mr. Speaker, it's why in October the Prime Minister announced that our government will fulfill our promise to lower the small business tax rate from 9% to 9% by January 1st, 2019. Canada's small business tax rate was already the lowest in the G7, and with this action, we're lowering it even further. Mr. Speaker, small businesses will save up to $7,500 per year as a result. This includes the many businesses that work in Canada's tourism sector, including campgrounds, which are part of the member's original question. And when it comes to that question and his concern, it's important to remember that of the over 20,000 small and medium-sized businesses reviewed by the CRA, fewer than 20 businesses classified as recreational vehicle parks and recreational camps were denied the deduction. There are more than 200,000 businesses in our tourism sector. Nearly all are small businesses. And we're seeing record growth in the sector. But our work won't stop there either, Mr. Speaker. We're also investing to support small businesses throughout the economy as they work to create jobs. It is why we introduced our Innovation and Skills Plan, which will support businesses as they invest in innovation, job creation, and growth in communities right across the country. Mr. Speaker, we also introduced the Innovation Superclusters Initiative. Through this initiative, we will invest $950 million to support key sectors of Canadian strength. And this initiative is not just about supporting one business, it's about creating centres of expertise right across the country. We will connect large businesses with innovative small businesses and research institutions to build business-led innovation superclusters. Mr. Speaker, this initiative was very, very popular. Our government received more than 50 letters of intent, which represented more than 1,000 businesses from across the country. This past October, the Minister of Innovation announced a short list of 9 applicants. Their proposals are now being assessed. 5 applicants will make up the final group. Each successful application will require involvement from several small businesses, and the private partners must match our investments dollar for dollar. Mr. Speaker, we are working with businesses from coast to coast to help them create jobs and to grow their businesses. This is part of the government's overall commitment to build a stronger middle class in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the amount of spin that comes from the government side of the House of Commons is truly dizzying. How can the Liberals stand there and claim to somehow support small businesses when all of the policies that they've put in place are designed specifically as an attack on those very small businesses? I don't understand how they can do it with a straight face. They've added new payroll taxes, they've added a carbon tax, and they've even labeled small business owners as wealthy, greedy tax cheats. I mean, come on, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy. They're the job creators. They're the community supporters in our communities. Yet the Liberals seem to be on this constant warpath against them. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the member opposite this. Why does the Liberal government keep going after the little guy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have another opportunity to respond to the comments made by the honourable member regarding small business taxation. And I'm glad to know that we both agree that Canadian businesses are, in fact, the backbone of the Canadian economy. Canada has the lowest small business tax rate in the G7 and the 4th lowest across the OECD countries. And we're lowering it even further. And, Mr. Speaker, we're investing in Canadian businesses. Whether it's to support innovation or investing in infrastructure, our plan is working. Mr. Speaker, since coming into office, the Canadian economy has created more than 600,000 jobs and are economic growth leaders in the G7. We have a plan, we're following the plan, and the results speak for themselves. And we will stay committed to building a strong middle class and to helping those that are working hard to join it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Timmins, James Bay.
We're proud to rise in this House tonight to talk about some fundamental issues that have to be addressed in terms of the underlying principles of the rules of law and the rights of Indigenous people in this country, where we have a government that has defied the Human Rights Tribunal, a government that has refused the order of Parliament to address the $155 million shortfall in child family services and continues to carry on that underfunding. But also, the actions that we're seeing right now from the Indigenous Affairs Minister and the Attorney General to go to Ontario Superior Court to deny basic legal rights of survivors of St. Anne's Residential School, fundamental questions about the right to the rule of law, that all these actions together show a complete disregard in terms of this government's promise to a new relationship. We have the Indigenous Affairs Minister saying that their attack on the rights of St. Anne's is not an attack on the survivors. It's simply an attempt to quote, "We are seeking clarification on the term procedural fairness." Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, that's not true. They're actually at Superior Court to overturn the right of the chief adjudicator to address serious breaches in justice. So what are we talking about? Well, let's talk about, there's two cases. There's victim C14114 and also the case of H15-19019. Now, this is a horrific story. He was raped as a child by a priest at St. Anne's Residential School and participated in the process to have his case adjudicated fairly, and his case was thrown out because the Justice Department was sitting on thousands and thousands of pages of police testimony that identified the perpetrator, the priest, and his case was thrown out because he couldn't establish where the priest was. What we know now is that the Justice Department had put together a persons of interest report on this priest that was 96 pages long, that involved numerous witness statements of other acts of child sexual assault that included 2,000 pages. So procedural fairness to the chief adjudicator was because the government suppressed this evidence, he had a right to have his hearings heard again. And yet the government is saying that they will fight that in Superior Court. Now, of course, we have to ask ourselves, why would a government in 2017 suppress evidence of a serial predator who preyed on children in St. Anne's Residential School from 1938 to 1976? Why would they have that case thrown out? Why would they be in Superior Court now saying that after being forced to turn over the documents, the police evidence, to the tribunal, they're now saying that the tribunal evidence that the police brought forward cannot be used? Why? Well, they're saying that there's significant limitations on using new information. This isn't new information. This is information that was suppressed by department lawyers from the Attorney General working on behalf of the Indigenous Affairs Minister. And this is also a breach of the fundamental reason they obtained this evidence in 2003 when they went to Ontario Superior Court to gather that evidence that identified 180 perpetrators of abuse at the time. In the affidavit by Justice Department lawyer Hania Sheikh stated that they needed access to this to defend the government, but also, quote, it would assist all parties in corroborating and substantiating plaintiff evidence. There is something fundamentally wrong in the law system of our country, where the Justice Department will argue that Indigenous residential school survivors who suffered from having their cases falsely adjudicated under false narratives that were put forward by Justice Department lawyers who identified the perpetrators, who had the witness statements, who have been found out, and are now saying that that evidence can somehow not be used because it would be unfair to the federal government. Canadians deserve better, and the survivors of St. Anne's.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and address the question asked by my colleague from Timmins, James Bay. I'm particularly pleased to address this as the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly takes place in Ottawa this week. I'd like to recognize the AFN and the National Advisory Committee on First Nations Child and Family Services Program Reform for their efforts and advocacy. Our government agrees that we must completely overhaul child and family services for First Nation communities. We need to increase proactive support for children and their families, keep more children out of care, and support them to grow up in their families and communities with a secure personal cultural identity. We know that to truly end discrimination, we must reform the current broken system and provide funding to better meet the needs of First Nation children and families. The issues are complex and the solutions are multifaceted, which is why we are working with the provinces, experts, and First Nation partners to ensure the well-being of children come first. We believe that solutions made in partnership will yield the best long-term lasting results. We have heard from First Nations that the development and implementation of the vision for change must be placed in the hands of Indigenous governments and their membership. This will enable Indigenous peoples to directly address healing and prevention needs. It will also respect that one-size-fits-all approach to child and family well-being does not work. Currently, the standards and values of children's aid societies across the country do not consistently reflect the standards and values of First Nation peoples. Some provinces are making strides to change this, but more work is required. This is why the Minister has called for an emergency meeting on Indigenous Child and Family Services to take place in 2018. This meeting will bring together the federal government, province, territories, Indigenous leaders, provincial advocates, and experts to discuss how we can work together to transform Indigenous child and family welfare so that it is child-centered, community-directed, and focused on prevention. Our priority continues to be first and foremost the well-being of First Nation children, and we are committed to working in partnership to better support First Nation children, families, and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague. The question of protecting the rights of children is the fundamental question before us, because Edmund Matatawaban, who survived St. Anne's Residential School and has been such a powerful voice for justice, who has tried again and again and again to speak with the Indigenous Affairs Minister and the Justice Minister over the abuse of rights and the re-victimization of the survivors of St. Anne's, said something extremely powerful when we were dealing with the suicide crisis in Mushkegowuk territory. And he said that the road from St. Anne's Residential School to the suicide crisis of the young people today is a straight road. And you can follow that road through the injustice that has been suffered. And so for the young generation who are being taken from their homes in Treaty 9 territory and put into the broken foster care system, and we have 11 young deaths just recently, to a government that is an Ontario Superior Court saying that the basic right of law for survivors of St. Anne's...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on overhauling the system to ensure adequate and effective funding to protect the health and safety of First Nation children. We have invested $635 million to child welfare supports through Budget 2016. However, we know that more must be done. It's going to take a lot more money to solve this crisis. A systematic problem of magnitude calls for systematic reform. We are working with First Nation partners to help develop a vision for and implement complete transformation of the First Nations Child and Family Services. Our government will continue the work required to ensure that we always take a child-first approach to supporting First Nation children and their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I asked on September 20th. It was to the Minister of Natural Resources. I did not find the answer as congenial as it was. I did not find it satisfactory because it didn't actually answer my question. My question related to the changes made in the spring of 2012 to Canada's National Energy Board Act and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. The Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, as it had existed since the early 1990s, was repealed. That was a tragedy that I hope we will see reversed, but I'm afraid that the train of the debate tonight will reveal that I have very, very diminishing hopes that we'll see our laws restored to what they were in 2006. One aspect of what the previous Conservative government did in the Omnibus Budget Bill C-38 was to massively change the way environmental assessments were pursued. One part of this was to say, and this was never defended as a policy choice, there was never any rationale offered, to treat certain energy projects as distinct from all other projects in terms of environmental review under federal law. So pipelines, for the first time, had environmental review done by the National Energy Board. Offshore drilling had environmental review assigned to the offshore petroleum boards from Atlantic Canada, and changes and new projects that involve nuclear energy would have environmental reviews by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. This was unheard of. What I pointed out in my question to the Minister on September 20th was that the National Energy Board, in doing environmental reviews on pipelines, was showing a much greater willingness to approve the project if it interfered with caribou habitat than when Environment Canada reviewed a mining project in the same regional area with the same caribou herd. Mining projects were given a much rougher ride than pipeline projects. And my question was to the Minister, would he confirm that the National Energy Board will get out of environmental assessments once and for all? That was the expert advice commissioned by the new government under two different expert panels. One expert panel on the National Energy Board, one expert panel on the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. Both expert panels said, get the National Energy Board out of environmental reviews. It is not an institution that knows how to do them. The National Energy Board expert panel said very clearly the National Energy Board should be renamed the Canadian Energy Transmission Commission, and its mandate should be clearer, and it should be doing more to explain what it means by national interests and the way it's now been operating for the last number of years. And under environmental assessment review, the Environmental Assessment Expert Panel said put one agency in charge and give it quasi-judicial status. Well, the National Energy Board has quasi-judicial status. An environmental assessment agency should have it. To me, it's been devastating to watch this government ignore the reports of two different expert panels. I say they've ignored them because they haven't responded to them. There's been a discussion document that pushed together 4 different reviews. The discussion document came out at the end of June, and it was very clear in the discussion document that this government has no intention of fixing environmental assessment, getting the National Energy Board out of environmental assessment, because the discussion document said the National Energy Board, the offshore petroleum boards, and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission will be involved in environmental reviews, working alongside a revised Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency. Can the Parliamentary Secretary confirm that this government is interested in fixing this problem and get NEB out of environmental assessments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, there is an old axiom that states much can be said on both sides. We've seen that with comments coming from members opposite. On one side, we have the official opposition demanding the status quo for the National Energy Board, arguing that what isn't broke doesn't require fixing. And on the other side, we've heard from those like the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who insist that nothing less than a complete overhaul of the federal regulator will do. Such is the range of opinions on that side of the House. But, Mr. Speaker, our government has opted for a more measured approach to modernising the National Energy Board, taking the time to consult with Canadians from all walks of life and from all parts of the country. We saw how well our approach worked with Generation Energy. More than 380,000 Canadians from across the country and indeed around the world participated in the conversation to imagine Canada's energy future. Another 650 Canadians advanced those discussions at a 2-day forum in Winnipeg this fall. We've been doing the exact same thing with the National Energy Board, listening carefully and engaging constructively. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, we recognized when we came to office that we needed to restore the confidence of Canadians in the way major resource projects were being assessed. We've been doing just that, step by step. First with an interim strategy, and then with a comprehensive review. As the member mentioned, we've since published our discussion paper on a proposed approach, an approach that honours our commitment to advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, protect the environment, and ensure greater investment certainty. Soon, we will introduce that legislation, and that legislation reflects the feedback we've received. It will include modernising the National Energy Board to ensure it serves the needs of Canadians into the future. It will reflect regional views and have sufficient expertise in fields such as environmental science, community development, and Indigenous traditional knowledge. Mr. Speaker, our government's vision is clear, and it's built upon three key pillars: economic prosperity, environmental protection, and Indigenous partnerships. By rebuilding public trust, re-engaging with Indigenous peoples, and revamping the regulatory process, we can create the conditions to ensure that good resource projects go ahead and get our resources to market. The early results bear that out. On our watch, we have approved major resource projects that will grow the economy, spur billions of dollars in new investments, and create thousands of jobs, even as they also demand greater environmental performance. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering for Canadians in the energy sector, we're delivering on the economy, and we're delivering for the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it certainly is appalling to hear that the promises made by the Liberals in the platform and in the campaign have now become my views in the opposition, for which I hold them to too high a standard. I'm holding them to their election promises, Mr. Speaker, and I recall clearly the current Prime Minister saying on the campaign trail, no project can be approved based on the broken process it's now going through, because that broken process was allowing the National Energy Board to do environmental assessments. They say they've consulted. Yes, they've consulted. They spent, I'm sure, millions of dollars on the expert panels that went across the country and gave them very specific recommendations, which they appear now to be ready to completely ignore. I implore the Parliamentary Secretary to speak to the Minister and ensure that the National Energy Board has no role in environmental assessments. They are ill-equipped. They're incompetent to do such a review.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask the member opposite to maybe hold her fire until she's seen the new legislation. Until then, I believe our government's track record speaks for itself. Over the past 2 years, our government has been approving major resource projects that, as I said, will create thousands of jobs in the energy sector while ensuring a more robust environmental stewardship. This government doesn't view resource development as an either-or proposition. And, Mr. Speaker, we see economic prosperity and environmental protection as two sides of the same coin, and equal components of a single engine for innovation, growth, and jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion porte.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Is adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.